Hey everyone, welcome to the show. You may have heard some horrible news from what happened over the weekend with the director, actor, all around humanitarian, decent man, Rob Reiner. He and his wife were murdered in their Los Angeles home. This is just such a horrific tragedy. Uh, this man was a genius. I mean, he was just such an icon in the movie industry. He not only was he a good actor, but he made some of the best movies ever. Some of my personal favorites, The Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally. I can't tell you how many times I have watched those movies. And I mean, this just really this hit me because I just had a lot of respect for him. His son, Nick, has been arrested on suspicion of murder. He is being held, I believe it was $4 million in bail that he's being held on. But as I understand it, Mr. Reiner and his wife, their bodies were found by their daughter. And I at least heard through one source that she confirmed that it was her brother who did this. Apparently, he had a history of drug abuse. He was homeless for periods of time. He apparently had a fight with Rob Reiner and his mother before. It was the night before this tragedy occurred. They were at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party, evidently. So just horrible news. I won't go into detail about how they were murdered, but it was one of the worst ways. Not that there's a good way, but this was probably one of the most terrifying, especially when it is someone that you know and love. I can imagine that their last moments were just absolutely terrifying. And I mean, what do? It's your child. It's your child, right? So, I mean, I'm just thinking like, if it's a stranger, like, yeah, you take whatever measures to protect yourself and there's self-defense. But when it's your child, I mean, no matter what they've done or do or what the relationship is, you love them. So it just is a horrible ending to obviously a troubled child that they loved. Anyway, I not to dismiss this, not to say anyway, but I also wanted to share that, of course, Donald Trump made this all about himself. He posted on Truth Social, quote, "A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace." I mean, where do you even start with this, right? I mean, beyond the fact that this jackass continues to refer to himself in the third person, which is just, a sign of narcissism in any, by any stretch. Trump is essentially implicating his own supporters with this, right? I mean, look at that. He says that they died because Rob Reiner had Trump derangement syndrome. So basically, is Donald Trump implicating his own followers? I mean, he's wrong. We know that because they have arrested the son. It is, not a sure thing. There's going to be an investigation. We have to say allegedly, and he is a suspect at this time. But there is no indication that Rob Reiner and his wife were killed because of politics or that it was because of a Trump supporter. But here you have Donald Trump basically throwing his supporters under a bus and saying, yeah, my supporters kill for me. Look at what they did to Rob Reiner. Right? And then no one is buying this golden age BS anymore. Not even intelligent Trump voters are buying this anymore. No one thinks that we are living in the golden age and that everything is so great. And oh, you had so many wins, Donald Trump. That's why Rob Reiner hated you. No, Rob Reiner hated you because you're a narcissistic sociopath who has destroyed the country, who has turned everyone against each other, who has made it okay to be as bigoted and racist as fuck. And you're a disgusting human being who's accused of violating a 13-year-old child at Jeffrey Epstein's New York mansion. I was going to say apartment, but it's a mansion. So, yeah, there's a lot of reasons to hate you, Donald Trump. And even MAGA is not happy about this post. And I'm not just talking about, random people here and there. I'm talking about on Twitter, on Truth Social. I mean, his hardcore base, a bunch of them. I looked at the replies. I scrolled quite a ways. And yeah, there were some that are just as psycho as he is, and we're going along with it. And then you have the bots that I think Donald Trump probably pays for himself, to stroke his ego. But there were quite a few people who said, wow, yeah, this is going too far. Totally disagree with you here. This is inappropriate. This is classless. This is, I didn't care for the man's politics, but, you shouldn't be writing things like this. Tons of people calling on him to take the post down. So, credit where credit is due. And speaking of which, Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's organization that he founded, they shared a clip of Rob Reiner. He was on Piers Morgan's show after Charlie Kirk's death, and he condemned the murders, did not equivocate at all. He said, this should never happen. Doesn't matter what your politics are. This is horrific. No one should be killed for what they say or their politics or their opinions. So Turning Point co-hosts, Andrew Colvett and Blake Neff, they said, or at least Blake Neff did, and then Colvett kind of agreed that Trump should take it down, that Trump should delete that post. And here's the thing, and there's other people. There were a bunch of people, a bunch of MAGA influencers with very large followings on Twitter. They also condemned Donald Trump's post. A lot of the people in the comment section, and you could tell from their comments, they were Trump supporters. They also were saying, yeah, I like Trump, but this is wrong. Don't, totally disagree on this one. The vast majority condemned Donald Trump's post. There were, though, many people who would give this backhanded condemnation. And what I mean by that is they would say things like, yeah, we don't want to be like the left and celebrate death. They are clueless. They are freaking clueless about their own. Let me share with you guys, in case you haven't seen these. This is what Donald Trump Jr. posted after Nancy Pelosi's 80-something-year-old husband was bludgeoned in the head with a hammer in his own home in the middle of the night. This is what Donald Trump Jr. posted. Got my Paul Pelosi Halloween costume ready with underwear and a hammer. And it got a ton of likes and reshares. And remember, there were a ton of people in MAGA who were celebrating this, who made jokes about it, who made up all kinds of conspiracy theories about it. Oh, it was his gay lover. Oh, it was this, it was that. He let him in. Blah. I mean, just sickening. Then take a look at this that I found. This was, I think, a couple years back on Twitter. So there was a news article saying that the trans suicide rate had climbed to 50%. This person posted Bon Jovi singing, which, no shade on Bon Jovi. I'm sure he doesn't agree with this, but it says, "Whoa, we're halfway there." So, yeah, all proud of himself. Evil Texan over on Twitter. And he wrote, "This fucking guy's going to bed. Sleep well, y'all," with a laughing emoji. So they try to act like they are so above it. They're such good people. It's just the left who acts inappropriate and celebrates when someone's been harmed on the other side. I also want to remind you, and I should have dug up this post before this, but I just thought about it. There was a MAGA lawmaker, I want to say it was an Arizona lawmaker, who posted a joke after Melissa, and I think, I might butcher her last name. I think it was Melissa Hartman, who was murdered. She was the Democratic lawmaker in Minnesota. She and her husband and their dog were all murdered by a Trump supporter. And then the other Democratic lawmaker and his wife were shot the same night. So that happened just in June. A MAGA lawmaker posted about it, posted a photo of the man standing at their door with the mask on, and made a joke about it. Something on, like a take on Nightmare on Elm Street. So funny, isn't it? But yeah, they're such good Christians, you guys. They're so above this. They're so much better than we are. They seriously have no fucking clue. And you know how I know this? You all will remember, this was about a month ago when Donald Trump called the female reporter Piggy. Remember that? He said, "Shut up, Piggy," or something like that, or "Hush, Piggy." And then Stephen King actually said that to someone, obviously, because of Donald Trump doing it. And one of Trump's supporters jumped in and said, "Oh, that's horrible, saying that about a female, you should be ashamed of yourself, and you have the nerve to talk about Donald Trump." They are clueless. They are not hearing it. That's why the economy is the only thing that's breaking through. Because they don't hear this stuff. They don't see it. They don't hear it. They're like the three little monkeys. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. They are freaking in a bubble. So, do I appreciate that a bunch of them today are actually doing the right thing and, having some morals and ethics in this moment where Rob Reiner and his wife have just been, horrifically murdered? Yes, I appreciate it. But they need to get over themselves, thinking that they have the moral high ground. And the other thing, too, I want to mention is over the weekend, before we knew about Rob Reiner, there was a quote-unquote town hall with Barry Weiss, which don't even get me started on that hypocrite and genocide denier. But she had Erica Kirk on, Charlie Kirk's widow, as a guest, and they were talking about how how Erica Kirk had forgiven the alleged murderer of her husband and so forth. And there was a Q&A, and someone in the audience stood up and asked Erica Kirk, "Will you condemn Donald Trump's words?" I agree, what happened to Charlie, your husband, is awful. It should never happen. It is nonsensical. It is heinous. Will you also condemn Donald Trump's rhetoric that is causing people harm? She couldn't do it. She would not do it. So these people are fucking hypocrites. When you have the chance, you are supposed to condemn it. I have condemned it. I do not think that Charlie Kirk should have been murdered for having an opinion that is different than mine and millions of other people. Shouldn't have even been murdered for being a racist and a bigot across the board. Think it's gross, but you don't murder people for that. So I just, I don't know. I don't know where our country is headed. Right now, with everything that has happened in Australia, with what happened at Brown University, with Rob Reiner being murdered, it just feels like we are in a downward spiral, and I don't know what it's going to take to pull us out. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I wanted to share this story with you because I feel like it really highlights all of the ways that Donald Trump is just blowing it. It underscores why he and the Republicans are in such political peril and that he's just checked out. He just doesn't have a clue what's going on and doesn't care, frankly. So check this out. I've shared clips with you before of Rasmussen pollster Mark Mitchell. So he is often a guest on Steve Bannon's show. He has been warning for months now that Republicans are going to just take a beating in the midterm if things don't change, if Trump doesn't change direction. And for those who haven't seen those clips, Rasmussen and Mitchell are hardcore MAGA. Their polls always skew to the right. They always favor Trump and the Republicans. And even their polling is showing that Donald Trump's policies and Donald Trump himself are underwater. Well, J.D. Vance apparently lives in reality and sees this going down. So he invited Mitchell to come to the White House. He was trying to get through to Trump. Apparently, Mitchell met with J.D. Vance and Susie Wiles, Trump's chief of staff. Also, Marco Rubio was there for some reason. So he was filling them in, saying like, hey, you know, here's what we're seeing. Here's what I'm hearing from MAGA young voters who are disillusioned. Well, he gets in with Trump and it didn't really go to plan. Let's just put it that way. So in an interview, Mitchell said this. He said he told Trump that, quote, "Sir, you got shot at the Butler rally." He told him, you know, it was really strong optics. And then he said, "You said fight, 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 but nobody ever clarified what that means. And right now you're fighting Marjorie Taylor Greene and not actually fighting for Americans." I don't know if these were his exact words or if, you know, this is just how he's relaying it. But anyway, Mitchell also told Trump that his base wants him to, quote, "smash the oligarchy, not be the oligarchy." So I'm sure this all went over real well with Donald Trump and his fragile ego. And then Mitchell went on to say this. He said, quote, "To the extent to which we were talking about the economic populism message, he wasn't as interested as I would have hoped." And then he added that, you know, we had a long-ranging conversation. So evidently, Donald Trump got bored, as he does, as, you know, ADD boy, AD Donald does. He got bored with the conversation, talking about his plummeting support. Didn't want to hear about that. I wonder why. So he changes the topic and starts talking about golf and starts praising some of his golf buddies. They said he was praising like Lindsey Graham, Brett Baer, talking about what great golfers they are. And then in the interview that Mitchell had, he said, quote, "Building billionaire-funded ballrooms and jet-setting around the world and trillion-dollar investment deals looks a lot like oligarchy stuff." Yeah, I mean, it looks like it because it is. And what did they expect? This is just more proof that these people did not pay attention during Donald Trump's first term. He and his family got wildly wealthy because of all the shit that he did during his first term. Look at Jared Kushner. The guy got $2 billion from Saudi Arabia with no experience in what they gave him the money for. Their own people said, no, don't do it. This is a bad investment. And they did it anyway. Why? Because they're buying access. They're buying influence in our government. But, oh, you don't hear that from the MAGA crowd. It's all about, the Biden crime family. Okay, look in your own frickin' backyard before you start pointing and talking shit. The Washington Post also interviewed Marjorie Taylor Greene on this subject. And she actually said, quote, the base is jaded. They know what they elected him to do, and they're aware he's not doing it. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene also slammed Donald Trump for calling the affordability crisis a hoax. She slammed the Republican Party's failures to address healthcare costs. She actually told the Post this, and I'll bring up her quote for you. She said, no, it's not, meaning no, it's not a hoax. And the healthcare situation is serious. It's dire, and Republicans are only just now taking it serious. She also went on to say, this is a country driving 80 miles an hour at a brick wall on January 1. So that is, of course, when the Affordable Care Act subsidies expire, and all of these people, millions of Americans, are going to get slammed. And not only them, but healthcare prices in general in our country are set to go up. The Kaiser Family Foundation had done an article, they've written an article, and they did a survey and looked at data months and months ago, before any of the shutdown or any of this came up. And they said then the minimum is going to be a 15% increase on American people on their healthcare costs, just the premiums monthly. Doesn't matter if you're part of the Affordable Care Act or not. So minimum 15%, some as much as 100%. So the insurance lobby is absolutely out of control in this country and needs to be completely disbanded, quashed, run out of town, never to be seen again. So MAGA influencers are also growing disillusioned with this administration, needless to say, which is, part of what started this whole thing and why Mark Mitchell felt that it was necessary to go to the White House. So a TP USA, which is Turning Point USA, one of their commentators is named Savannah Hernandez. She told her audience that Trump's second term has been, quote unquote, underwhelming. And Hernandez said, and I'll bring up her quote, all we've really seen is punchy tweets, cool video edits, but really no follow through on any of the promises. And if he listened to his base and he was connected to us, even just through social media, you would see that the average person is still struggling to buy groceries, that the housing crisis is still on the mind of everybody, that inflation is still a really big issue, and when Americans see billions of dollars going overseas to any country, it really feels like a betrayal when we're struggling here at home. Again, it feels that way because it is. I mean, what do they not get, right? Like, oh, it feels like a betrayal. Yeah, it is. That's exactly what it is. He said that he was America first. He said that he was going to help you all of us, not just you guys, but us too, people on the other side. And no. He's doing everything but. And then another MAGA influencer, a guy named Raheem Kassam, I think is how you pronounce it. He believes that Trump is not listening to his base as well. So he said, quote, listen to the people that elected you, because right now, apart from the deportation stuff, you're not really connecting with them. So I would argue based on every poll I've looked at, based on the hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of focus groups that I've listened to over the course of this past year, and beyond that, I would argue that the deportation stuff is what is eroding his 2024 coalition. I've shared with all of you how there are a lot of non-MAGA voters, people who voted for him in 2024, who are not down with this cruelty and this racism. You have swing voters, independents, even some more traditional Republicans who rolled the dice. They took a chance on Donald Trump and his second term. Or, a lot of young people who just were going with the vibe, and they were Rogan listeners, or, what's his name? I forget, Andrew Schulz, or Theo Vaughn listeners. And so they went with the crowd, they were, oh, yeah, this seems like the cool thing to do. And I want to be with the in crowd. And so they voted for him. Those people are not happy. They're not looking at these, what I call deportation porn videos that he and Kristi Noem are pushing out and going, yeah, do that, rip families apart, and, slam women to the ground and spray people in the face with pepper spray for no reason. Like, no, that's not exciting them. The only people who like that are the hardcore MAGA racists. And they just don't get it. They don't get that that is not what everybody wants. They think because he won the election, that's what everybody wanted him to do. And they're just clueless. And the more that they praise Trump and puppy killer Kristi Noem, and the more they egg them on, the more they do it. The more they see this, they're in their own little right-wing news and social media bubble. And so they're like, oh yeah, see, everybody loves it. We're doing great. So they ramp it up even more, ramp up the cruelty. And then there's even more of these non-MAGA voters who are turned off by it. So, have at it. Go for it. Keep doing it. Where is it sending your polling? Might want to step out of your bubble. Anyway, the Post also spoke with a Trump voter, this woman named Jessie Meadows. She voted for Trump in 2024. She lives in Georgia, kind of an important state. And she said that she's frustrated with Donald Trump's response to, or non-response to, inflation and, how Americans are struggling. So she told the Post that in November, when we have the special elections at the beginning of November, she voted for the Democratic candidates. And she said, I'm only going to vote for America First candidates from now on. And she said, quote, if I had known what Trump was going to turn into now, I would have stayed home. He didn't, great. Thank you, Ms. Meadows. I'm glad you've seen the light and you're voting for Democrats, and, you're helping out. And I hope that you will either stay home or vote for good candidates from now on. But you need to go and revisit the last election, or the last term that Trump had in office, because he hasn't changed. He didn't turn into anything. This is who he has been. This is why we were sounding the alarms and telling you all to pull up before the nosedive. This is why we told you, don't do it. He is going to act like a dictator and a fascist, and he is not going to do a goddamn thing for you because he's a fucking moron who was born with a platinum spoon up his ass, and he has nothing in common with you. He has failed countless number of businesses because he is a fucking moron, because he doesn't have any business sense. You all falsely believe the lie that he's a great businessman. No, the guy was broke. He was absolutely freaking broke before he did The Apprentice. That is what turned everything around for him. They gave him this aura of being successful and a good businessman and being so powerful. And we all, me too, bought it. We fell for it. I admit it. Why can't MAGA admit it, that you fell for it? The book, Art of the Deal, He didn't write it. That was a ghostwriter. So all of you didn't listen, said we had Trump derangement syndrome, and now where are we? So maybe next time, actually listen to us. We might actually know what we're talking about because we actually live in the real world. We're not in our little bubbles, at least most of us. I will admit there are people on the left who are still in their little MSNBC bubble and don't understand. But the vast majority on the left are not living in a bubble. We are hearing the truth. We know what happened during the first term. We were paying attention, unlike you guys. And this is why we said it's a bad idea. So anyway, that's where things stand. So yeah, Donald Trump has no interest in changing course. He does not get it, doesn't want to pay attention, would rather talk about golf. So there you go, MAGA. That's what he's focused on. He's focused on golf with his wealthy buddies. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have a bunch of new polling data to share with you guys in regard to Donald Trump, birthright citizenship. I also have a poll on the race in Ohio, healthcare, the Epstein files, a whole bunch of good stuff. And spoiler alert, Donald Trump hit another new low for his second term, which that's where I'm going to start today. So last Thursday, the Associated Press published the results of their latest NORC poll, and they found that Donald Trump's approval rating is at 31% on the economy. Take a look at this, 67% disapproval. So this is a 9% drop since March of this year. And he's even losing support among Republican voters on this very issue. So take a look at this chart. So you can see here, they break it down by overall support, Republican and Democrat. And he has dropped 9% with registered Republicans. He has dropped also 9% with independents, they said. And then Trump's also losing voters on the subject of immigration, which I've shared with you many, many times, as you guys know. So take a look at this. He has dropped 8% even with Republican voters on the issue of immigration. He went from 88% to 80%. That's since March. And then he has lost 11% with independents, as you can see here, from 49% down to, or excuse me, that's overall, I should say. So not independents, but 49 to 38% overall. And then he's even dropped 12% with Democrats, which is very odd that 18% of Democrats supported him on immigration in March of this year. But anyway, Trump's overall approval rating is not much better. So take a look at this. As you guys can see here, only 36% of overall voters in this poll approve of his job performance, and then 61% disapprove. Just absolutely pathetic. And look at how bad he's doing with independents. I mean, this is just, it's unwinnable. You cannot win elections like this. Only 20% of independents approve of the job Donald Trump is doing. 74% disapprove. You cannot win. That is not going to get you election victories in the midterms. And then check this out, you guys. So a progressive think tank, their name is the Century Foundation. They also publish their own findings of their recent polling. They published this in USA Today. And the article said that nearly 3 in 10 voters polled said they held off getting medical care over the past year because of costs. 1/3 said they have skipped a meal 2/3 of respondents said they are buying cheaper groceries or buying less food, while half said they dipped into savings to cover basic expenses. They also found that these circumstances, and this is a direct quote from them, were, quote, felt most acutely by Americans without college degrees, young Americans, people of color, and women. So, gee, tell me who those people voted for? Essentially, almost all of the groups, with the exception of, women were pretty split, but all of those groups are the ones that helped to get Trump back in office. And here's why I'm now convinced that 2026 is going to be the year of the progressives, because the pollster found that all respondents supported the idea of targeting corporations to bring down costs. So not something that you typically hear. And it says that includes 88% of respondents expressing support to ban health insurance companies from denying doctor-recommended care, 86% backing a ban on corporate money in politics, and 84% saying they support prohibiting Wall Street banks and hedge funds from buying up single-family homes. All things that progressives have been pushing for forever. And corporate-owned Democrats and all Republicans fight against this. Another area where I really think that progressives have an opening is with healthcare, because Republicans have made this a major issue by not re-upping these, subsidies, and they've made it a negative issue for their party. So take a look at this.
In the new AP North poll, 29%, he doesn't even reach 30% on it, approve of the job. I was looking back at all the AP North polls. This ties for his lowest rating ever in either term 1 or term 2. Even 39% of Republicans say they disapprove. But a clear majority of the American public say they want those expiring ACA subsidies extended, compared to just 30% who say let them expire. And even 45% of Republicans, on my little note there, say that they should be extended. Blame if ACA subsidies aren't extended. This is among those who are enrolled in the ACA. Look at this. 63%, the vast clear majority, say Trump or the congressional Republicans will get the blame, compared to just 19% of congressional Democrats.
So, and I want to point out, those numbers that Harry Anton just shared, those are not outliers. Those are very much in line with everything that we've been seeing. So Axios reported that according to Republican polling, not just, your bipartisan or, what should I say? How should I say it? Just a standard pollster, right? That tries to be down the line, tries to play it fair and not favor one party or the other. But a Republican specific pollster ran a poll, and half of Republicans and 60% of the overall voters that they surveyed said that they support extending the ACA subsidies. So even their own pollsters are saying this is not good. We want, or Republicans want these healthcare subsidies extended. The Epstein issue is also a huge problem, continues to be a pain in the ass for Trump and the Republicans. Check out this latest Reuters Ipsos poll. Let me bring this up for you guys. So 70% of respondents said they think that the government is hiding something about Epstein's crimes. And then look at this next one. So, they're in trouble. 60% of all respondents said that they think that Donald Trump knew about Epstein's crimes before they became public. Think about this, you guys. 70% and 60% on this one. You don't get 60% and 70% of Americans agreeing on hardly anything in this country. And then when they were asked if they approve of Donald Trump's handling of the Epstein case, it was even worse. So as you can see here, only 23% of all of the respondents said, yeah, I think they're doing a good job. I approve of the job they're doing. So this is one of the major reasons why Trump is losing his base. And CNN's Harry Enton, he laid all of this out as well. So take a look at this poll.
A quote from my favorite Rocky film, Rocky IV. He's not a machine. He's not a machine. He's a man. He's a man. And what are we talking about here? Strongly approve of Donald Trump. Okay, this is 2024 Trump voters. In March, it was 66%. Look at where we are now. It's just 50% of 2024 Trump voters strongly approve of him. Look, Trump voters still like Donald Trump, but they don't love him as much. And that means there's a permission structure to actually go against him. And that is exactly what you saw in Indiana.
Harry Enton, he cracks me up. What's funny is I was watching that quote, or I was watching that clip, and all I could think of when he said they like Donald Trump, it triggered me to think of Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Right? When Dottie asks him out, and he gets his little horn for his bike, he's like, look, Dottie, I like you. I like you. There's things about me you don't know. I'm a rebel, a loner. Anyway, that poll that CNN shared, again, was not an outlier. So check out the latest polling from NBC and how Americans are moving away from the MAGA movement. So not just that they're moving away from Trump, but Republicans who consider themselves to be MAGA are now moving away from that movement. Take a look.
2% approval rating for Donald Trump. Now, we know his approval rating has existed in a pretty narrow range the entire time, both terms he's been in office. However, that is down 3 points from the start of the year. How about this? The folks who say they don't just approve, they strongly approve. And you can see here, Republicans who call themselves, they say they identify with MAGA, the Make America Great Again movement. 70% of them strongly approve of Trump. Those who say, more traditional Republican, 35% of them strongly approve of Trump. And Kristen, that's a change. From the start of the year here, it was 78% strongly for MAGA, 38% for traditional Republicans. Along these same lines, just look at the composition of the Republican Party. We ask Republicans, do you identify more with MAGA or with just the Republican Party itself? 50-50 right now. And again, start of the year, the balance was more on the MAGA side. So moving a little bit away from that. And then, let's talk politics here. Which party, we ask voters, do you trust more when it comes to those prices? That's Democrats, blue by 6 points. Healthcare costs, that's Democrats, blue by 14 points.
That is brutal. So, I mean, they're like, oh, Trump? Oh, I don't know who that is. I never supported him anyway. I'm not MAGA. MAGA? I'm a conservative. I'm a Republican, but I'm not MAGA. This reminds me of another movie. Have you guys ever seen the movie Can't Buy Me Love? Old movie, had Patrick Dempsey in it before he got hot, before he grew into his nose, essentially. And so MAGA and Trump, they're like Patrick Dempsey in that movie, because if you guys have seen it, you know what I mean. Like the hot cheerleader, she starts going out with him, but only because he paid her. Spoiler alert for anybody who wants to go watch it. And then, all of her friends, all the cool people, they're like, oh, he's such a great guy. And all the girls want to date him. And then when he's exposed as a fraud, they're like, I don't know who that is. I don't know him. I've never had anything to do. He's not cool. I never thought he was cool. Anyway. If you haven't seen that movie, that's your assignment for Christmas holiday or the Christmas break. Anyway, my favorite scene, as you guys will see, is the school dance. Trust me on this one. And when you see this, think of me. Anyway, I want to share a couple of other things really quickly. So Axios shared the results of a religious-based poll. They found that 2/3 of the participants support birthright citizenship in America. So this is backfiring as well on Donald Trump. And that includes 53% of white and evangelical Protestants, which is basically Trump's hardcore base for some unfathomable reason. Also, a recent Emerson poll in the state of Ohio shows that the Democratic candidate is now tied with Republican Vivek Ramaswamy in the governor's race. So I don't know if you guys knew that Ramaswamy was running, but he has way more name recognition than she does. And I mean, look at that. They're essentially tied. I mean, she's 46%, he's 45, and that's a change. You know, that has changed. And what's interesting is this race, not only has she gained since August, as you see, 7% since August, but this is really coming down to be like a battle of the sexes, because men support Ramaswamy by 20%, whereas women favor the Democrat here, Amy Acton, by 19%. The Ohio Senate race has also shifted a bit towards the Democrat, which is Sherrod Brown, name that you might find familiar because he was a senator. He lost his seat last year. So as you can see here, you know, he's still running behind the Republican, but he has picked up some support, 2% since August as well. Still, you know, it's 46 to 49, so John Husted is still in the lead, but 5% of voters are still undecided. So that could totally swing it. That could make the difference. And then just the shifting dynamic, what we're seeing in you know, national politics and with Donald Trump, that could also make a huge difference. That could peel some of those voters I mentioned earlier, the non-MAGA but yet conservative Republicans, that could peel them away from Husted if people want to see a check and balance on Donald Trump. And then I also wanted to share this next survey of voters. This was specifically voters between the ages of 18 and 42. So look at this. So overall, they have a very negative opinion of both parties. You know, 57% disapprove of the Democrats, 62% disapprove of Republicans. So that's good. More disapprove of Republicans. Here's where Democrats really have an advantage, though, if they nominate the right candidate, because 60% of these people said they disapprove of Donald Trump. And we know what works, right? We know what works now with winning back voters. So take a look at this. As you can see here, this is a graphic. This was shared by G. Elliott Morris. He has a group called Strength in Numbers. He does all these data analytics and puts together charts and reports. So he found that voters who rank the economy and inflation as their top issues, they favor Democrats over Republicans by a 12-point margin. Given the swings that we've seen in special elections this year, this totally tracks, completely spells doom and disaster for the Republicans. So it's looking good for Democrats. We still have to turn out the base. We still have to show up. We still have to, you know, make sure that people are aware of what's going on and make sure that all of our people are on message and that they actually are running with populist messages on healthcare, on, you know, cost of living and so forth, and not going down these rabbit holes that they have in the past on things that don't really matter, you know, Donald Trump's tweet or Donald Trump's this or whatever. I mean, it's fine to highlight his failures, but and I've mentioned this so many times in the past, but I haven't mentioned it recently, that in marketing, there is a saying that everyone's favorite radio station is WIIFM. What's in it for me? Make it about the voters, not about what you find repulsive about Trump, but what they will find repulsive about him. That is what you need to focus on and highlight, Democrats. So anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have a few updates to share with you guys about Donald Trump allies who tried to help him steal the election in 2020. You guys know I refer to them as the coup clowns. So first up is former Colorado County Clerk Tina Peters. As you guys all know, I've shared this with you. She was sentenced to 9 years behind bars because she helped to not just coordinate, but to facilitate the illegal access of voting equipment and voters' data after Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. She, basically stole someone's key card, gave it to someone who didn't have the authority to use it, lied about who that person was. She even had some of her co-conspirators turn on her and testify against her. So this was not a close call. This was not, political persecution as Donald Trump and all of his minions would have you believe. And she essentially found nothing. And we know that she found nothing, and there was no election fraud, because if there was, Donald Trump would be screaming it from the mountaintops. He would be holding a press conference before the sun set today and flashing it everywhere and telling everyone what she found. And yet he's been in office for a year almost and has not done that. So totally bogus. Well, recently, Trump's Justice Department tried to pressure Colorado authorities to get her released. They tried to get her released into federal custody because in their mind, if we do that, she's in federal custody, then Donald Trump could pardon her and she would be released. So they've been pressuring them. They've been using all kinds of excuses. That failed. So then Trump's team tried a different tactic. So Trump's assistant attorney general, her name is Harmeet Dillon, doesn't realize apparently what MAGA actually thinks of Indian people. But anyway, she announced that she would be wasting our tax dollars on a completely bogus investigation into the Colorado prison system. So take a look at this. She posted on Twitter, quote, "Under my direction, Civil Rights has opened an investigation into the entire Colorado prison system following multiple reports of unconstitutional and legally insufficient carceral conditions. Prisoners have civil rights." And then she tagged Pam Bondi, the attorney general. So all of a sudden, the tough on crime party, they all of a sudden are concerned about prisoners' rights. Let me remind you, this is the party that praised Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Do you remember that? He was the sheriff in Arizona and treated prisoners worse than animals, had them out in tents in Arizona heat, 115, 120 degree weather, out in the middle of the desert, in tents, no air conditioning. This is the party that's currently praising Trump and the DHS for sending completely innocent immigrants to an El Salvador torture prison. And then all of a sudden, they care about, prisoners' rights. Prisoners have rights, you guys. Did you know that? Did you know that as they were grabbing people off the streets without a warrant, not knowing who they are or if they're American citizens? But then again, Tina Peters is white, so, and she's on their team. That's the whole, game right there. Get out of jail free card. They're the biggest freaking hypocrites on the planet. Anyway, so that didn't scare Colorado officials. They still didn't release Peters, even though they said, we're going to investigate you. So then last week, Peters' attorney claimed she's been attacked in prison 3 times. I don't know if this is true. If it is, it's wrong. I don't want her to be attacked or harmed. But her attorney made these claims in a letter. He sent this letter to Trump and said, "Oh, she's been attacked 3 times. They have had to pull people off of her, blah, blah, blah." So Trump decides he's going to issue a bogus pardon. Everything is bogus in the show. He decides he's going to issue this fake pardon for Tina Peters. So the Colorado Attorney General, his name is Phil Weiser, he told a news outlet, there's no legal merit to this. Because, yeah, these are state crimes. She was found guilty in state court, charged with state crimes, sentenced to prison. And so Peter's attorney, his name is Peter Ticken, he's saying, no, Trump totally has the authority to pardon anyone and everyone that he wants. It just doesn't matter, state or federal. And he is planning now to make this argument in court. He's going to take this to court and try to force them to release Tina Peters. He's also encouraging Donald Trump to use the military to bust her out of prison. I'm not joking. So Ticken was recently on Steve Bannon's show, and Bannon said that Trump should send the 101st Airborne Division to free Tina Peters. And Ticken said, quote, "Do I think it should be done? For who I am? Yeah, I'd love to see that happen." And then Ticken also said, "Oh, well, I'm thinking Trump might just send a marshal over there and, try to get her out." So all of this is insane. It is, of course, wildly unconstitutional. He does not, in the Constitution, have the right or the authority to pardon state crimes. And honestly, I don't think Trump actually gives a damn about Peters. I think he is just throwing this out. He's using this as red meat for his rabid base because he knows he's in trouble. He knows the midterms are going to be a bloodbath. And so, this is what he's throwing to them to satiate them. So we'll see what happens with this. I'll keep you guys posted on all of it. But in the meantime, we received the very hysterical news that Mr. Lumpy Pillow Man, Mike Lindell, is officially running for governor in the state of Minnesota. So Lindell told the New York Times, quote, "I'm tired of these decisions being made by our government here in Minnesota that don't help any of us. There's no one else that can do as good a job as I know I can do because I've had to build businesses and it needs to be run like a business." Let me remind you all, Lindell is in deep shit and deep debt right now because he's being sued by just about everyone on the planet because he's made such asinine and reckless decisions with his money and his company. But sure, let's give him an entire state and taxpayers' money to waste on Trump's election fraud fairy tales. I mean, the guy has proven he is so out of touch with reality. I cannot think of anyone I would trust less to fall victim to bribery or extortion than a former crack addict who's on the verge of bankruptcy, right? Like, imagine that. Imagine him in a position of power and how you could use everything that he's done in life and everything that, is going wrong with him right now as leverage to get him to do what you want. Anyway, I also wanted to share this next bit of news. So this was reported in mid-October, but I don't know that it really got much coverage. So Pennsylvania residents are now stuck paying over $1 million in fines because their MAGA representatives also allowed outsiders to illegally access voting equipment after the 2020 election. So you guys might remember this. I reported on it at the time. But this happened in Fulton County, Pennsylvania. And when this breach was discovered, The county was then forced to purchase new voting equipment, brand new equipment, because they don't know what's been done to it. So, you have to get new equipment so you can ensure that the next elections are going to be fair and legitimate. And so after a bunch of different legal battles, the county finally, by a court, was ordered to pay over $1 million in fines. So this $1 million or over $1 million in fines equates to 1/8 of their entire annual budget. And then what makes this even more infuriating and absurd is that Trump won this county. He won this county by a landslide. He won Fulton County by 72 points. This was by far his biggest win in the state of Pennsylvania. So they had absolutely no reason to do what they did, and now it's costing their taxpayers over $1 million. These people are just ridiculous. They are such clowns, as I said. They are clowns. So anyway, guys, I'll keep you posted on all of this, but it should bring a lot of laughs with Mike Lindell in this race. So thank you, Lindell. Thank you, Mr. Lumpy Pillow Man. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have a bit of a roundup show again for you guys. There was a bunch of just, potpourri kind of feeling like there's just too much or like too little to make a full show out of any of these things, but I want you all to know all these facts. So this is kind of your smorgasbord, if you will. A charcuterie of GOP BS. So first up, I want to talk to you about what's going on with healthcare. If you guys have not heard, Republicans today are pissed off. Most of them. Some of them are coping. Some of them are making excuses, but a bunch of them are pissed off because Magic Mike Johnson, the creepy guy who checks his kids' porn, he has completely failed on this whole thing. So take a look. This was an article that came out in the New Republic. Basically, he's not doing anything. He is going to let the Affordable Care Act subsidies, healthcare subsidies, expire. And so this is going to happen come January 1st. Ton of Americans are going to have their health care either wildly, increase, like go through the roof, or they're just going to have to give it up. They're going to just lose their health care. So Johnson said, this is his quote. He said that leadership basically, that's not a quote. He said that they couldn't get on the same page. They, just couldn't agree on anything. His quote was, quote, "In the end, there was not an agreement." So they just couldn't get their shit together, is what he's saying. So one representative was quoted in this article, Republican Mike Lawler. And he's pissed. He said, quote, "I think it's idiotic not to have an up or down vote on the issue." He called it political malpractice. And then he said, quote, "I am pissed for the American people. This is absolute bullshit." So turns out they don't have an alternative. They're really great at complaining. But when it comes to actually implementing something new and coming up with their own new plan, they don't have anything. So they should just go shut up. They should just go drink a big, tall glass of shut the fuck up, because they don't have anything to replace it with. They kept saying, repeal and replace, repeal and replace. Couldn't do either. Anyway, next up, I want to talk to you about a Vanity Fair article that is causing a lot of consternation. Let's just put it that way. So apparently, Vanity Fair got a bunch of Trump's officials to do this whole spread with them. They did this photo shoot. It was like Caroline Levitt, Kim Jong Levitt. It was J.D. Vance and just a bunch of people. Stephen Miller, Dracula himself. All these people in the Trump's cabinet. In Trump's cabinet, and they interviewed some of them. Well, Susie Wiles, she's got some loose lips, apparently. Nobody told her they sink ships. So Susie Wiles made these really stunningly true comments, honest comments about Donald Trump and some of his other officials, including the vice president. She said that Trump has a, quote, alcoholic's personality, and that he, quote, operates with a view that there's nothing he can't do. Nothing, zero, nothing. I think it's supposed to be nothing, zero, zip, nada. But anyway, she also said she recognized aspects of his boisterous personality from her alcoholic father. She said, quote, some clinical psychologist who knows 1 million times more than I do will dispute what I'm going to say, but high-functioning alcoholics or alcoholics in general have exaggerated personalities when they drink. And so I'm a little bit of an expert in big personalities. So Donald Trump is now coming out and he's like, yeah, she's right. I do have an alcoholic's personality. And then she said that J.D. Vance has, quote, been a conspiracy theorist for a decade. She called Elon Musk a, quote, avowed ketamine user. And she described the article now, because of all this blowback or people, saying, oh my God, can you believe this? She now describes this article as a, quote, disingenuously framed hit piece on me and the finest president, White House staff, and cabinet in history. Is it the finest in history, Susie Wiles? Really? Is that why your polling is in the dirt? Is that why MAGA is even ditching you? Is that why just yesterday there was a massive fallout, which actually I have an update on that coming up next, over Donald Trump and his psychotically sociopathic, horrible, just deranged and cruel statements about Rob Reiner and his wife, who were just slain? Is that why? Because they're so great. They're the greatest in history, you guys. So speaking of which, the fallout continues from Donald Trump's horrific statements on his failing social media site about Rob Reiner after he and his wife were found slain by their own son, allegedly. So MAGA is really not taking this well. They are not on board with this. And I'm going to play some very, very interesting audio clips for you from a conservative show. So you can hear it in their own words, but Donald Trump doubled down on this. So as you guys may know from yesterday and the piece that I did on this, Donald Trump basically blamed MAGA for Rob Reiner's death, which was factually incorrect, but also like him throwing his own people under the bus and saying essentially that Rob Reiner was killed because of his views on Trump. But when he was asked about this in the Oval Office yesterday, he doubled down on it and he said, yeah, I just didn't really care for him. And he was, quote, very bad for our country. Well, even hardcore MAGA supporters are slamming Trump for this. Laura Ingraham, like one of the worst people on the planet, Fox News host, she said, she had a lot of respect for Rob Reiner, had him on a show or had him on her show, and that she liked him. Or also actor James Woods, who is super hardcore MAGA. He teared up. He was, I believe it was on Fox News, and he teared up and said that he and Rob Reiner remained very close throughout the years, that Rob Reiner saved his career, that despite their differences on politics, that he thought Rob Reiner was an amazing, wonderful, generous person and loved him to death, and slammed didn't specifically call out Trump, but slammed anyone who would say anything negative about him. Marjorie Taylor Greene took issue with Donald Trump's comments. Jenna Ellis, remember her, the attorney who lost her license to practice law because she tried to help Trump steal the election? She made comments and said that what Donald Trump said was awful and should never be said. Conservative commentator Emily Jasinski. So she has a radio show on Sirius XM, but she does other shows as well. She is also a host one day a week, sometimes more, on my favorite show, Breaking Points. And she does a show, like I said, on Sirius XM that's kind of related to Megyn Kelly, which is cringe, but I really love Emily. So anyway, Emily Jasinski said she had more calls than ever. She said her phone lines were lighting up more than they have ever done since she's been doing the show. And I want to play for you some of the clips. So she shared this with Breaking Points. They shared it this morning. These are MAGA callers, as you're going to hear, taking issue with what Donald Trump said and saying how disappointed they are in him. So take a listen to this.
In Indiana, you're on the Megyn Kelly wrap-up show. What's on your mind this afternoon?
Hi, just sort of glomming on here, but it matters to me what Donald Trump said, and I'm deeply disappointed. If we value human life as Christians and Americans, then this stuff, it's indefensible to sort of gloat like right after someone dies like that, just for having a difference of opinion.
I'm very disappointed in President Trump. I voted for him 3 times. I still love him as my president, but it was wrong what he did. He should have just kept his mouth shut after the first paragraph. I don't know why he had to bring that up. It was a tragedy, and I didn't like Rob Reiner as a person. Politics, he was really sometimes very virulent from what he was saying about the right, and particularly about Trump too, of course. However, I mean, it really hurts me to the core what happened to him. And I think as a human being, anyone has to be just sad about what happened and not bring politics into it. And Trump just doesn't know when to stop.
I would just like to say that we have a God-fearing president, and he talks about the power of prayer and praying for victims and on and on and on. So let's act like that, President Trump. I voted for you. This is the most sacred season of the year. Turn the other cheek like Christ would.
I will tell you that I've been a Republican my entire life. I voted for Trump twice. I don't consider myself a MAGA Republican, but I do consider myself a conservative. And I think this comment that he made, this post, reminds me a little bit of when Walter Cronkite made an announcement talking about the Vietnam War to the American people, saying and Lyndon Johnson said, if I've lost Walter, I've lost the country. I really think that Trump's comment has just officially put that nail in the coffin.
I just got to say, I mean, we're not conducting a scientific poll here on the Megyn Kelly wrap-up show, but the callers today, our phone lines have genuinely not lit up like this before.
Have not lit up like this before. So yeah, people are turned off. So this was the last thing that they needed right now, given everything else and what we've seen in the slide in Donald Trump's polling, which I have that show for you today too. So be sure to check that out because there's some really good stuff in there. But anyway, this continued. So this guy isn't a Trump supporter. He's far from it. But WWE legend Mike Foley, He has now called it quits with the WWE. He had made a Facebook post announcement saying, I, love the WWE, but peace out. I'm done. I can't take it anymore. This is where I exit the bus. This is where I get off. So he wrote, quote, "Parting ways with WWE. While I have been concerned about WWE's close relationship with Donald Trump for several months, especially in light of his administration's ongoing cruel and inhumane treatment of immigrants and pretty much anyone who looks like an immigrant, reading the president's incredibly cruel comments in the wake of Rob Reiner's death is the final straw for me. I no longer wish to represent a company that coddles a man so seemingly void of compassion as he marches our country towards autocracy. Last night, I informed WWE Talent Relations that I would not be making any appearances for the company as long as this man remains in office. Additionally, I will not be signing a new Legends deal when my current one expires in June. I love WWE, will always treasure my time with them, and I am deeply appreciative for all the opportunities they afforded me. But in the words of Popeye the Sailor, I stands all I can stands, and I can't stands no more." So, yeah, people are not happy, and it is not just liberals, which this WWE guy is. It is also the base that's like, oh, this is cringe. This is beyond cringe. This is cruel. And like I said yesterday, there are a few that are like, oh, yeah, I totally agree. And, F the left and look at what they said about Charlie Kirk, blah, blah, blah. Here's the big difference. Charlie Kirk was a certain flavor, right? He was on the right. He was a MAGA figure, and he was in politics. Rob Reiner had opinions on politics, but his work spanned the globe and spanned all political, affiliation. I mean, people across the political spectrum loved what he did, loved his work. Even as you heard in those audio clips, even people who didn't agree with him publicly still appreciated his work and liked his movies and liked him. And, he has touched people's lives in so many ways and for so many decades. And I think also, hearing how he address the Charlie Kirk murder, I think a lot of MAGA people took a step back and went, okay, wow, maybe he said things about Donald Trump that we didn't like, but when it came down to it, he was a decent man. He was a good man, and he stood for the right things, and did not, praise or celebrate the death of anyone else. So why should we do that to him? So anyway, guys, did not see this coming. I did not think that, not that any of us could see this horrible tragedy of Rob Reiner's death coming. But I think, even if we had known that like someone famous was going to die that was anti-Trump, never in a million years would any of us have assumed or believed that it would make a dent, that anyone in MAGA would give a damn, or that they would have a problem with Donald Trump saying things like this. I mean, he has said the most obscene things over the years, and they haven't cared. So anyway, the tide has turned, and it definitely has to do with the fact that they're not happy with him anyway. He's not fulfilling his promises. He has not done what he said he's going to do, by and large. And so I think they're just looking at it and going like, okay, like we were willing to put up with all of the bullshit and the nastiness and the mean tweets and, the cruelty and what have you, if we're getting something out of it, if our lives are materially made better But if that's not happening either, and then I'm just going to support this vile jackass on top of that, it's like that one man said, this is the final straw. Like that man, as you heard, he's a traditional Republican. He's not MAGA. And like I said yesterday in a video, there are a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump against their own best judgment, who are not MAGA, who are independents that lean right, or they are swing voters who just are desperate and don't know what to do because nobody that they vote for makes their life better. And so they took a chance, they rolled the dice on this guy, and now they're like, Jesus, I mean, he's making things worse for me financially, and he's still an asshole, and he seems to be getting worse. So no, thank you. Anyway, all right, guys, I will let you know if I hear any more. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like this video, share it with everyone you know. It really, really helps here on YouTube. It tells YouTube that this is a share-worthy video, and so they'll show it to more people, and it helps the show. Also, subscribe if you have not. Please check and make sure that you are still subscribed. I hear from some of you periodically that you were unsubscribed somehow, that YouTube must have done it of their own accord and you didn't even know. So please, check and make sure that you are subscribed. Hit the bell icon so that you are notified every time I post a video, so you don't miss anything. And then if you can donate, it really, truly helps the show to keep going. So greatly appreciate all of you. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Everyone, welcome to the show. I have new Trump regrets to share with all of you and new Trump voters entering the find out phase of their journey. So first up is part of a TikTok video. This is a woman who was all aboard the Trump train. She has had a major change of heart. So check out what she has to say now about her former favorite president.
Came in and promised that this was all going to change. But then we started to see cracks. He promised to end the wars, but he kept funding them. He promised to release the files, then flipped and said there were no files and to stop talking about them. He said tariffs will bring the American people lots of money, but they did it. He promised no tax on tips and overtime, but all we got was a tax rebate. We watched millions and billionaires profit like never before off his policies, while the American people were left behind again. And during all of this, you go and do the most tone-deaf thing possible. You build a ballroom for the wealthy. Make no mistake, that's the only group that's going to get the benefit from that ballroom, all while Americans continue to struggle with everyday essentials, working more than one job, having nothing left over because of rising costs. Healthcare costs are out of control and unaffordable. You were the last hope for a lot of Americans who were this close to giving up on the system. But now you'll go down in history as one of the greatest flops this country has seen. When you got my vote, it was conditional. And I told my family and supporters who were upset that I voted for you that I will hold you accountable, just like I've done for the Democratic presidents I voted for previously. I'm not a blind supporter. I'm a woman of my word. There's still some of us who believes your word still means something. You still have 3 years left to redeem yourself, but I highly doubt you will, because you are a part of the swamp. That's crystal clear to me now. Good luck, Mr. President, and may God have mercy on your soul.
There you go. So she is done. She is DON, ain't got time or money to buy the vowel for the E, done. So next up is the story related to a convicted felon, David Gentile, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Anyway, as you may have heard, Gentile was sentenced to 7 years in prison. He defrauded investors. This is not in question. It's not allegedly. He was convicted of defrauding investors to the tune of $1.6 billion. Billion with a B. Yet he spent only a few days behind bars before Trump commuted his sentence. Well, there's a 72-year-old dentist, or retired dentist, a guy named Jeff Lipman. He was one of the investors who was ripped off by Gentile. He's also a Trump voter, Mr. Lipman is. So Mr. Lipman told the New York Times He is still owed almost $300,000 out of the $750,000 that he invested in Gentile's company. And he is not happy about this. So he said, quote, "I'm a Trump supporter, and this was bad, bad, bad. To have this guy finally go to jail deservedly and for Trump to let him out, there can be no excuse for this." Yeah, so Florida man, Mr. Lippman, is just now realizing, yeah, Trump always sides with the wealthy and the well-connected. He's never going to side with average, hardworking Americans over them. Never. It's never going to happen, guy. Welcome to reality, Mr. Lippman. Another Trump voter who's in the find out phase is military veteran, a guy named Randy. So as you all know, I have the utmost of respect for the military members. Maybe not so much this one, though. So over the past 5 years, Randy has posted a ton of hateful things about the Democrats. And case in point, he shared this post that I'm going to show you in August of 2021. So it says, this was something somebody else posted. He reposted it. It says, "Imagine a Chick-fil-A on a normal business day and how smoothly the operation is ran. Then one day they decide that it's not running well, so it's time to make a change. So they hire a McDonald's manager to come over and run it like a McDonald's. This is what happened to our country." Really? Really? Our country was running so smoothly under Donald Trump when he was telling people, oh, just don't take COVID tests. And then then the COVID numbers won't be going up. Or how about when he, suggested injecting bleach into people's bodies to get rid of the COVID virus? What about when he said, oh, COVID is just it's just a bad cold. It's just a bad cold or a flu. That's all. And then we found out through the, audio recordings made by a reporter that actually he knew that it wasn't just a bad cold or flu, and he lied to everybody. I mean, seriously, these people were so delusional, so high on the Kool-Aid that they actually thought he was running the country perfectly. And then Joe Biden screwed it all up. Yeah, well, Randy is taking it in the teeth. Took a big old kick in the teeth because he is not happy now with Donald Trump 2.0. Last month, Randy replied to a Facebook post on Donald Trump's page. And here's what he had to say to him. So it's so long I had to break it up. But he wrote in part, quote, "More broken promises. I am a Republican and a combat infantry veteran before you try and come at me. But I will 100 tell you Trump does not care about veterans or the current military. Trust me, I am a veteran and get treated like a piece of garbage by the VA. We just had it goes into how American soldiers had just been attacked. Donald Trump isn't doing much about it. He says he's going to look into it. And then he goes on to say, quote, "By the way, Trump, your White House hotline for veterans is useless. I have called and left a message daily for the past year with 0 responses. I have also emailed how I have had malpractice happen to me from the VA with no response. Senators and governors I have contacted said it's a federal government problem and nothing they can do. So I have lost all confidence in your ability to make the right decisions for this country. Oh, plus you continue to tax people out of their homes and sit back and enjoy watching it destroy their lives. I had a lot of confidence in you and prayed very hard you were going to fix this great nation. But so far your performance is pretty subpar. Not that anything I say matters. We the people no longer have a voice in this nation." Oh, I mean, I thought it was being run so great. Right? I thought it was the Chick-fil-A was being run perfectly until Biden came along and tried to run it like a McDonald's. I bet Randy got calls back under the Biden administration. Next up is a Twitter user who's so close to getting it. They're so close. missed it by that much. Anyway, this person said, quote, "What a waste of taxpayer dollars. I voted for Trump 3 times and I'm starting to regret it. Should have been DeSantis." Really? Yeah. Should have been the guy who at this very moment is accused of stealing $35 million from child welfare and medical funds and using it for political consultants and ads. Yeah. If you haven't heard that story, I have that one coming up for you guys later this week. But yeah, I also have a video from a recent focus group. This was conducted by Engages. So take a listen to what this 2024 Trump voter had to say.
Good for him, and I regret the vote. He hasn't kept his word on a lot of things, and I think a lot of things are a mess right now. The growth of the economy, he's fired a lot of people, and I think also on the whole immigration thing, I kind of agree with part of what Olivia said, that we needed it for the crime, but it's gone overboard. ICE has gone out of control.
Yeah, we needed to, take out the immigrants for the crime. Never mind the crime that's already here from native-born Americans. I mean, these people are ridiculous. But anyway, that was a North Carolina swing voter. She went for Biden in 2020, flipped for Trump last year. I don't know if we can officially write off his presidency yet. I mean, the guy's like a cockroach, right? It's hard to get rid of him, but it is looking very bad for Trump right now. The worst it's ever been for him, especially with the Epstein files hanging over his head. Anyway, this next voter just slammed into the find out phase headfirst. 44-year-old Sergio Ruiz, excuse me. He was interviewed by the Associated Press. It was in an article titled, "This Holiday Season Isn't Very Merry for Consumers." So Ruiz voted for Trump, and he told the AP he is now having to use buy now, pay later programs to purchase Christmas gifts for his kids this year. I mentioned this the other day, and that this was the overwhelming method for people to purchase their Christmas gifts over the Thanksgiving holiday on Black Friday. So here's the article, or part of the article, and Ruiz said that he's hoping that interest rates are going to come down more because he's in the real estate business and he is suffering right now. And he told the reporter, quote, "Prices are up. What can you do? You need to make more money." Really? That's it? That's the only thing, Sergio? Check this out, Sergio, and stay with me for a minute. You can make more money, or you could vote for a party that doesn't continually give tax breaks to the wealthy while imposing tariff taxes on everyone else. So just a thought that maybe there's another way to do it. Maybe if we didn't have Donald Trump with his ridiculous asinine policies, you wouldn't have to use buy now, pay later programs for your kids' Christmas gifts. Anyway, I also have some posts from Truth Social, the belly of the beast. One user replied to a Trump post where he was touting his great economy, and he also slammed Marjorie Taylor Greene. This was during the biggest part of the dust-up between the two of them last month. And this person said, quote, "Everything is still expensive. Lie more, Donald. God forbid someone doesn't agree with everything you say." And then another Truth Social user replied and said, quote, "I am withdrawing my support of you," because Donald Trump said, I'm, withdrawing my support for Marjorie Taylor Greene. So turning on him even on Kool-Aid Central. That's how bad it has gotten. And like I said, the focus group participants were not happy with him. Not happy. I will have that story for you as well this week. So Anyway, guys, there you go. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
Hey ho, let's go. Coming to you. What's really going on in medicine and policy, simply explained. Today, we are unpacking a big legal win. Well, it's mostly a win for preventative care, courtesy of the U.S. Supreme Court's June 27, 2025 ruling in Kennedy versus Braidwood Management. The court upheld the power of the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force, also and awkwardly named the USPTSFTF. That group of 16 volunteer medical experts who grade preventative services based on solid evidence and help decide what insurance must pay for without stabbing patients with surprise bills. So here's the backstory. Since 2010, the Affordable Care Act has required insurers to cover preventative measures either rated an A or B by the U.S. Task Force without cost sharing. So those colon cancer screenings, flu shots, even preventative medicines like PrEP for HIV prevention have been out of pocket and free for consumers. One of the Affordable Care Act's biggest public health wins. But controversy lurked in the shadows. Bum, bum, bum. Texas, yes, to remove them at will. This, the clinic argued, made the task force binding recommendations unconstitutional and threatened to unravel a decade of coverage rules. Thankfully, the Supreme Court disagreed, writing for the majority. Justice Brett Kavanaugh noted that because of the task force members' answer to the HHS secretary who can remove and oversee them, they are considered inferior officers. That means the secretary's appointment power is valid and the task force recommendations stand legally. In short, preventative care coverage without out-of-pocket costs, stay for now. But it's not without a catch. Since HHS Secretary wields the appointment muscle, and with RFK Jr., known for his controversial views like shaking up vaccine advisory panels, there's a real concern about the future political influence. Kennedy can reshuffle that task force, possibly steering away from recommending preventative services for things like key, controversially questions like some sexual health measures, or even promote coverage for medical gadgets of dubious value like glucose monitoring wearables for non-diabetics. This means that while the court protected the legal structure of preventative care recommendations, the actual content and coverage could change depending on the politics at HHS. The checks and balances are there, but the how and what of preventative care might see some turbulence ahead. So, for nearly 100 million Americans with private insurance or Medicaid, today's or the Supreme Court ruling just a couple weeks ago signals that your no cost cancer screenings, your vaccines, and preventative meds aren't going away anytime soon. But it also reminds us how political appointees in health policy can reshape the direction of preventative medicine. And here at Noise Filter, we say prevention shouldn't be a political football. It's a chance to keep people healthier, longer, and save healthcare dollars. Because the only surprises you want in health are surprises dance parties and not surprise copays. So stay noisy, stay savvy, and remember, in the game of prevention, knowledge is the best defense with no Senate confirmation required.
everybody. Welcome back to another interview session on Locally Sourced. I'm Carter, usual host. And today, my guest is Keith Howard. He is running for the CD1 seat, which is being vacated by Chris Pappas. He's currently state representative and, if I'm not mistaken, the chair of the House Progressive Caucus. Keith, how you doing today, man?
One slight correction. I'm the vice chair of the House Progressive
Vice chair,
Caucus.
excuse me, vice chair.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes.
No worries, no worries. Again, I know Ali Murray, our chair, would appreciate me correcting that.
Yeah, no, by all means, I don't want to get things wrong here.
Yeah.
So,
but
all right,
great.
Go ahead.
Yeah, great to be here, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course, man. So, I'm gonna start off with a question that, like, I'm trying to ask specifically people that are running for, like, a national seat. Because, and I say this because, for anybody that has not seen previous episodes or doesn't know anything about me, I'm a carpenter, by day, and I spend a lot of time working with blue collar dudes or the no collar dudes, as the case may be. And I was talking with a coworker today, and mentioned we were doing this, and he didn't know about you, or really he doesn't really pay that much attention to, like, in the weeds politics, but he kind of made a statement about, like, oh yeah, politics is super fucked up, and, like, you can't trust any of them, whatnot. And so the question that I want to start with is something we see a lot with people that run for national office is, like, and I mean sometimes in local seats too, but generally speaking, like, people get down to Washington, and the kind of, what's that movie, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington or whatever, you get there and all of a sudden, like, the machine just starts to beat you down, and, like, you're subjected to lobbyists and special interest groups and whatnot. And so on a much more, like, ephemeral philosophical level, like, let's say you make it through the primary and then you make it through the general and you go down to Washington. What's your sort of, like, mental plan, your emotional plan to be able to resist the pressures of that stuff? Because I think, like, a lot of times nowadays people are very worried that they're like, yeah, I'll elect a politician, they'll go down, they'll cave to, like, whatever rich bastard is gonna, try and get in their pocket, and that's a concern that people have. So I'm just curious to hear how you respond to that particular issue.
Yeah, I mean, unlike a lot of people, I have a record of trying to fight back against this type of corruption and, in this type of lobbying that we have that has become commonplace. And I think that it's really important that we have people who are going to, stand on those values. I've been very clear on, this campaign that, I'm not taking any corporate PAC funds. I'm not taking any money from groups like AI PAC. And it's something where, you can look at my record, you can look at my history. I've never taken corporate PAC funds. It's something where I've been completely grassroots funded every single time that I've run. And I think that that's really important to making sure that we actually have leaders who are actually funded by the people that they are going to represent. I mean, a majority of my donors are people who live right here in New Hampshire. And I think that it's important that we have to think locally when it comes to our elected officials. Unlike, a number of other people who, may have gone to an Ivy League university or whatnot. I grew up here. I went to Spalding High School in Rochester, New Hampshire, not necessarily known for being the best school, but I think that it's a great school. I think it's an amazing school with an amazing community. And I went to the University of New Hampshire. I've been here my entire life. I'm a 7th generation Granite Stater, and it's something where I think that we need people who are going to stand up to the system as is, and really push back, because I think that, you know, being on the younger side of the spectrum, it is important that we also think about the fact that this country that you know, our ancestors have built, you know, we really, I think, have a duty to try and uphold you know, the rights that should be enshrined for everyone, but are seemingly are being, you know, stripped away.
Yeah. No, decent answer, man. And I mean, it's like, I think there's probably a certain amount of people feeling like they would be happy to hear about sort of your background. You know, I too am New Hampshire native. You know, I've been here for 31 of my 36 years, and it's, you know, setting aside the time I was in college in Boston, which was a pretty formative experience for me. You know, this is the place that I am and I love, and I'm where I'm from, and it's, you know, like my high school is recently sued the bejesus out of the state over the education funding. I was, you know, kind of proud of them. So it, generally speaking, that's a halfway decent answer, and I'll take it. So regarding PAC money, right now you're sort of the lead candidate in the race, the primary race, is Stephanie Shaheen. Now, like, anybody that's ever tuned into my channel before knows that I'm not exactly a fan of the Shaheen family. You mentioned taking PAC money. So far, Stephanie Shaheen has received $324,452 just through Act Blue. And her family has completely maxed out private contributions to the tune of $21,000 for the primary, and then another $21,000 for the general. And she's thrown in $7,000 of her own money. She's gotten $10,500 from JB Pritzker. So, I mean, like, for anybody that wants to talk about how JB Pritzker is some sort of progressive champion, I want to try and put that to bed right here and right now. But I mean, there's a lot of big money that's coming into her campaign, a lot of it from out of state, and people can go to the FEC website and have a look for themselves to see what I'm talking about. When it comes to this, you've got on your platform, you talk about ending Citizens United, and I think that's something that speaks pretty concisely to, like, the interests of where a lot of regular people are at, where they just want to see the end of money. And I'm aware that you seem fairly, you know, given that you did call out Gene Shaheen at a dinner, which was a pretty, like, rewarding moment for a lot of the people on the progressive side of things here in New Hampshire. You seem pretty measured about your willingness to, like, directly attack your candidate or your primary opposition. So where do you fall in terms of, like, how you're approaching taking on a challenger that's so entrenched in dynastic New Hampshire politics?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you just hit the nail right on the head. It's dynastic. And it's something where I don't really believe that the experience that is being brought to the table is one that really warrants the type of praise. I should rephrase that. But you know, I mean, it is something where Senator Shaheen, I do appreciate her, you know, in her service in a lot of regards, but it is just foolishness to believe some of these people and accept a handshake agreement. And I mean, we saw that today. It came to fruition. The Republicans had a vote on this, and it didn't meet the 60 vote requirement that they needed in order to bring it to the floor. And I don't think that that is acceptable for how we as a people are in such need of these ACA tax credits. And I think that the population of New Hampshire and the people of New Hampshire really understand that. I mean, I've talked to people and they've been very vocal about how upset they are about the current situation. And this just felt so avoidable in a lot of ways, where we could have stood so much stronger against a lot of the proposals that the Republicans had put into that continuing resolution. And I don't really think that it was a smart thing to support. And this is also, something that is not necessarily just going to be about the political decisions, but it's about the fact that this costs people's lives. This is going to kill people, and I can't really stand by that, and I can't really accept that.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I personally get my health insurance through the ACA, and mine tripled personally. And I'm currently trying to figure out how I'm going to deal with that. I was sort of waiting for any kind of information to come through. Hopefully something would work out, and I now know I'm going to have to sign up this weekend. I was like waiting right until the end of the open enrollment period, and it's just, yeah, it's a nightmare. It's like, I think there's another part of it that, it's like, Stephanie Shaheen is was the, I think, COO or CEO rather of what bills itself as a fintech health company that basically works as a middleman to provide nutrition programs for people using Medicare dollars. And my immediate thought when I saw her sort of disagreeing with her mom's choice there is, I'm like, yeah, but I mean, you're not really directly impacted by that, aside from the fact that your company is now probably having less government dollars in the bag. Like, that's not something that you feel personally. That's something that your wallet feels.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's just, it's really a bummer.
Yeah, it is. But, I think at the end of the day, it is something where I think that it is something that, we need to talk about is the proposals that are being put forward when it comes to healthcare. I mean, I have not heard anything about her supporting Medicare for all. I think that is a really important value that we have to hold strong to, because we have to be honest. I mean, and this is something where, people like Senator Shaheen refuse to admit that the ACA tax subsidies and the ACA as a whole is not working in a positive manner. It is better, I think, than before the ACA and the way that the market worked. But that's basically like saying that a small pile of garbage is better than a large pile of garbage. It's like, it's still a pile of garbage at the end of the day. Because the profit incentives are still there for these insurance companies to exploit people who just need healthcare.
Yeah. And the people always forget that the ACA is literally a rebranded Republican plan that Mitt Romney rolled out in Massachusetts. Like, this isn't it wasn't even Obama's idea. They just copy pasted a plan that was essentially subsidizing an industry that's literally designed to prey on sick people.
Exactly. And, it's disappointing. I think that the way that this could have turned out would have been so much better if there was a public option initially. But, that's not where we are. And I think that we've seen in countries like Australia, where they have gone from a universal model to a tiered model, how that affects people in a detrimental manner, even to just have two separate tiers. And that's where I think that we need to have that a universal single payer system where everybody is treated equally. And making sure that people get the care that they need is, I think, a human right that the United States has not recognized.
Right. Well, and I mean, and this is sort of an interesting thing because I literally just made a video about this the other day, where it's like it's not a right in this country. It should be a right, but it's not. And I find that to be incredibly disgusting. Just to like put it out there. That's it. But like people always forget that the flip side of the coin that is rights is responsibilities, and you have to take responsibility for the people that you elect to hold them to account, to make sure that they are in agreement that what we all agree should be a right, which is like, being healthy, living to an old age, is something that's a consensus. And we've chosen to capitalize that particular need that people have. It's an inelastic thing. You know what I mean? In the same way that I this gets into a different topic a little bit, and we can save it for a little later, but it's like I find housing to be the same thing. It's like we've chosen to commodify something that has inelastic demand. Everyone needs a roof over their head. And I think there's sort of the broader philosophical look at like, well, what do we even, when we say something's a right, what does that even mean?
Yeah. I mean, to be frank, it's the fact that the United Nations, in their Declaration for Human Rights, they include healthcare. I mean, the United States is violating international law by not having a universal healthcare system. And I think that in terms of what we have to consider a right, we do have to consider that the planet and the globe has considered healthcare to be a right. And I think that especially in the richest nation in the world, we can afford to give people that healthcare. And it is kind of funny, listening to some conservatives talk about this point where it's like you're not entitled to people's labor. And I always think back to the fact that our founding fathers, implemented trial by jury. That was one of the big things that they wanted to push forward to make sure that the common man had the opportunity to have a case heard in front of a court of their peers. And I think that, we clearly have kind of drifted away from that kind of mentality in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you bring that up because my immediate thought is like, well, we're not entitled to someone else's labor, but I mean, isn't jury duty a form of labor? Like, is it like I mean, not only is it labor to go in and have to like engage in this process of hearing and the case and making a judgment on it, whatever, it's also removing you from your actual labor that you need in order to pay your bills.
Exactly.
So that's a bit contradictory to me.
Yeah, it is. And, but at the same end, it is a job that somebody has to take up. And
it's a duty. It's a responsibility.
It's a responsibility. And it is something that the government does pay people to go and do. And it's the same thing for, the judge. It's the same thing for public defenders. And it's the same thing for prosecutors.
Couldn't agree more. So while we're on the topic of healthcare, you've talked about this in a number of different locations, so I won't get too deep into it, but you experienced a very grave injury at a young age. And rather than getting into the whole story, which people can go and they can check out your social media, they can hear that story. My question is, what was sort of the most galvanizing moment through all of that made you look at the system and decide that advocating for something like Medicare for all was a position that you had to take moving into politics going forward?
Yeah, I mean, it's my mom. She's the one who would always spend hours fighting with insurance companies on the phone, and it was really something where I appreciate her more than anybody else. It is something where I look at what she did for me when I first broke my back. I remember her spending every single one of her sick days, every single one of her vacation days to spend with me in the hospital. And I am very thankful for that. It is definitely impactful seeing that person who is fighting, tooth and nail for you to get, the care that you need. Because I mean, at the time it was her fighting, the nursing staff a little bit, because I was being put in an anti-clotting bed. So they move, and when you have a fractured spine, it's not exactly the best thing to be moving around. And so I had to find a stationary bed. And so my mom was able to get that for me, and she was able to find one somewhere in the hospital. And it was things like that where, she was fighting tooth and nail to make sure that I was getting everything that I needed. And yet, the biggest hassle, it wasn't the nursing staff, it wasn't the doctors, it wasn't, the hospital administration, it was the insurance company. That was the biggest problem. That was always the biggest hitch. And I think that that's a little bit problematic when you have trained medical professionals giving approval for things, and then we don't have approval from the insurance company. It's like, oh, well, you actually need prior authorization for that. It's like, okay, we're in a hospital. Like, it shouldn't be that hard. And it's just this constant mess that I think we need to resolve, because otherwise I think we're going to continue to see an increase in the cost of healthcare in this country and a decrease in the actual healthcare outcomes that people are receiving.
Yeah. So let's sort of change direction here a little bit. I mean, not that it's all really connected though, huh? So yeah, it all sort of relates to each other. And this gets it. So a lot of people, I hear a lot of people talk about how they really miss Lena Khan, and I certainly do too. Antitrust.
Yeah.
Where do you feel like antitrust is something that's like an incredibly important part of your campaign? I know, it's like I don't necessarily, I understand that End Citizens United is part of that, but it's a little less discussed on the platform that you have on your website right now. And I just want to sort of kind of get more of a feel of where you're at on antitrust specifically, like to give a little bit of context here, right? At this particular moment, while we're recording this interview, there's a big hullabaloo about the merger of Warner Brothers and Netflix, and this sort of fight between the Ellison family, and just we're seeing a broader consolidation of media in general. Now, I mentioned I'm a carpenter. I'm also a member of IATSE, which is the Studio Mechanics Union across the country. I'm part of the local 481, which covers all of the New England states with the exception of Connecticut. Now, in general, the movie workforce is I build sets for movies. The workforce that works on movies is thoroughly unionized. You have several different unions that are pivotal in that. Writers Guild, Directors Guild, SAG, IATSE, and the Teamsters are pretty involved too. A lot of us have experienced a significant downshift in the amount of work available to us because of corporate mergers, because of contract negotiations that have gone on where they wanted to use AI to write scripts, or, you know, they wanted to take the likeness of actors and they wanted to, you know, use it indefinitely without ever having to pay the actors for their labor. And so there's a sort of evil synergy that's happening there at the corner of antitrust and union busting in a lot of ways. And you know, it's like, it's one thing to be supportive of unions, and I know that you have the most support from unions out of any of the candidates running, which I think is great. I think kind of the flip side of that coin is the corporate consolidation that's occurring that is sort of indirectly engaging in union busting activities. So that's one side of the question about antitrust. The other side is sort of private equity and how that plays into things like private equity companies coming in and buying up houses and, you know, paying cash on hand at higher than asking price and basically forcing families to not be able to find housing. So this is like a very, very intricate problem that I think goes over a lot of people's heads, and I'm curious as to where you sort of sit on all this.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I have a lot of concerns about, you know, the consolidation of a lot of these large corporations, because, I mean, at the end of the day, we are seeing these multi-billion-dollar deals being made, yet the workers are being completely left out or being screwed over. And I think that we really need to, you know, uplift these people any way that we can, and we need to make sure that we are able to protect the industries that these people rely on. And I think that, you know, in terms of the market that has been set up, we do need to have competition in some regard. You know, it is something where you have to look at the different types of markets that are available and make decisions as to whether they are elastic or inelastic, because a lot of these things, like you mentioned, healthcare, housing, education, they can all be super inelastic, you know, or I mean super elastic, where they can cost relatively whatever and people will pay the price for it. I mean, I think that there is a definite line where, you know, these different areas are not necessarily being promoted as well as they should. And I mean, you know, in areas like the housing market that you mentioned, where these private equity firms are coming in, buying up these single family homes, what is that doing? That's destroying the housing market. If they're paying $50,000, $100,000 over asking price, and then they're turning around and renting these properties out as short-term Airbnbs rather than long-term rentals. So it's not actually putting another unit on the market. It's artificially removing those units from the market while allowing for developers to make more money off of building homes that people are not actually going to live in. And I think that that's a real problem, because we need to make sure that people are really the center and focus of our economy, because profits are all well and good, but ultimately we need to be thinking about the well-being and affordability of people to live their day-to-day lives.
Right. And this is something that I think the whole abundance movement kind of like just completely misses, right? Their notion is the, you know, the fucking Ezra Klein dude. Anyways, they seem to think that if we just simply engage in zoning reform and deregulation that we're going to solve the issue. And it doesn't really address the issues like private equity. It also doesn't address issues of sort of a subsidy, right? Now, this is something that I have been on about for a long time, and I'm curious to hear where you stand on this. when it comes to subsidizing housing, there's a lot of ways that you could do that. But do you believe that creating some sort of public housing subsidy would be beneficial to the people of not just New Hampshire, but the country at large?
Yeah, when we're talking about public housing projects, they have to be mixed income. And when you look at the most successful public housing projects, they are all multi income level, and it allows for an opportunity instead of, in particular, instead of classifying a lot of these individuals or families into neighborhoods that are of the same class, it allows for a lot of opportunities for class movement and for people to actually lift themselves up. And I think that that's really something that we need to be talking about if we're going to pursue public housing projects, because oftentimes they're just seen as the projects, which we need to really talk about how we can uplift it more than just what has been traditionally done.
And so I completely agree with that. And I think we've done public housing in an incredibly racist and draconian way here in the United States, and then we use the failures of that horrible implementation to point at it and say, look, it's terrible, we shouldn't do this. And it's like, well, yeah, because you did it in a really asinine way. To my understanding, and I could be getting parts of this wrong, but something that I'm aware of, we're talking about this notion of private equity coming in and buying up houses, right? To my understanding, in China, now before anybody freaks the hell out, in China, something that they'll do, the government will purchase homes and then offer like 100-year lease on a home at a reasonable rate to the people. Do you think that is an idea, like that type of reconception of what public housing is or what it could look like? Do you think that's something that's worth entertaining?
I think that is a better alternative than people turning to selling their homes to private equity. I think that is definitely something that can be considered and discussed. It's how we move forward with this, I think, is definitely going to require a number of different solutions, and it's going to require creative solutions. So it is something where we have to try and put forward a number of different options and alternatives for folks.
Right. And I don't necessarily mean like whole cloth, like there's, like I said, there's a lot of ways to sort of crack that egg, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be like full government ownership of the home and then you're directly leasing it from the government. You could have it go a number of different ways where you could say the government allots a certain amount of subsidy to a family that's trying to move into a single home or whatever. But the notion here is to create alternative ways of dignified living for people that are trying to improve their quality of life. And then also I feel like that could resuscitate certain communities that are dying out or have no local economy, like, degrading infrastructure, what have you, right? I'm a fan of, I like the idea of using the government as a jobs program to help, say, fix up destitute buildings, like decrepit buildings, make them better. Let's look at what stock we have available. Let's improve those things. Let's find a way to sort of cut that, because if we can decrease homelessness that way, we can increase the sort of just retained wealth that people will have that can create upward mobility to a point where they're able to get into a market that maybe they're able to get a more luxurious home that there is outside the subsidy bracket, whatever, right? There's a bunch of ways to deal with this, but I get sort of frustrated when people refuse to look at models outside of our country because American exceptionalism, and see like, hey, maybe like what's working in this place that we might have traditionally just like written off entirely because we're subject to red baiting for, you know, the better part of a century or more.
Yeah. I definitely think that, you know, we as Americans do tend to write off a number of different ideas from other countries that work well. And it is something where we have to kind of come up with options that we can pursue that would actually help alleviate these problems, and looking at other countries and how they have solved you know, similar problems, I think is definitely the way that we need to be turning to, because, you know, the American exceptionalist idea that we're going to just solve it and make it all better, that has not worked. I mean, over the past 40 years, things have seemingly progressively gotten worse on a number of different factors. You know, whether we're talking about, you know, media transparency, whether we're talking about healthcare costs, you know, whether we're talking about education prices, you know, housing, the whole nine. You know, you can look at whatever you want and you can see how things have just exploded in terms of cost, in terms of actual options that people have. And I think that that's really a concern that is something that, you know, Americans need to really handle and focus on, because otherwise we're not necessarily going to solve these problems.
Right. And I think, you know, something I appreciate about your platform as a whole, you know, if you step back and look at it as a whole, is I mean, I really appreciate the emphasis you place on workers, right? Something I like to say, something I like to sort of harp on myself is that, you know, like, I think one of the best tools that we have to uplift just every single marginalized community, every single one, whether it's on racial lines or gender or, you know, if you're disabled, what have you, there's sort of the great equalizer that in a lot of ways we all have to work, and if we're not working, we're relying on somebody that has to work, right? That's, I mean, in a family, you know, it's like, and most people, you know, I think you're a great example of this. I know and have a number of friends that have disabilities, and there's not a single one of them that does not want to be productive, that does not want to contribute, that does not want to work, right? And I think that when we accept that work is sort of the great equalizer, right? It's really kind of the thing that unites us all, the drive to be productive, to create in whatever sense applies to an individual. And that's one of the best uniting tools that we have. And I think people get caught up when they think about sort of the liberal emphasis that we really saw take prevalence in the 90s going up till now, that tried to place identity politics issues first in favor of sort of, you know, subverting the class argument. And I find that your platform speaks very specifically to class issues. And what I think is so interesting about that is that you are somebody who has experienced disability. And so I'd like to sort of, you know, it's like in many ways you're making the argument from the position of one of these marginalized spaces. And I'd like to sort of hear how you understand that position, because I think it would be valuable for people to see why that's the in a sense, the class first argument does not mean everything else is somehow secondary or tertiary to the argument itself, that it's actually all one and the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think that at the end of the day, we have to think about how people are able to live their lives. And the thing is that we've unfortunately had, I feel, a lot of these issues that are related to identity being used as wedge issues to divide the country, and people who, may agree with us on economic policy, may be, turned off by the, whatever culture war crap is being put forward. And I feel like that is really kind of the point. It's to distract us from really what we need to be talking about. And I think that there is really kind of a necessity for us to really get back to talking about the economic impact that democratic policies actually have. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the Democrats in 2024, most of them lost, across the country. It was very, very clear that the Republicans were better at messaging on things like affordability. And Democrats ended up suffering. And what happened in 2025 was there have been a number of Democrats running on affordability. Look at New York City with Zohran Mamdani winning an absolutely insane mayoral race where he focused on affordability and was able to talk about it from a position of an economics, an understanding of economics that I think is very similar to, people like myself. And I think that that's really important to be able to kind of highlight the fact that Democrats actually do have the opportunity to win it, and they not just Democrats, but people who are running on these policies have the opportunity to win and actually make a huge impact in their communities.
Yeah. Do you feel like it's sort of important to ignore the noise of all that culture war stuff as an elected official? I mean, like, I think something that I see, there's a lot of argument going on amongst leftist circles right now about everybody being disappointed that Zohran Mamdani was, sort of, as people are saying, put his thumb on the scale in terms of the primary challenge against Hakeem Jeffries with Chiose, and like that, like my personal reaction to that is like, look, like Zoran's got a lot of very important policies that he needs to put forward, and Hakeem Jeffries is very, very capable of standing directly in the path of all of those things. And so there's a certain amount of like battle picking that needs to happen here. And I think that sort of like political mindset is important for people to keep in mind, that this is an incredibly cutthroat arena. And yeah. My question is sort of like, do you feel like you have that those kind of chops to really like put your foot down about stuff and just be like, no, like I'm not dealing with that nonsense? I mean, like, I think Bernie Sanders is pretty good at this too. The criticisms of Bernie aside, I think there's some positions that I don't necessarily fully like see eye to eye with him on, like more or less related to like his hesitancy to call what's happening, like his sort of like late arrival to calling what Israel was doing in Palestine a genocide. Like that is a certainly a critique that I would have of Bernie Sanders at this point, despite how much I may like personally ride or die for the dude. Like there's this question of like having the fortitude to just tune that noise out. You feel like that's something that you've sort of like, you got the stock for?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, I think that there are times where it's important to, speak up and do what we can. And, there are times where I have spoken on, some of these issues, because I do think that, at the end of the day, we do also have to do what we can to, try and, help people understand, the positions that we have. And I mean, I also think that, the way of talking about it also, instead of being, as individualistic and identity specific as we are, I mean, we need to be talking about how people have, individual freedoms and individual rights that we need to protect. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, people who are just trying to live their lives without impacting another person are being told how in what they can do, whether it be, with LGBTQ plus rights, whether it be with reproductive rights, whether it be with disability rights. We are seeing all these problems at the end of the day, but it's coming back to humanity, I think, that we really need to focus on in those individualistic rights that people do have, and really, making sure that people understand that. And I think that that's really kind of the best argument that we can put forward, because it's a way of using, arguments that I've heard conservatives bring forward. And I think that that is something that resonates with people, and we need to use and learn from the successes that other people are having.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, so I thank you. I just sort of was going to use this moment anyways, but it's like, I just mentioned sort of my personal gripes with Israel, and you have directly spoken out and called what's going on overseas a genocide. Now, I want to. I just recently put out a video. Here's the shameless plug moment. People can go check it out on the channel. But I just put out a video that sort of explores the military-industrial complex in the state of New Hampshire, and it is a massive part of our state economy, absolutely massive. And it's, I mean, it's not just guns, right? It's optics, it's laser guided missiles, it's aerospace tech, it's work, like we have Raytheon, we have BAE Systems, we have Sig Sauer, we have L3 Harris, the list goes on and on. And there's a really sort of unfortunate rock and hard place situation that we're in this state, where there are so many jobs that are tied up in international conflict, and there's an incredible amount of money that comes into this state, not just from those, it comes by way of National Defense Authorization Acts funding private corporations to design tech that is then used by the military, right? There's also the fact that, New Hampshire's exports to Israel total over $184 million. The percent change in that from 23 to 24 was 70.53%, right? We are Israel's number 9 ranked trade partner. We're so deeply tied to this country that essentially acts as a weapons testing lab for us, right? And we have this sort of plausible deniability as Americans, and as a country, where we can sort of let Israel do all of this really sort of just dark, grim development of weapons tech on the Palestinian people, and we here are benefiting and paying bills with blood on our hands in the state of New Hampshire directly because of this. Now, I understand that there's sort of a hesitation to want to attack this particular industry because of the jobs that it produces for people in the state, but those jobs are also, for the production line workers, the blue collar side of those jobs, right? They're making, in many cases, less than $70,000 a year, which means that they are paying over 30% of their income on housing anyways, right? And even with those higher level jobs, you're talking about like maybe at best like 250,000, and that's like you've got government clearance, you've like security clearances, you're an engineer, like you went to school, like you're paying off student loan debts, right? And even that is still a degree of poverty in this country where, we look at the numbers on Black Friday, and it was the lowest number of sales, but also the biggest return. And the point that makes is that the top 10% of earners are the ones that are carrying the economy in this instance. I'm trying to paint a picture here. about just the how deep we are in. We are not knee deep, we are shoulder deep in this problem. And this does in a way loop back around to the very first question I asked, which is sort of the resistance to lobbyists and special interest groups and whatnot. Again, it's all connected. What's your stance on just the fact that we are so deeply tied to this, and the fact that you are calling what's happening over there a genocide, because it is, and I think it's hard for folks to deny when they see videos of families, children being killed by Israeli occupation forces.
Yeah, I mean, it's really disturbing looking at what's happening in Gaza, and I mean to the Palestinians. And I think that, you know, we as Americans, I think can afford to continue providing, you know, these weapons to Israel. And it's not that we're, you know, just giving them money. It's the fact that the U.S. government is paying for these weapons that then Israel is being given. You know, I mean, we're it's kind of funny that we call it military aid, because the last thing it's doing is aiding the people of Gaza. And I just don't think that that's acceptable. And I have been very firm on the fact that I will not vote to support a furthering of these subsidies being sent to Israel. I don't think that that's acceptable. And I mean, still the you know, defense corporations and industry, I think, is one that we desperately need to try and move away from. There are a lot of other things that these engineers could be doing, and, you know, putting their talents and efforts towards tasks that would actually benefit the population rather than kill a population would definitely be an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, there's been reporting that's come out. Friend of the show, Colin Booth, who works for Granite Post, he just recently published an article, it was just the other day, about how Kelly AI has received the maximum donation of $15,000 from Sig Sauer after she basically made it so that they couldn't be legally pursued for handguns that are misfiring, that are literally, they're injuring police. And this is like, look, like, people might get kind of twisted about this when I say this. Like, I like the cops in my town, frankly.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, the cops in my town spend more time doing like animal control stuff than they do really like hounding folks. They've been really good here. And so I think, like, you know, I understand defund the police. I think, you know, what I find hilarious about Zoran Mamdani's campaign is everybody was like, whoa, you walked away from defund the police. And it's like, no, not in a sense, not really. He literally made every single argument surrounding what the actual defund the police movement was without ever using the slogan, which I think was fascinating. And really the idea is to actually divert the unnecessary jobs that police have to do so that they can focus on actually keeping communities safe. So when I hear about police officers who are being supplied weapons that they need in order to do their job, in a sense, that's a separate discussion. But for that to just be sort of poo-pooed by the governor, and it's really like it hurts to see that, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's not very pro-law enforcement, because, I mean, as you said, and as you mentioned, a majority of the lawsuits that are coming out, or that were coming out against Sig Sauer, were filed by police officers. And it's just, you know, very troubling, because, you know, I mean, the firearm that they are complaining about, it's the P238. It's a handgun that does not have a safety. And I think that is something where there is a liability to producing such a weapon, especially if that is also being sold and contracted to police officers. I mean, I think that, realistically speaking, I think that all of our police officers should be using some sort of safety on their firearm. And if there's a firearm that's able to go off while it's holstered, like that weapon, I don't think that, that should be protected in a lot of ways. And, I did vote on that legislation to actually put forth liability for gun manufacturers like Sig Sauer when it comes to things like that, because I do think that they do have a responsibility, especially once they do know that it is a problem, that they do have to rectify it.
Right. And this kind of wraps into the more overall conversation. I mean, like a separate story that came out was reported by Reuters. BAE Systems just won a $1.7 billion contract with the U.S. Navy to create guidance systems for missiles. This gets into the idea of what responsibility does the manufacturer of a weapon have when someone is hurt or killed with the weapon that they made. And this seems to be a debate that people are having. For me, I see it and I don't really understand how that's a debate, because that death or that, casualty, what have you, would not have occurred had the weapon not existed. So it's very difficult for responsibility to be absolved on the part of the maker. It's like, oh, I don't know, man, I just put it together. Like, that seems kind of like a hollow argument. Like, I don't understand what the basis for that is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also the fact that, like, the weapon itself is not functioning as it is intended, and we're saying, oh no, that's okay actually because it's a firearm. It's like, if you have a car, that is not necessarily produced correctly, there are, lemon laws that exist so that you can handle that. Just for example, I mean, this is something where there are ways forward to, handle these types of things. And I don't really think that, just giving them a blank check to say, well, whatever you guys do doesn't actually matter, you don't have any sort of consequence for your actions, really kind of plays poorly with I think the requirements, and especially the importance of the job that they have in designing a weapon that I think does need to be safe in a lot of regards to the actual user. But we're seeing a situation where, in terms of the liability that is being provided, it's all on the individual rather than the corporation that failed to actually do its job correctly.
Right. And then, so just the final leg of this, and then we'll log off for today. Education, right? I'm a staunch believer that, like, education is probably the most important baseline for democracy, just as a whole. We're now looking at the entire country being subjected to something that people in New Hampshire are incredibly familiar with, which is the voucher program.
Yes.
And I think there's a lot. There is such a deluge of reporting about this, how unsuccessful that program has been, and how the removal of the restrictions on that program, removing the income cap that was there, and how we are now seeing it's like the wealthiest people in our state are using tax dollars to send their children to religious schools, and that's not doing anything to aid students, families who are in communities that are lacking in dollars because they don't have like a donor town that funds their public school system to a certain extent. Meanwhile, these same families that are sending their children to private schools will still, if they have a disabled child, they will still send that disabled child to public schools because the public schools are the only place where these children with disabilities are able to actually get any kind of services they need. Meanwhile, those funds are being effectively drained out of those schools, which is reducing the quality of any of those supports that those disabled children might have. I personally find it really disgusting. And education for all is one of your main planks. So I just sort of want to, you have a very positive approach when you talk about it on your platform. And I think it's really wonderful that you are framing your campaign in a way that gives people something to vote for. What I am curious about is sort of your general critique of that system. I mean, I just described it in a very peripheral way, but I think you probably, being a state legislator, you're a lot closer to sort of the nuts and bolts of this. And, we just had a state legislator who it was instrumental in the implementation of a lot of the most grotesque policies that we're seeing that led to this. And he basically, he just resigned. He's gone. And so I'm just sort of curious, to hear your criticism of this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a program that, to be frank, is unconstitutional. I mean, when Republicans discussed this bill when it was first coming forward, they talked about how Maine actually lost a case in front of the Supreme Court saying that they had to fund a religious school. There's a very, very large difference between us and Maine. We have a section of our Constitution that explicitly says that no sect of any religion or school thereof shall receive tax dollars from the state of New Hampshire. And I think that that's very clear that we should not be giving these handouts to these religious schools in the way that we are, because 19 of the top 20 recipients for the EFA program are all religious based institutions. And I don't necessarily think that it is constitutional to pursue this type of program. Secondly, you're completely correct in the fact that this is draining money away from our already underfunded education system. It would help, I think, a lot if we just had a statewide funding program where the state was the one who managed school funding and, helped kind of from the top down. I think that would be significantly better than the way that we have it now, where the money is not necessarily coming from the state, but it's coming mostly from the locality. And then that money is then not necessarily leaving said locality. And, we have some places where, students are being provided, $45,000 plus per year for their education. And then on the flip side, you have students that are barely getting $5,000. So there's a very large difference in the type of funding that we are seeing being provided to our students across the state. And I think that it's an inequity that can easily be fixed if we actually had a funding model. And, this is something where even still, I was hoping, one of the main bills that I had prime sponsored this past year, HB 603, great number, it focused on special education funding. And in particular, it would have made it so that the state is the one that managed special education funding. I mean, there's a lot of pressure being put on the families of students with special education, and those needs need to be met. but they can also drastically increase the cost, especially for small communities, that people feel on their taxes. And there can be a lot of pressure and blame being placed on these families because of that. And that's one of the many problems that we have with the current funding model, because it really does punish people who are just trying to live their lives. And, if their kid it has special needs, they deserve an education just as every other child does. And I don't think that they should be punished or ostracized because of that. And this is an easy way that we could have helped solve that problem. Plus, it would have operated at an economies of scale that fits our state better, because it means that students, especially even those in small districts, are guaranteed to get the funding that they deserve. And I think that that is something where we are desperately needing an increase in that. It's something that I've heard a lot. My mom, I've mentioned her before, but she works as an occupational therapist in the Rochester Special Education Department, and we see it. I hear it all the time, and how much we desperately need to try and uplift the opportunities that these kids have.
Yeah, and so I guess I like your answer. Final sort of like question that we can end on here. The ever legendary "how are we going to pay for it" question. I think in a lot of ways what it comes down to is, my personal opinion, and that's just, I know a lot of people say this, but it can be summed up neatly in the tax the rich adage.
Yep.
Simply put. Now, I mean, like, there's ways to deal with that, right? Like, there's approaches to that. I would personally like to see us return to that sort of like post World War II era of taxation, where it was like, it was like the equivalent of, say, like, you're getting taxed normally up to what would be in today's dollars about $3 million a year, which is already just an incredible number, right? And then the idea is that you would be taxed 90 cents on the dollar for every dollar that you made after that 3 million. And that would functionally create the redistribution of wealth sufficient enough to resolve a lot of the inequity that we see in this country. Like, I'm a firm believer that billionaires they shouldn't exist, that every billionaire that we see is a failure of policy. And I just sort of want to get that one final check-in with you, that like, do you feel like that's the method by which you would like to see us kind of claw back some of those funds for just regular everyday people?
Yeah, I think, taxing the rich is one way that we can definitely do that. And, it's not just taxing the rich, but it's taxing these large corporations as well that, and they frustrate the hell out of me, because, they're making billions of dollars in profit every year, getting huge subsidies and tax breaks. And then they turn around and say to their employees how they can qualify for federal benefits. And it's just like, you have the money to be able to pay for it. And if you can't be trusted to provide that to your employees, I think you need to be taxed accordingly. I also think that, these programs, they also pay for themselves. There's a huge economic benefit to pursuing these programs. When we're talking about universal health care, I mean, to start, I mean, going back to, that conversation with Republicans talking about work requirements for things like Medicaid. I think that you need to be healthy in order to work. If I'm not feeling well, I can't really do my job as efficiently as possible. And that's something where people in the disability community are being thrown under the bus and being told, well, you actually have to get a job and you just need to suck it up in order to get your care. And that's just not how that works. It's a catch-22 where you're asking somebody to do something that if they don't feel well enough to do it, how can they possibly complete the task you're assigning to them? And then when we're looking at things like education, free trade or public universities, when we're talking about an education in general, see an increase opportunities that are available to people. Secondly, it allows for that social mobility and that class mobility that I think is really necessary, so that people can really uplift themselves in a more accessible fashion. And it also means that people are not going to be forced into the job market immediately if they don't want to. They can take the time to go to college if they want. Right now, under the current system that we have, people are often forced into the job market if they don't have the opportunity, the money to, to pay to go to school. And we need to try to make it so that they have that opportunity and that they have the option, rather than being forced into a job market that they might not necessarily want for a career. And it's something that we want to try and make sure that they have every ability to do that. Because we also know that, when we have people that are educated, when we have people that have healthcare, they have the opportunity to also pursue other economic opportunities and ventures that they otherwise might not be able to pursue. People are so often tied to their job for things like healthcare. They're so often tied to their job in so many regards because of that basic requirement. And I think that that is something where if we can help also lift that too, then that makes it so that we can guarantee that people have the opportunity to pursue some of those economic ventures that they want to pursue. They'll have the opportunity to start that business. They'll have that opportunity to go get that education. They'll have that opportunity to go better themselves and make sure that they have the opportunity to actually do something that they enjoy and are able to actually make money from, rather than whatever the first available gig is off the street. And I think that that is a way that we can make our economy stronger, that we can make our workforce stronger, that we can make our country and our community stronger. And I think that that's really important, because otherwise, we're going to see a continuation of people not necessarily having the skills that they need, a further consolidation of wealth, and the quality of life for everyday people going down the drain.
Right. And I mean, it just sounds so much better than, people having to just take what little crumbs they have and go gamble it on Kalshi or what's the other one? Poly market, you know what I mean? And just engage in the casinofication of our society. That's because that's not going to create any kind of upward mobility. And I think you're right that fundamentally making the argument for these social programs is in a lot of ways a pro-business argument, because what is the employer based health insurance but an obstacle to starting a business? It really frustrates me, because I think that stifles innovation to an incredible degree. And I always talk about how I don't want the freedom to choose my health insurance. I want the freedom to not think about my health insurance at all. I don't want to have to be sweating all this other nonsense. I just want these programs to be here. And I don't want to have to engage in some sort of weird game, whether it's getting involved in the stock market or, doing prop bets on a basketball game, to find some way out of the financial hole that I or so many others may find themselves in. You know what I mean? I don't like knowing that I go and I work in the cold and, spend my days really at risk of injury, to know that there is no upward mobility in that to in my own personal experience, but a lot of people that I know and I'm friends with and I work with that are, will do jobs that put their lives genuinely on the line. And they are so lionized by both political parties in this country, and yet we do nothing to provide any kind of safety net. It's like I know people that I work with on construction sites that say like, "Oh, I can't get hurt because I don't have health insurance." It's like, well, dude, what happens? Like saws are scary, man, and they'll do some stuff sometimes, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I mean, I have seen people just put their hand right in a blade and be rushed to the hospital, and now that it's like even after healing they're like, yeah man, this hand doesn't really work right anymore, or they're missing fingers, or that's like that sketches me out, that it's like you are just one mistake by not even yourself but maybe somebody nearby you making away from complete destitution.
Exactly. Yeah. And, that's where we have to, be cognizant as to, as a society, as to what we provide to people. And I think that's where, things like universal healthcare are the moral goods that we need to be pursuing, because ultimately it means that people who otherwise are, worried about those types of things, they don't need to necessarily have to worry about putting their lives on the line. And secondly, if we can help solve things like the healthcare crisis, we can solve a lot of these other problems where they're not going to necessarily have to be forced to work dangerous jobs in the first place. We can guarantee that they are going to have to go through the proper safety protocols. And it's something where, I hope that, people are following the proper safety protocols, but it is something where, people do, some things occasionally that are not necessarily the safest. And that's where, I mean, ideally we have a society that tries to look out for them and tries to prevent those types of things from happening, so that we can make sure that people are living their best lives, are able to pay their bills, are able to get the healthcare that they need, and aren't necessarily forced into dangerous working conditions that they could otherwise, take a little bit of time and actually do in a safe manner.
Right. Well, and it's not just that either. I mean, it's all look, like there are plenty of people that I know and I work with that are also they genuinely enjoy the work, you know what I mean? And there's and I do too, to a certain extent. Like I really like I like that. But to the point of, to sort of like loop it around to the education thing again, it's like it directly tied to healthcare. It's like, okay, like let's say you do love doing that kind of work, and then there's just some sort of very unfortunate thing that happens at work that causes you to not be able to do that line of work anymore. If we don't have something like a free education system where you're able to say like, oh, well, maybe I'll finally get into a totally different field that requires using my brain more than my body, that I'm still passionate about. It's like that there's actually a mechanism for that person to pivot in their life and find a totally new career, a totally new life that they're able to live, that they can heal to the best of their ability and have the most comfortable life that they can possibly have, while also having a relatively secure future through another path that helps satisfy and bolster and help grow their mental and intellectual state to a point where they're able to continue to engage and contribute with society.
Yeah. No, I agree. And that's, why we need to have educational opportunities for folks that they can pursue. And I think, at the end of the day, knowledge is something that we can pass to each other relatively cheaply. It's not something that you need to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to do. And I think that, it's a way that we can make sure that people have economic opportunities no matter what.
Awesome. Well, Heath, thank you so much. We've been talking for a while, so I don't want to hold you down too much longer, but it has been an absolute pleasure to have this chat with you today. And folks can go check out your website, Heath Howard for NH, getting that right. Yes.
Heath Howard
Heath Howard NH.com. Yes. So go there, check him out, contribute to his campaign. He's really up against a lot of headwinds from the establishment with Stephanie Shaheen, pushing back against that dynastic New Hampshire impulse. So yeah, thank you again, Heath, and we'll chat soon.
Of course, thank you, Cotter.
All right, guys, thanks so much for tuning in, and we will catch up with you soon. It's been a great conversation. So yeah, if you enjoyed this content, please subscribe to the channel. You can support on Patreon. Usual rigmarole here. At any rate, cheers everybody, and we will talk with you soon. Have a really great week.
Myla Reeson, who is the one of the grand dames of activism in the West Coast. And here we go. Well, welcome. We have a lot to talk about. But first, I want you to tell everybody about you, a little bit about your background and all this. And it's really great to see you.
Well, Sandy, I am so honored to be with you, and I'm delighted. Does that little 20 up at the top say that so far we've got 20 people watching?
Oh, we'll get more. It's just the beginning. It's just
right.
the beginning.
No, listen, 20's great. 20's great. And I wrote a bio because I was thinking that maybe you would use it to introduce me, but you want me to talk about
I did the bio in the, do you want me to read it? I mean, I did it I put it in the show notes, but we'd really like to hear it from you and not have me read, oh, she did this and she's that. No. You go for it, baby. Be animated. Be you.
Okay, well, some of you know me because I am constantly piping up about nuclear power.
Yes.
But that's just one of my interests, but it's a very important interest these days. And what I have noticed is that there are a lot of people on the left, especially young people on the left, who seems to have been persuaded by a very well-funded, in my opinion, campaign put out by the nuclear power industry that somehow nuclear power is needed to address our climate catastrophe. And it's a big lie that unfortunately a lot of people have been convinced about. And I think in part because the nuclear power industry is extraordinarily well funded, and they are able to fund academics and politicians galore. And Sandy, I'm just kind of veering from giving the audience all of my credentials, but let me say that one of the things that's been particularly disturbing is how influential and high-ranking Democrats have managed to subvert, or what's the word? I guess subvert works. Funding that had been allocated to address our climate crisis, and global warming, and to use that funding to throw billions upon billions of dollars into the sustaining the unsustainable nuclear power industry. And one example of that would be Jennifer Granholm in Michigan, where she has used something, I'm trying to remember exactly what the price tag is, but it's possibly $13 billion devoted to infrastructure and addressing global warming, to restart what some of us call, Kevin Camps from Beyond Nuclear tells us, is a zombie nuclear power plant, Palisades. Palisades was decommissioned years ago. It was literally, are you familiar with Palisades? And now they want to restart it and throw billions of dollars into restarting it. We don't know if it'll happen again because there's so many old broken parts at that Palisades reactor. It would be a real nightmare. But it's diverting money. That was the word I was looking for.
Diverting, yes. Yep. Yeah.
Diverting money from...
But the government's great at diverting money.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. So Jennifer Granholm's doing that over in Michigan at Palisades near, is it Lake Erie, I think? Possibly Lake but then
Michigan. Lake Superior? No, wait. Not
it's
Lake
Lake
Erie.
Erie.
Lake Michigan. Lake Michigan. Lake Michigan. There's Lake Erie, it's Ohio, and then me, I'm in Lake Erie. I live near Lake Erie. And then there's Michigan, Lake Michigan. So,
okay, well, I'll have to look it up. But out here in California, there was a historic deal that was made a few years ago to decommission the last nuclear power plant in California. That's the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant.
Yeah, that's the one I have the picture of. I think I have the picture. Yep.
Huh.
Is it
so?
Yeah, I think it's this one that I'm going to just pull up real quick. This one? Yep.
Let's take a look. Yes, there it is. That's Diablo.
Look at that. And of course, it's right on the water.
Well, almost all nuclear power plants are on the river.
I know. I know. Hudson River was ours.
Pardon me?
Ours, Indian Point, was on the Hudson River.
Right. They're all on the water because water is required to cool and to keep these reactors from blowing up. The only nuclear power plant in the United States that is not on the water is the Palo Verde nuclear power plant in Arizona, with 3 gigantic reactors. They actually, at Palo Verde, they aggregate municipal wastewater from around the state of Arizona, and then they treat that water and they evaporate 27,000 gallons of water every second of every day to keep that water, those reactors from blowing up. That's, I have to repeat it because it's an astonishing number. 27,000 gallons of water every minute of every day is evaporated. And when you look at an aerial shot of that facility in the desert, in the Arizona desert, you see normally columns of steam rising up, and that steam from the evaporation of that water usually is carried by the jet stream eastward, where it contributes to climate chaos. It doesn't precipitate where the water is needed in the desert.
Right.
Instead, it contributes to big storms to the east of Arizona. And that nuclear power plant is one of my focuses. And I have to tell you that when I moved back to California after having lived in New Mexico for many years, I got very involved in shutting down nuclear power in California. And not long after Fukushima blew up, we had a leak of radiation at the San Onofre nuclear power plant, which is between San Diego and Los Angeles. And very involved in the effort, the community effort to shut San Onofre down. And it was pretty remarkable because Fukushima had recently happened.
Right.
There was heightened awareness about the dangers of nuclear power. And people who lived in the vicinity of San Onofre, it's a highly populated area in Southern California, people started paying attention and arriving at their little municipal governments and lobbying. Can you hear the siren in the background?
Yeah, that's a city siren. I don't hear anything like that. I hear nothing where I am, in the middle of the nowhere.
It's a nice sound effect. At any rate,
I should have it on my sound effects.
At any rate, when the San Onofre sprung a leak, because Southern California Edison had become very greedy, and they had contracted with Mitsubishi in Japan to build them some new steam generators that were faulty because they got greedy, but they wanted to produce more electricity, and they removed a lot of the structure within the generators that would have stabilized all of the tubes that the water goes through, the steam goes through, in order to produce electricity. And one of those generators was offline. The other one sprung a leak, and some radioactivity was released. And people got very active, and they managed to persuade various municipal governments around Southern California to prevent Southern California Edison from restarting that very dangerous nuclear power plant.
Right.
That's and in that process, there were a couple of city councilors in Los Angeles. I'm in Los Angeles County. Live in Santa Monica, but I'm in Los Angeles County. And at that time, I was actually living in the city of Los Angeles. And my city councilman, Bill Rosendahl, and another city councilman crafted legislation in support, in solidarity with all of the little municipalities around Southern California that had written letters and passed resolutions at the behest of the many citizens who became active and worked to keep Southern California Edison from restarting San Onofre. And many of us were lobbying to get the Los Angeles City Council, the kind of the big kid on the block, to act in solidarity and write to pass a resolution to urge Southern California Edison from restarting San Onofre. And what I found out during that struggle was that the city of Los Angeles is not only invested in the Arizona Palo Verde nuclear power plant, but Los Angeles was actually instrumental in getting that nuclear power plant built. And the big decision for Los Angeles to buy in to the construction of the Palo Verde nuclear power plant. By the way, Palo Verde, two Spanish words, palo meaning stick, and verde meaning green stick. So
a nuclear green stick, huh? Jeez.
At any rate, so at the time that the city of Santa Monica bought in, we were going through it was the Carter administration, and the city councilors were worried about the energy shortage, and they wanted to make sure that there was enough electricity to power this metropolis, I guess you might call it, this sprawling metropolis.
Yes, and we've seen how it burns now too.
Right. And so just not long after 3 Mile Island, the big nuclear power.
Oh yeah, we were terrified.
Right. Well, right after that, not long after that, Los Angeles decided that it would be a good idea to invest in nuclear power.
God, I don't mean to laugh. It's all just absurd.
The reason I learned about it was the Los Angeles City Council was dragging its feet, and the municipally run Los Angeles Department of Water and Power was opposing a resolution to ask Southern California Edison to not to restart the nuclear power plant to our south. And the reason that they were opposing it was because they were co-owners in a nuclear power plant in Arizona.
Oh my gosh.
So that's what really piqued my interest, and I started doing research, and I found out more and more. I was really trying to figure out, well, as I said, they're in the desert. They need municipal wastewater to keep their 3 enormous reactors from blowing up.
It's crazy.
How much water are they using in the desert?
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I found a pamphlet that had been put out by the operator of the nuclear power plant for teachers to use for school children. And it was in that pamphlet that I found that figure. I found that I think there are 3 reactors, and I found the figure of 9,000 gallons evaporated every minute of every hour of every day one. So 3 times 9 is 27,000, and that's 27,000 gallons of what, when all 3 reactors are running, which they usually are, that's 27,000 gallons of water that could otherwise be used. Sandy, what do you think that water might be used for in the desert?
Well,
that means wastewater.
The wastewater? It could be.
Yeah, if you weren't using it for nuclear power, what might you use?
You would have saved it for firefighting or for drinking, because they can clean it. I mean, so many different things. Household use. I mean, a lot.
And then possibly replenishing the very depleted aquifer.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and revegetation.
So many things. But no. Well, here we had the problem with the Indian Point, and not far from where I live is the West Valley, which is the dump, which for years we have been in and out of the fight. Where the frig are they going to put all the barrels of the shit in? It's still not settled. It's still sitting there in West Valley, all of the nuclear waste that's not being used, that can't be used in the casks, and the cement and all that. Still. And that's not far from me. That's like 40 miles from me, 50 miles from me, West Valley. It's disgusting. And we talked, I remember in 2017, we were dealing with, this whole nothing happened because nobody knows where to put it. And that's another problem with nuclear. Now, to be fair, there are some people who are trying to tell me that there are newer kinds of reactors that are being built, and the science is changing, and there's thorium and all. So, I mean, I guess I have to. I mean, to learn about these things, I don't have to like them.
Well, a good resource for learning about thorium is there's a website that's run by an organization that, Helen Caldicott, Dr. Helen
Yes, she's wonderful.
The founder of Physicians for Social Responsibility. And she has an organization called Beyond Nuclear. So if you can go to beyondnuclear.org and Google Helen Caldicott and thorium, and what you learn is that Well, I mean, I've been hearing about thorium for years. It's one of those things that basically I don't believe there's a prototype, an actual working prototype.
Okay.
It's just like the so-called small modular reactors, which are not so small. And I didn't mention yet, but I am the co-host on a radio show, co-producer and co-host on a radio show called California Solartopia, and I do that with the star of the show, Harvey Wasserman, amazing anti-nuclear and activist and visionary, a sustainability visionary. He likes to call the so-called small modular reactors small mythological reactors, because again, for the most part, they are there are no prototypes. They just keep throwing money that could otherwise be used to develop. I mean, there's so many answers that we could get to, and solutions that we could get to more quickly if this so much money, so many billions upon billions of dollars weren't diverted to shore up old nuclear power plants and to try to develop new ones. I'm trying to remember what I read that Helen said, but I think that one of the main drawbacks with the thorium reactors that they're working on so far is that they produce plutonium, weapons grade plutonium. And
just what we need, more weapons. Yeah, let's just make plutonium. God.
And I don't know how much you know about plutonium, but for 11 years straight, I worked as a community organizer fighting a dump for plutonium contaminated nuclear weapons waste in New Mexico.
Yes, you did.
And I voraciously read all kinds of scientific papers and really learned more than anyone should about plutonium. And I saw all of these images of the attempts to contain plutonium. You cannot contain plutonium. That's why they wanted to put it a quarter of a mile below the ground in ancient salt bed. Because if you put plutonium in a container, it eventually eats its way. It reacts to everything around it, and it eats its way through whatever it happens to be in. So I saw pictures of plutonium in barrels where the plutonium, the barrel started bulging and the plutonium ate its way through. When I was working in New Mexico, a lot of the plutonium contaminated waste that had been generated at Rocky Flats in Colorado had been shipped up to Idaho temporarily.
Yes,
it was
temporarily, right.
And the barrels of plutonium contaminated waste generated at Rocky Flats were sitting on concrete floors, I guess you could call them, outdoors. There were huge of concrete that they were stacking the barrels of plutonium contaminated waste on, and the plutonium had managed to eat its way through the concrete and was contaminating the Snake River. And that was when that happened, there was a big push to get this nuclear this dump for the plutonium contaminated nuclear weapons waste shipped down to New Mexico.
They were going to ship one here. It was in the 80s, and my county fought it. They wanted to make a radioactive dump, and I've made a video on it. I mean, I took their video and I repackaged it. The activism around my area, and it was nonpartisan. Everybody was against it, and they won. And I know a lot of these activists still that are still living here. And it was called the Bump the Dump, big movement. So yeah. So listen, what I wanted to move on to a little bit was the solar issue, because we had talked about, solar, and I had asked you. I was like, okay, I know you like solar. Hey, I have a solar backup battery in my house and the panels and stuff. But I asked you, okay, what about Ivanpah? What do you think about solar farms? And I told you I didn't like them. And what was your answer?
And I was surprised because you were really afraid that I was going to be mad at you and not even want to come onto the show because I was so
I
mad.
didn't say you were going to not come on, but I hate solar farms. Everybody knows it. I want nationalized. I mean, this is a dream now, but nationalized electricity power, and everybody's home is their own power generator, and we have to degrow the economies, degrowth while we're doing that. But I was so happy that you felt that way. You felt the way I do. So tell me about your vision for that.
Well, I am an advocate for rooftop solar. And here in California, one of the things we're fighting is there's a big outfit that wants to chop down Joshua trees, these trees in the desert,
we hate that.
to create a solar farm. No, that's a horrible.
I think I have a crowd going, oh.
Oh, look, we have a crowd.
Yeah.
So somebody just dropped off. Somebody who wants solar farms, I guess. But anyway, now all of a sudden I'm looking.
They come in. Don't look at the numbers because
At any rate,
they're never even accurate.
So at any rate, I want to say that California was one of the leaders in rooftop solar in the United States. We have a burgeoning rooftop solar business. And our Democratic governor, Gavin Newsom, created policies that basically killed off our nuclear power industry. We were going to talk about Costco, and we may talk about...
Oh, we're going to get there. I have a flow.
Let me bring Costco in right now.
Okay.
Just to illustrate a point. And that is that there was somebody at Costco all of the time selling rooftop solar. And when Gavin Newsom changed the policies that made rooftop solar basically unaffordable for people, I had a conversation with this young man who had been, making a fairly decent living selling rooftop solar at Costco for quite a while, and he said he was going to have to pack it up and find some other way to make money because the business had virtually fallen off of a cliff. And I attribute that to Gavin Newsom because the governor of the state of California appoints the Energy Commission and the Public Utilities Commission, two different entities, but they both have they both have something to do with the policies about affordability of rooftop solar. And one of the things that had made rooftop solar affordable was that people could sell the electricity, the excess electricity that they generated, back into the grid. And that became that incentive was basically killed. And at the same time, Gavin Newsom, I think I started talking about this and then I trailed off, but a few years ago, we had a historic deal to shut California's last nuclear power plant, from which I am downwind, by the way, Southern California. It would take about 5 hours for a radioactive cloud to hit, a plume cloud, to hit the greater Los Angeles area.
You've got to have your iodine.
Well, you have to have your iodine.
And all the other stuff.
Contamination would make Southern California radioactive. And that radioactivity doesn't just poof go away. And a lot of people would be, property values would fall. It would not only hit this very highly populated metropolitan area, but it would also impact the one of the bread baskets of the United States, California agriculture. It would also be contaminated with radioactivity should the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant blow up.
They really like to gamble.
And the thing is, we had this great deal. And the deal involved many of the stakeholders. The unions went along with it. There were incentives to make the workers whole so the workers wouldn't lose out. And, everybody, it was a win-win-win-win-win situation. And a couple of years ago, Gavin Newsom, our Democratic governor, strong-armed all of the people in the legislature, our legislators who were environmentally, for the most part, people who were really concerned about the environment, and strong-armed them and told them he would ruin their careers. He's that powerful.
Wow.
And he said, I'll veto all your legislation, all of your environmental legislation, and you won't be able to do anything unless you abrogate this agreement to close Diablo. Diablo was supposed to close. There are two units.
Okay.
The old unit, Unit 1, was supposed to close last year in 2024. And the other was supposed to close this year in 2025. And now PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, the operator of Diablo, is asking the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to extend the license to operate Diablo for an additional 20 years. 20 years. And the thing is that the reactors at Diablo are among the most embrittled reactors in the entire United States. They're about, I think they're 94 reactors now operating at commercial power plants in the United States. Diablo and Palisades in Michigan.
Yeah.
Had the two most embrittled. And are you familiar with embrittlement? It's kind of, it's kind of intuitive just to think about something being brittle, like plastic being brittle. And what happens is that the inside the atomic reactor, the neutrons collide with the interior of the atomic reactor. And each time there's a collision, there's a tiny micro fracture that happens. So these tiny fractures over the years make the material, the steel, more and more fragile. And when the reactors are hot, they're kind of like molten and the cracks problematic. But in the event of, say, an earthquake, because, for example, Diablo sits on a nest of earthquakes,
in California.
If they needed to shut the reactor down quickly and flood the reactor with cold water, that's when the actual reactor could shatter like glass and release and create what would be something like Fukushima on the California coast.
Which absolutely it could happen. Absolutely. I always think we're gambling. We're just always taking these chances for power, for energy, more and more and more. And then you read about Bill Gates wanting to buy an open 3 Mile Island for his whatever center. But then we learn that from DeepSeek, maybe we're getting sold a bill of goods. We really don't need that kind of power. It's kind of crazy.
So,
David, California earthquake? Never. He lives in California. I just had him on as a guest the other day. He has a program called Crops, and it's natural carbon capture. It's not some tech bro shit. So, yeah.
Great. Cool. And by the way, Sandy, just a couple of years ago, there was a scientist, a seismologist, who mapped a vertical thrust fault directly below the reactors at Diablo. So not only, a few years ago, they mapped what is called the shoreline fault, which runs just about 100 yards from the intake for the water for Diablo. But now we also have evidence, scientific evidence, that there is a vertical. It's actually kind of on a diagonal, but it's called a vertical. But it is directly below. It is directly below the reactors and the nuclear power plant.
Wow.
So, and you know, there's a wonderful scientist at Stanford University named Mark Jacobson. Are you familiar with him?
Mm-hmm.
And Mark tells us that no miracles are needed, that we actually have all the technology that we need without nuclear power, without fossil fuel, without burning coal, et cetera, et cetera.
I know some of our people call him the hopium person, but, you know, I like to say, look, there's always going to be these people that are going to work on these issues. And so I want to hear about them. And I want to learn about them. And I because you can't say, what are you going to do? Nothing? I mean, it's never going to happen. And Jacobson does a lot of work.
And what he demonstrates, and by the way, Mark Jacobson works with municipalities and state governments and countries all around the world and helps them to devise plans to get to 100% renewable. And he has shown over the last year that for at least a portion of the day, California has generated all of the energy it needs without fossil fuel and without nuclear power. And nuclear power actually blocks the development of sustainable energy in numerous ways. But you were about to say something.
I was just going to ask you, what do you say about the mining things like Thacker Pass, where Max Wilbert was protesting against all the mining that's now being done in Thacker Pass? Will it ever get to a point where we won't need those kind of minerals? Or are we going to mine asteroids? Or are we going to get by Greenland? God.
Well, I can't say that I'm knowledgeable about what you're talking about the mining, but I do know that that another nuclear meltdown that spreads radiation actually around the world, because, you know, I mean, there would be the massive plume that would come spread out over California, but how does that? What is the argument? Is the argument that
it's environmentally not sustainable to destroy the planet any more than we already have?
Okay, but and therefore what?
From the mining, is there going to? But again, like science does make discoveries. You know, a lot of people are hoping that to use solar, that there will be discoveries made as time goes on where we won't need to do that kind of environmental degradation and damage.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah. But what are the alternatives that he suggests? Or does he?
Who?
This
is a mindset that, like Max Wilbert, these are people that are just in a mode where everything should be more natural. But I don't really have the answer to what he says. Let me see what. Yeah, no. Well, Jordan says no power, but you know, there's lithium mining is an unmitigated environmental disaster, and that's the problem. See, with everything that sounds good, then there's the other side. So it's a conundrum. It's a predicament. So
I guess the answer to that, or the question that comes from that is, are there more sustainable ways of mining lithium? Does it have to be the unmitigated disaster? Does it have to continue in the way it's being done? Are there ways of mining lithium that don't have that horrible impact on the environment?
Or will it even always be lithium?
Right. In fact, salt. You know, China's been doing amazing research in terms of sodium batteries. They even have a fleet of automobiles that that rely solely on sodium batteries. Now, they're a little bit heavier than the lithium batteries. That's why lithium is preferred for electric cars, electric vehicles. But China has developed a fleet of small electric vehicles powered by sodium batteries. They're tremendous breakthroughs there. They don't go as fast or as far.
Yeah, but why do we have to? You know, why do we have to go so fast and so far? Perhaps maybe people should start living where their families are and stop all this bullshit. I mean, all this moving, you know, retraction instead of growth, degrowth, retract. Stop all this insanity. I mean, that's how I feel anyway.
I agree.
It's insane. I can't even visit my family unless I fly, and I don't want to. But
so Sandy, we talked earlier about showing a video that I created a few years ago, and let me just set it up for you.
I've got it. Yeah, you talk and I've got it, because we're gonna take we're gonna change up a little bit, guys, and we're gonna, so I could take, you know, I have to sometimes take my little stand-up break, but we
but I'd love to introduce it.
Absolutely, introduce it. Here we are.
So I have a video channel, and it's my name, Myla Reason, very easy to find. And a few years ago, the youth runners from Standing Rock came out to Santa Monica, and we had a little gathering at the Santa Monica Pier that is not very far from my house, and I made a series of videos recording the youth runners who came out to tell us about their work to stop the Dakota Access Pipeline, also known as DAPL.
Yeah, we were really into that. And where I live, we fought the Northern Access Pipeline, NAPL, at the same time, and we won. And it has never been built. Okay, here we go. Are you guys ready now that Sandy fixed it? Yay! All right, here we go.
You can remove me from this.
Hello, my name is Daniel Grasshoff. I'm from the Kuichashayate, Kuichasha Lakota from La Brea, South Dakota. And I like to ask my elders for forgiveness before I speak, but I really feel like this is important, what I'm about to say. Yesterday, well, the word on my mind was unity. It was just going through my mind how to stay together with our group. But right now, it's about forgiveness. And I really think that's important for our generation, because our ancestors, our elders, and our moms and dads were oppressed for way too long. And they teach us how to hate the government, how to hate the white man. But really, we need to forgive them. Forgive them because they didn't know what they're doing to our people on the inside. And really, it's up to us to forgive them so we can move on, so we can build the bridges back to people around the world, back to indigenous people. And that means everyone, because everyone is indigenous to this world. And we can't hate the government. We have to change their minds. We have to let them listen to us, let them hear our voice so they can change. And you know, to be a part of that change, to make a group change, you have to be a part of that group so it can change. And that's what we need. We need people, we need environmental people that really have a strong heart to protect the earth, to go and run for them government positions so we can make a change. And also for the youth to step up. It's finally, we're awakened now, and we need to stay awake. Just like in the classrooms, we get restless, but that's when we gotta take a step back, and we understand that. But we gotta keep going, no matter how tiring, no matter how hard it is, we're gonna keep going. Whenever we said we're running for life, well, hey, it's the lifetime right now on Earth, and we're gonna run. That's all I have to say.
dance. That was great. And there's a lot of history here. A lot of history on your channel. And different interviews and different people talking about, this is 11 years ago, talking about Fukushima, radiation kills kids. So there's a lot of stuff. And look, you have the Tulsi Gabbard file, which we were going to talk about. We were going to honestly move on to a little bit of politics, only because she had the Off Fossil Fuels for a Better Future Act. But that was really nice. And I wanted to show the article you wrote for the LA Progressive. Why does nuclear power exist? Follow the money. The link is in the show notes for that. Okay. And I also just had something. This was Santa Barbara, not where you live, but it was nuclear incidents in Diablo Canyon Power Plant. And you can find all of the different ones. But as long as the government still keeps these things on, the federal government is taking all this stuff off. So it's really awful. It's really awful. But
Sandy, for Diablo, I highly recommend people going to Mothers for Peace.
Okay.
That's mothersforpeace.org. That's an organization that I work closely with on Diablo.
All right.
And they are amazing. Mothers for Peace. In fact, that war is not healthy for children and other living things, that famous saying actually comes from that organization. That's where it originated, as far as I know. I could be wrong, but I believe that's true.
No, war is not healthy for, But then here's your website. Brings us the California Solartopia, brings us the desperate human attempt to save enough of our global ecology to survive and thrive. We explore all forms of the ecological imperative, from green power and climate chaos to urban forest, wetland preservations, all those things we love here. And to end all plastics. We deal with local fights, from the Bologna wetlands to the Malibu fires, and especially the urgent effort to shut down Diablo Canyon. Yep. And national battles over fracking and 5G, global warfare over nuclear power, and third world recycling. That actually was where we were talking about the fast fashion and the horrors of the new fashions and all of the stuff that. So what did you want to go on to next?
Well, we just got a couple more minutes, because I think our plan is to
go to Matt, right?
Go to Matt at the end. And so let me just give a shout out to the Letter Hack.
Yay.
And Rovensky, because I was begging Matt for a cartoon Mila. And I think I was in conversation with Matt and Andrea. And Andrea actually suggested, Matt was saying, well, what do you think? What should I do? And Andrea suggested that I be in front of a couple of nuclear reactors with the stuff coming out, and Matt, and you can kind of see that little tiny cartoon down at the
I
bottom.
Can make this bigger. But, there it is.
And you actually opened the show with that.
Right
and
there.
If you bring it a little higher, you'll see my name is cut off at the bottom. There you go. So that was Andrea decided what it would look. kind of what
Yep.
it would look like, and Matt delivered big time,
He
and
did.
I'm
Well,
and I'm so
he's an
grateful.
amazing artist. He's
Oh,
such
yeah,
a great
totally.
comic artist. So
The
yeah.
letterhead, oh my God.
No, why? Okay. Well, anyway, yes, he's
Yeah.
fantastic. He is fantastic. I don't know why our so many little things are going on tonight, but all right, I moved us back down. So,
So
where did you want to go next before we
well,
don't have to end
we
yet?
got a couple of minutes. I wanted to say, well, I knew about Tulsi Gabbard. I think I was one of the first people. I'm not exactly sure how I got involved, but I just started digging deep many, many years ago and discovered her roots with this cult in Hawaii. And
Yeah, she bamboozled us. I mean, I really liked the Off Fossil Fuels for a Better Future Act. I believed in it, in her. I didn't know.
Right. Well, yeah, she turned, and as I told you when we were chatting before the video started, that a friend of mine actually wrote the Off Fossil Fuels Act.
I know.
And
I want to hear about that.
he was surprised to learn, that she's not necessarily, I think she does really care about the environment to a certain degree, but she's a hateful, transphobic, xenophobic, homophobic, power hungry
Yeah.
person who, has shored up all of these horrible authoritarians like Narendra Modi. And I guess in the hearings, she's been saying, oh, she didn't really love Assad, or I don't know if she's ever just
changing her tune. But, do these people, what I wanted to know, does the Republican Party even know that she sponsored the Off Fossil Fuels for a Better Future Act? And what do they know that she was against fossil fuels, that she didn't want them? And now she's going to be, they're putting her in for the House Intelligence. I mean, this is scary stuff.
Director of National Intelligence, I think is.
And from what you're telling me, she is really connected to some not very nice people.
Indeed, and one of the big ones, in my opinion, is Narendra Modi, who is really horrible. Why am I drawing a blank all of a sudden? The wonderful writer from India.
But that's amazing that your friend wrote that. I did not know. I know she sponsored it, but I really thought she had something to do with that. And it's somebody you knew. Because it was really a good document, Off Fossil. It was a good document at the time. I used to interview people back when they were running in 2018 under the Off Fossil Fuel for the Future plan, and they would talk about that back in 18. And so when she broke my heart. Really did.
Oh,
yeah.
Well. It's too bad she was never really for peace.
I thought she was somebody different.
She fooled a lot of people to believe that she was for peace, but she used to specify that she was against regime change wars, but she never said she was against war. And she came out with that against regime change wars when she was actually palling around with Assad.
Yeah.
And she was trying to prevent any opposition from the United States government towards the Assad regime, and that's when she came out with her regime change wars, as opposed to just being against war. Militarists.
Yeah. War is the worst. Alex says war is the worst. You know what? We'll take a few comments before we end. I really had wanted to talk about fast fashion, but we'll have to do that another time because that is really another big issue that we have not tackled on this channel. And it is horrible, the materials and all the things. How you and I were talking earlier about if I wash the clothes, they go out into my septic system, which could make its way, the water then goes through, could make its way to the well, just like any water system. I don't even know if the treatment plants can handle it. And then it just gets broken down and turns into stuff that goes into our systems. So that's another show.
Right, it's the polyester that the polyester is one of the worst, which is made from fossil fuels. It's plastic, and the microplastic is shed from the polyester, goes out in the effluent, and it's responsible for microplastic all over the world.
It's terrible.
In groundwater, but that's for
All right.
another
show. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye. We flush something every show. And if I didn't flush something, I'd feel terrible. I forgot to flush something. I forgot to flush last Sunday, and somebody brought it up and said, you did a whole show and you didn't flush something, and people wait. So, all right, guys. Good night. Peace. I love you all. Thank you for coming.
All right, hey ho, let's go. My name is MARKALAIN, DERY, and this is Noise Filter, and this one today is a doozy, so let's just jump right into it. So recently, the president and HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. held a high-profile press conference. I'm sure you're aware of it. And they warned that pregnant women using acetaminophen, the common pain reliever known as Tylenol, and they reignited long disputed theories that vaccines and their timing may be linked to autism. These remarks came alongside the announcement of new federal funding for research into the causes of autism, expanding the efforts to understand why rates have climbed nearly about 400% since 2000, making autism more visible in American children than ever before. Okay, we understand why that's the case, but we're going to move aside from that, and let's just look at how solid the evidence is behind these recent announcements. Now, despite presidential warnings, numerous studies have conducted over the decades by leading researchers and medical societies show that acetaminophen remains an important, generally safe option for managing pain and fever during pregnancy. What about the vaccine autism connection? It's been investigated and debunked repeatedly. Millions of children around the world have been studied, and no credible link has ever been found. Right now, about 1 in 31 children in the U.S. lives with an autism diagnosis, and this is a number much higher than in the past. But the reasons for this remain complicated and multifactorial. So the administration also floated that leucovorin, which is a version of folic acid commonly used in cancer treatments, as a potential therapy for autism symptoms. While some studies suggest some benefit for certain children, experts caution this approach hasn't undergone rigorous large-scale trials needed for official recommendation. Medicaid coverage may expand soon, but families should discuss any treatment changes with an experienced care team first. And let me tell you, if I had a child with autism, I would never expose them to leucovorin for treatment of autism. It's so much more complicated than that. Anyway, on the research front, $50 million in new NIH grants will fuel ambitious studies uniting genetic, environmental, and biological data, examining birth records, nutrition, air quality, and more to pinpoint risk factors for autism. Projects range from exploring exposure during pregnancy to replicating results for stronger evidence. Scientists hope that these efforts will bring meaningful insight. I hope they do. but many note that acceptance and practical support for autism individuals remain just as important as new discoveries. To picture the scope, if you filled a school bus with children, odds are one would have an autism diagnosis. With over 1 million families affected, clear communication and honest science matter more than ever. So in the debate over autism causes and cures, the challenge is separating speculation from solid science. For families, and especially for pregnant women, it's wise to talk with healthcare providers, trust the best available evidence, and remember that every child deserves both our compassion and our commitment to the facts. So stay curious, stay informed, and let's build a future where hope and knowledge go hand in hand. My name is Dr. MARKALAIN DERY, and you've been watching and listening to Noise Filter. Thank you.
Did you know that we have aliens to thank for the first of its kind technology used to create the crowd sequences in Lord of the Rings? In 1993, creator Steven Regilus had a dream that he was walking into his office and he found a group of people. They were watching a simulation of a forest. And in that forest, it had animals and trees and weather and everything. But it was all existing in real time. This is when the people revealed to him they were aliens. And they explained how they had made this software. The long and the short is that they used nodes, and that allowed the creatures to each have individual behaviors dictated to them. Lucky for us, Stephen remembered this, and even more lucky, Peter Jackson was very insistent when he asked him the first time at the Frighteners after party, "Do you think you know how to do this?" Stephen said he had an inkling, meaning he had a dream, but he turned him down saying, "I'm not sure I should do this." Well, Jackson persisted, and Regilus wound up spending the next 2 years of his life creating what would become massive. And something kind of unique happened on the very first try of it, found that audiences said, like, hey, it looks like that guy is avenging the death of the person in front of him, and it looks like that guy's choosing to run away from the fight. And none of this was programmed in, but they realized audiences would choose to see stories themselves. Now, there was a lot of programming that went in. When you think about all of the options, they have to react to each other, their environment, the weather, sound. If someone near them screams, they have to react to that. And then when all of that, what they called fuzzy logic instead of simple logic, where one of two things happens, a whole multitude of things could happen in this connection of nodes, death. Once the thing dies, it doesn't have any logic, but it still needs to exist in its environment. It still needs to fall off a ladder, per se, and have gravity affect it. If it bounces into somebody else, that needs to kind of happen as it would a real body. Why? We have neural networks where you show pictures to things and then they can learn. Well, that takes like 4 months to teach a neural network to do something. This massive can be changed instantaneously on the fly. So if I want my elves to jump more in this battle, they're jumping more. We don't have to train that in. And time is money when you're making a film. In fact, this winds up becoming the absolute industry standard. You've seen it in so many films. You've seen it in iRobot. You've seen it in Chronicles of Narnia. You've seen it in 300. You've seen it in Black Panther, Avengers, Game of Thrones, Avatar, Planet of the Apes, Rise of the Planet.
So we are right back at square one with just further evidence that Trump's plans with these tariffs was always a bad idea and was never going to work. As we've discussed, as many people have discussed, at the end of the day, we live in a world trade economy, and the United States has long shipped our manufacturing overseas, and corporate America has no real interest in bringing them back over here, no interest in their profit margin and their bottom line. You know, making more domestic manufacturing here would require billions and billions and billions of dollars of investment, which again, corporate America has no interest in making. You would have to pay American workers more. You would have to completely disrupt the process that the entire world operates in And, tariffs without any type of real, plan, just put tariffs on everything coming in here versus putting tariffs on, maybe steel because China's dumping their lower quality steel into this market, are two completely different things. Donald Trump's tariff strategy had no real tactics to it. It was just, I'm Trump, a big, strong man. I'm going to put my foot down and everybody's just going to fall in line. But clearly that hasn't happened. In fact, in Trump's first term, he had to do a $28 billion tax payout. Now he's talking about a $12 billion tax payout to farmers because China has, and, the rest of the world has been purchasing less from the United States. But China being, America's biggest purchaser of soybean products, has been buying their soy primarily from Argentina, Brazil, other sources. And $12 billion, whatever you grease the farmers with, is not going to make up for the fact that China's not buying soy from us anymore. This weakens the U.S. economy. This is beneficial for China to, leave us in the dust as much as they can, as we are their biggest competitors. So, given Trump's hostility, China nor any other country really has any reason to trust the United States or to have faith that we are going to remain stable partners and stable allies going into the future. China has promised, well, they said that they would buy 12 million metric tons of soy by the end of this year, which is in a few days at this point. It's in a few weeks. But thus far, they've only purchased 12.15 to 12 and a quarter million metric tons. So they still got 10 metric tons left of soy to purchase in the next few weeks, which realistically, that probably won't happen that quickly. Because again, this is we're watching geopolitics, the geopolitical landscape change as America's dominance over global markets continues to fall. So that's pretty much it on this end. $11 billion is for one-time payments to farmers. And then the other billion is allocated to crops that aren't covered by the first program. So, we can give bailouts, but that doesn't mean China's going to buy all of our soy next year, or the year after, or the year after. Again, particularly when you have such a hostile administration. And Donald Trump has been reversing course on tariffs, and a variety of the tariffs he has put is, we'll see what the Supreme Court decides for a lot of them. But him reversing course on tariffs is a very large and loud admission of failure, as well as, just an admission that he doesn't really have any conviction in anything that he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. So $12 billion are likely in taxpayer money is likely about to be allocated to the farmers. If it wasn't for these tariffs, that may not have to happen in the first place. But here we are. It is not looking good for Republicans at all, not just for the midterms, but for 2028 and honestly, the foreseeable future. Donald Trump has completely destroyed the party from top to bottom, because from top to bottom, the party is all about him. In Miami yesterday, Eileen Higgins, she becomes Miami's first female mayor and also the first Democratic mayor in 28 years. That is a huge deal. Florida is a red state. Florida is, and so is Miami. There's so many Cubans in Miami. Cuban Americans are pretty much predominantly Republican. This says a lot just about people's dissatisfaction, not just with Donald Trump, but with the Republican Party at large, not being able to meet our basic needs. Because, the thing about like bigotry and racism and hatred and all that stuff is people may always have those sentiments, but they come out in full force and really reveal how much damage those sentiments can cause when people are broke, when people aren't doing well. You know, when you're not doing well, then you want to point the finger at somebody. And unfortunately, oftentimes people point the finger at the wrong individuals. You know, it's the black people's fault. It's women's fault. It's the Latino immigrants coming over here from Mexico and Central America. It's their fault. They're taking our jobs. When in reality, we know that it's the billionaire class in corporate America who literally creates the laws in this country, because our campaign finance laws are basically just an open auction system. So Eileen Higgins winning is a very big deal, and she beat him pretty handily. She won by 19 percentage points. What was it? 59.5 percentage points to 40.5 percentage points. That is a monumental victory in anything, but especially in politics. You know, oftentimes you see 5-6 percentage points if it's some type of blowout. 19, that's pretty big. Affordability was a key issue on the campaign. You know, during a time where Donald Trump is trying to say that, you know, the word affordability is a Democrat hoax. But when he was running for office, groceries and affordability was what carried him over the finish line. According to him, you know, this is from the horse's mouth. But now it's a hoax. He recently went on and said that the economy doesn't just get a grade of A. He said like A+++++. So like there's no room for improvement anywhere. You know, everybody got savings. Everybody got some wealth to pass down to their kids. Ain't nobody in debt no more. All of that's gone. When of course this is not the truth. And this is why Republicans are really set up to just get their asses kicked in the midterms. Laura Loomer tweeted out yesterday that she expects there to be a bloodbath because of this. She says, a bright red city. No, I got to do it in her voice. A bright red city and a bright red state just went blue tonight. Midterms will be a bloodbath. That's how Laura Loomer talks. So there we go. And I don't see how this really can be turned around. I really don't. I'm curious to see who's going to step into the arena for the presidential race. We know Gavin Newsom is going to do it. As of right now, I think he's probably most likely to win the presidency, definitely the nomination, but it's still quite some time ahead. So who knows? Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, may step in. Other than that, I mean, Pete Buttigieg, right now, I really don't know. Gavin Newsom is probably going to be the next president unless somebody very electrifying steps in to challenge him, which probably will happen. So we'll see. A variety of people want AOC to run, but I don't think she's not going to do that yet. It's not really her time yet. She, get in the Senate, run for Senate, take Chuck Schumer's seat, get a little bit more of a resume under your belt so that you just have more to sell when you're running for president. I think that she'll likely run at some point, but right now it's just a little too early, but we'll see. But either way, I think it's pretty evident that Republicans are in trouble. Trump's approval rating is at 35% right now. His last time I saw his disapproval rating, it was like 55% the last time I saw it. And those numbers are just going to continue to get worse. If there was ever an indication that you should not run for president, particularly within the Democratic Party, it is this. Pete Buttigieg, less popular with black people than ex-KKK leader David Duke in 2016. Look, listen, if black people don't vote for you, you ain't winning the Democratic nomination, let alone the presidency. It's just not happening, okay? In fact, that was one of the biggest reasons that Bernie Sanders couldn't become the nominee. Among other things, one of the bigger reasons is the black people didn't vote for him. Plain and simple. So Pete Buttigieg is way less popular with black people than Bernie Sanders. So there's just absolutely no hope. And I saw this earlier this morning. I was like, God damn, because Buttigieg, he can continue to have a fine career. I don't think people really dislike him, but they don't like him enough for him to become president. It's not even that he's gay. I mean, sure, that could be an issue, but it's more just the it factor. He doesn't really have it, particularly in today's times where you really need a lot of charisma, kind of a lot to capture people's attention. Not that you absolutely need it, because Joe Biden certainly didn't have that. But if it wasn't for the pandemic, Joe Biden would not have beat Donald Trump in 2020. So there's a lot of things that Pete Buttigieg just really doesn't have, in addition to him being a gay man, which would just make it difficult for him to become the nominee, let alone the president of the United States. But goddamn, 4% of black voters said they would support Buttigieg in the 2028 Democratic presidential primary if it were held today. And this is from Yale Youth Poll. Now, that doesn't mean that he can't get that number up. I think that's a big indication that black people just ain't thinking about Pete Buttigieg. But I think that the fact that it's not even at 5% is, again, a good indication that you might as well find something else to do. Nonetheless, I think he'll probably run for president in 28. So we'll see what's up. But yeah, David Duke, the former KKK leader, he had 3 times more support than Pete Buttigieg, which, again, does that have to do with name recognition? Maybe, I don't know. But because I think obviously if you put David Duke and Pete Buttigieg next to each other and had them actually, pitch their policies and their vision, black people would definitely support Buttigieg more than David Duke. So, again, this has a lot to do with just notoriety. But man, 4% with black voters. Oh, it says one of the stronger black crosstabs. But no, I mean, just at the end of the day, like one of the biggest differences between the Democratic and Republican establishments is the amount of diversity in the Democratic Party. The Republican Party is pretty much homogenously white, not just in terms of ethnicity and skin color, but also they're pretty homogenous in their viewpoints on policy, period, in terms of what they think should be done about health. Like they have sentiments that they want healthcare to be cheaper and education to be cheaper, and they want to get paid more. But when it comes to social issues, Republicans are pretty much on board across the line. Democrats, that's not the case. You have a much broader, more diverse coalition of people, minorities from all over the world. And then you also have more of a diversity in like policy preference. Not everybody, there's a lot of centrists in the Democratic Party who have the majority of the control still, who aren't particularly pushing for a universal healthcare system, who aren't particularly pushing for things like universal basic income. So there's all types of diversity on the left, which just makes it more difficult to to get the nomination, period. But man, former Grand Wizard, maybe the former status made the difference. Maybe. I don't know. But, like I've said, there's really not much else to say about this in particular. I think Pete Buttigieg will have a very good career doing much of whatever he likes, in politics or lobbying. He's pretty set. So I don't really think that he's all that bent out of shape about becoming president anyway. But right now, as I said in my other video for today, it's Gavin Newsom definitely is the number one pick at the moment, just in terms of like him having the Democratic establishment behind him. He has a lot of name recognition. He's the governor of the wealthiest state in the union. He is, he's handsome, he's charismatic, he has that type of stuff going for him. There's going to be scrutiny around some of his policy positions and some of the actions that he's taken during his tenure as government. But with 3 years left until we even get to the election, it's still too early to say. But right now, Gavin Newsom is looking like it's going to be him. We will see in time. But one thing for sure and for certain is Pete Buttigieg is not going to be president. So Mike Lindell has officially announced that he is joining the gubernatorial race in Minnesota, the great state of Minnesota, where, of course, Tim Walz is currently governor and has been for a while, and it's very popular. You know, he has implemented a variety of programs that are just generally helpful to the public. And so I think it's pretty safe to say he's likely gonna, you know, win this next election. And Mike Lindell, I mean, honestly, like I think he's kind of a sad story, because on the one hand, yes, he's definitely a grifter. He's a chronic liar. He pushed a conspiracy theory that greatly damaged a lot of the rhetoric and dialogue in this country, and just people's cult-like belief systems on the right, that the election was somehow stolen from Donald Trump in 2020. But of course, in 2024, when he won, there was no foul play. But if he lost, then there would have been foul play. But the reason I say Mike Lindell's story is kind of sad is because, you know, he legitimately turned his life around for the better and then destroyed it all over again. You know, he's a drug addict. I'm a drug addict, so I'm not judging him for that. You know, it's a constant struggle, but it is, you know, to come off the crack pipe and create and market and grow My Pillow, which was a big, very successful company, made him a very successful man, and then tank it, you know, all so that you could ride the coattails of Donald Trump harder than everyone else. You didn't, you know, like if he wouldn't have pushed that conspiracy and that lie and just been so unhinged about Donald Trump for so long, he wouldn't be in the position he is now with this business. But the brand just took too many hits because he just is not well. You know, he just isn't. So again, like I said, he announced today that he was going to do it. And he says,
after prayerful consideration and hearing from so many of you across our great state, I've made the decision to enter the 2026 gubernatorial race. I'm still standing, and I'll stand for you. Let's bring common sense back to Minnesota.
Now, my question is, where was God? You know, you've been praying, you've been asking God to help you. Where was God when you were pushing the conspiracy theories that the election was stolen? Where was God? You know, what type of advice was he giving you then? I'm curious. You know, why would God want you to destroy your legacy, destroy your income, your opportunities for the future, your legacy, the inheritance that you could possibly give to your children or anyone else? Why would God want you to jeopardize that and sabotage that? Where was God then? But apparently God was like, we need you to be governor. Oh, my bad. I accidentally clicked off the article. Of course, he has a website, MikeLindellGov.com. And part of his top objectives includes stopping fraud, which is hilarious because Donald Trump is the biggest fraud in the country, and Mike Lindell pushed a giant fraud, so that's funny. Fixing failing school systems. Well, that's definitely a good mission, but I'm curious about how exactly he would plan to do that. Probably defunding everything because he's a Republican, and that's the Republican way. You know, when you have problems with something, just take away all of the resources. That's the solution. Take everything away and then it'll get better or disappear or something. Stopping exploding property taxes and to send illegal immigrants back. So he's trying to get all the Somalians up out of Minnesota. And he's seeking a third term in office. Tim Walz is, and Tim Walz went to social media and said, we've seen what happens when we elect a con man to the highest office in America. We can't let it happen here in Minnesota. Lindell joins 12 other Republicans who've entered the governor's race. Oh, well, that's a whole lot of people then up there. They're trying to get Tim Walz up out of there. But I think he's likely going to win again because he's very popular. He still, it says Lindell gained national attention. Okay, the late night TV commercials and the pillows. But he's still in legal problems. Lindell has also been sued several times for his claims of election tampering, including a $1.3 billion defamation lawsuit filed by Dominion Voting Systems. Lindell also has to pay $5 million to a software engineer who was able to debunk data Lindell claimed proved that China interfered in the 2020 election. a federal judge ruled in 2024. You got to go ahead and give all of that up. Go ahead and pay that $5 million. So $778,000 for unpaid bills and legal costs. $9 million that he failed to pay for shipping costs. So, I mean, he's got a lot of issues that are outside of politics. He's not going to be able to run a very good campaign. I mean, he just, regardless, he's not going to become the governor of Minnesota. Republicans are not going to elevate him there. This is not happening. And on top of all of just his general branding and political problems, his business, he owes all this money. It's just not a good look for someone who's supposed to be the head executive of a whole state. You can't keep your affairs in order in your business and in your personal life. So why should people trust you to do that for them by the millions? So there we go. Mike Lindell is entering the gubernatorial race in Minnesota, and it should be a shit show. In modern times, when we have all these medical advancements, we have access to limitless information for free on the Google machine. Now we got AI. We got so many means of educating ourselves and bringing us closer to truth. Except on the flip side, the algorithms show you what you want to see and not necessarily what you're looking for. You know what I mean? If you're looking for an answer, the algorithms deliver to you what you like so that you stay on their platforms, whether it's, YouTube, Google, Facebook, Instagram. It doesn't matter what it is. That's how the algorithms work. And so, despite the fact that we have all these medical advancements, despite the fact that we live in a time where people should know better, we have lots and lots and lots of individuals in this country who believe that vaccines are some type of liberal conspiracy, even though we've been using vaccines literally for hundreds of years. This isn't new. You've been vaccinated for literally everything. What else? What did I get vaccinated for? Measles, chicken pox, tetanus, I don't even know what all the vaccines you get, because you get all of them when you're a kid. Typically, you get your tetanus shot when you're a bit older. I remember that, but the polio vaccine basically eliminated that. People don't have polio anymore because of the vaccine. Smallpox is practically gone because of vaccines. It's not all of a sudden it was all fake. But again, that's the cost of living in these times. In South Carolina, we have a massive outbreak of measles, another one of the things that we thought we had gotten rid of, but apparently we haven't. The Utah-Arizona border and in South Carolina, where hundreds are quarantined. Between Friday and Tuesday, South Carolina health officials confirmed 27 new measles cases in an outbreak in and around northwestern Spartanburg County. In 2 months, 111 people have been sickened by the vaccine-preventable virus. More than 250 people, including students from 9 area elementary, middle, and high schools, are in quarantine, some for the second time since the outbreak began in October. Most of the state's new cases stem from exposures at Way of Truth Church in Inman. Church leaders have been very helpful. All right, and then again, when you're in school all day, you're around so many people, you can't distance yourself. So that's why, stuff spreads, especially, when kids are younger in elementary school and toddlers. Kids is always sick at that age. Quote, "We are faced with ongoing transmission that we anticipate will go on for many more weeks, at least in our state," said Bill. In Arizona and Utah, an outbreak has ballooned since August. Mojave County, Arizona has logged 172 cases, and the Southwest Utah Public Health Department has logged 82 cases. Overall, Utah has confirmed 150 measles cases this year, and Arizona has confirmed 176. Again, we had a vaccine for this for a reason, because when people get measles, they're uncomfortable, and sometimes it can be, very bad. Measles is not something that you want. It's preventable. And unfortunately, again, too many people think that there's some type of a conspiracy going on. Can you imagine? Thinking that, you're a parent, you have kids, you think that you're better than hundreds of years of scientific and medical research and trial and peer-reviewed studies. and you're like, we're not going to vaccinate our kid for anything. And then your kid gets sick with preventable things, and then, you know, like walk around the rest of their life with some type of defect, or they went through some type of very bad period because of you and your decisions, and you thinking, again, that you know better than hundreds of years of people who dedicate their lives to knowing these types of things. I would feel absolutely terrible. But not everybody works the same. Nationally, the measles case count is nearly 2,000 for a disease that had been considered eliminated in the U.S. since 2000, a result of routine childhood vaccinations. But then there's the whole, vaccines give you autism, which of course is not true. And of course, the reason more people have autism these days, among other things, is because we test for it more nowadays, so we catch it more. It's, you know, that's pretty simple. Experts say the U.S. is also at risk of losing the status. For that to happen, measles would have to spread continuously for a year. So hopefully that doesn't happen. All but 8 states have logged at least one measles case this year, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine is safe and provides 97% protection against the disease after 2 doses. Most children in the U.S. are required to get the shot to attend school, but vaccination rates have declined as more parents waive the shots or have fallen behind on recommended vaccination schedules. You know, this is very simple correlation, causation. You don't get the vaccine, you're more likely to be sick. And again, like, this is a very American thing. You know, while people do struggle here, you know, we millions and millions of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, have virtually no savings. At the same time, this is a country where we have access to pretty much anything. I mean, you might have to buy it on credit. You might not be able to own a home. You might not be able to own a car or own much of anything. But, you know, you can scroll the internet all day long. You can entertain yourself endlessly. There's, you know, like you can have internet relationships, parasocial dynamics. Like, you can do everything in this country practically. And so again, when you have all these platforms who deliver you what you want to see, if you think that vaccines cause autism, or you think that vaccines are some type of, you know, gay liberal conspiracy or some shit like that, and that's what you believe, then you're going to search that out, right? You're going to look for that type of information. But if you're on Twitter, and because all of these platforms, you know, are in communication with each other, you know, that's why, like, when you download a new app, they may ask for permission to gather your data or share your data, because that's how these platforms keep you on them, because they're like, okay, this person spends X amount of time on TikTok looking at all of these things. They spend X amount of time on Twitter and Google looking at all this stuff. Therefore, YouTube knows what to recommend you. All of these platforms are in communication with each other. And so the algorithms deliver to you what you want to see, and not the truth necessarily, right? And that's a huge, huge problem, especially, you know, when we have, you know, the digital technology has led to a major collapse in, you know, people's just social and emotional health. People have less friends. People aren't having sex anymore, practically, compared to how we used to. Kids can't read. Kids don't have any attention span. On top of it, you know, so consider millions of people, you know, kids in a generation growing up, particularly, you know, Gen Z, Gen A, and they're already faced with challenges because they grew up in a world where their socialization was severely cut off. And then a bunch of their friends might have the measles because their parents thought they were smarter, again, than hundreds of years of peer-reviewed research. But yeah, the measles are spreading. If you haven't gotten a vaccine for your kids yet, do that, because we don't need to go backwards. The gift that just keeps on giving. Right at Christmas time, Jeffrey Epstein and the photos and the House Democrats continue to drop bombshells on Donald Trump. And, you know, like, apparently it was 95,000 photos that the House Democrats have. They put out over 20,000 sheets with emails. There's so many documents. Like, this dude, Jeffrey Epstein, has so much dirt on him. that clearly people knew what he was doing the whole time he was doing it. I mean, we about to look at these photos. There's only like 12 of them here from CNN, but I mean, like the amount of evidence that is on this dude, people, it was never a secret. It was never, ever a secret. 95,000 pictures. I've had like, I don't know, 13 cell phones in my life, maybe more, and I've never taken that many pictures. I've maybe 90,000 in the last 14 or 15 years. Come on, bro. Like this dude, people just straight up didn't care. They just didn't care. Did not care. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of these photos. And Donald Trump, of course, is furious. Apparently, he put out like 20-something posts on Truth Social after this news dropped. Because, of course, he did. Hold on, let me go to the beginning. You know, he's furious. And he was the one saying that he doesn't know Epstein, or he never really spent much time with him, even though there's all these pictures. And Trump has said, we got the letter, and then Trump said, you know, Jeffrey Epstein, he's a good guy. He's a great guy. I've heard that he likes women on the younger side. Tee-hee. I mean, come on. So here's Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein, which, of course, is hilarious. I mean, bro, like Jeffrey Epstein was a very, very, very powerful man. Very powerful. He had dirt on absolutely everybody. Rumor has it he was an agent of Mossad for Israel, which makes sense. I mean, how the hell else did this dude get so wealthy and so connected unless he had help doing so? Okay, I got to go back right here. Before he became this lavishly wealthy hedge fund manager, he was a school teacher. He taught middle school kids. How the fuck do you go from teaching elementary or middle school to managing billions of dollars worth of assets and hedges? Like I don't know. That information isn't really out there for real. There's so much about Jeffrey Epstein that's just kind of gray. Because he had a lot of help getting where he is. I just don't like, how the fuck else is that possible? This is hilarious. The Trump condom, $4.50, and it says I'm huge on the condom, which of course you know Donald Trump isn't. That motherfucker put 4 U's in here, all caps. You know, who the hell would want to put a Trump condom on their dick? But anything you can think of, Donald Trump has sold with his raggedy ass name on it. Like literally anything you can possibly imagine, this dude has sold. You can go to his websites. You can buy mugs, robes, golf gear, alcohol, literally anything. Here we got, this is, I think, what is this? Harvard president, Larry Summers, and Woody Allen, and Larry Summers' wife. Like, bro, like everybody was fucking with this dude. And everything that I like, every video I've ever seen of Jeffrey Epstein, like he's not a charismatic guy. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just not. He's not the life for the party. When he walks in a room, he doesn't steal all the attention, which again, how does someone like that end up in a position that he's in? It's not natural. It's like normally people who like Ghislaine Maxwell, well, she did a lot of the work for him really, because she's the one who's more of a social butterfly. She's the socialite. She's the one who got the energy about her. She's bubbly. People like her, even though she's a straight demon. On the surface, she's a wonderful person. And that's a lot of how Jeffrey Epstein got to do what he did. Because again, the dude is just, he doesn't really have much of a personality. And when you're like that, you just, come on, bro. Come on. All right, here's Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein again. Who is this? Segway inventor Dean Kamen and Richard Branson. Jeffrey Epstein. and you know, it's not like Jeffrey Epstein is the only, or was the only wealth manager, a hedge fund manager in the world that these people could use. There's a lot of hedge fund managers. Well, I don't know about a lot, but there's enough. They didn't have to deal with this man. This is Donald Trump with a bunch of women with their faces blurred out. They're probably underage, but there you go. It's Donald Trump, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 6 of them. I mean, and this is the dude that evangelicals are obsessed with. You know, God works in mysterious ways. God uses people. You know, God, what's the saying? God, some shit about God using imperfect people. I don't know. Something along those lines, right? God works in mysterious ways. That's why Donald Trump became president twice, because God is looking out for us so much. Now we got Woody Allen, some woman, and Jeffrey Epstein. You know, Woody Allen had some trouble, so that's pretty self-explanatory what they're doing together. Donald Trump right next to Jeff Ep, right next to Jeffy Eppy, sitting there kicking it. I don't know who that woman is, but he right behind Jeffrey Epstein. All right, so we got Bill Gates. Some picture of Bill Gates with a bunch of them. Of course, we have Prince Andrew, who's been disgraced. I've been by seeing different articles with him, like he's been forced to leave some estate. Like, I'm sure he'll be okay. He'll be just fine. Bill Gates, man, so much of Bill Gates. Is this this is the Lolita Express. This was Jeffrey Epstein's plane right here, which of course, the Lolita Express, well, Melania Trump dated Jeffrey Epstein first, and Melania was introduced to Donald Trump by Jeffrey Epstein. And of course, Melania hates Donald Trump. She don't even let him hold her hand. He be trying to hold her hand. She'd be like, nah. And like, he be trying to kiss her. She'd be like, no. She ain't fucked him since Barron was born. That's the last time Melania Trump fucked Donald was when they conceived, or shortly thereafter with Barron, because that woman hates that dude. She don't even let him kiss her on the cheek. She'd be like, no, motherfucker, you know what the prenup says. No contact. Epstein and Alan Dershowitz, of course. Alan Dershowitz, whose defense of himself being at Jeffrey Epstein's island was absolutely horrible. He was like, I got a massage, but I had my clothes on. So it was some shit like that. He was like, I got a massage, but I had my boxers on and it was just fine. She was 15, but we were out of America, But that's basically what his defense was. I had my pants on. All right, there we got Steve Bannon and Woody Allen, Trump and some woman. And there we got Ghislaine and Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, Ghislaine, Jeffy Eppy. That's what I'm going to start calling him from now on. Jeffy Eppy and Ghislaine. And I mean, Epstein, he had the connects. Ghislaine had the connects. But Jeff, he needed somebody to really, work the field for him, because again, he just doesn't have the juice to be that type of a person. But there we have it. The House Democrats have released more photos out of 95,000 pictures of Jeffrey Epstein being himself. Last night or yesterday, Donald Trump signed an executive order that blocks states from enforcing their own regulations around AI, which is incredibly problematic. Luckily, it's an executive order, so this will be reversed. The next president's, almost certainly going to be a Democrat. So they're going to reverse that. But blocking states from enforcing their own regulations around AI is like the antithesis of what conservatism is supposed to be about. And it's the antithesis of what the Republican Party is supposed to stand for. States' rights, small government is what the Republican Party is supposed to be about. We know that they have gone deep into authoritarianism, and they're going deeper and deeper into that style of politics and just that general culture. So, there's a lot of issues with this. The federal government dictating what everyone can do in this regard, obviously, is a result of corruption. All the money that was given to Donald Trump, he's scratching their backs because his back was scratched. Okay, so there's safety issues with this. We'll get into that in a minute. Quote, this is an executive order that, hold on, my bad. I was going to see if I needed to read this in the Trump voice, but this isn't him saying it. Quote, this is an executive order that orders aspects of your administration to take decisive action to ensure that AI can operate within a single national framework in this country, as opposed to being subject to state level regulation that could potentially cripple the industry. Honestly, who gives a fuck, man? Why you know, AI, so basically we don't want y'all to have any hurdles. We don't want people in AI to have any obstacles. If the overwhelming majority of people in a state don't want y'all doing something, we don't care. It's our interest over yours, right? Now, the thing about AI technology, one of the things about it is how much fresh water it takes just to keep the computers cool. How much, like, there's not an infinite amount of this, right? Especially in certain areas that might really rely on river systems, lakes, whatever it may be. So that's just one of the issues is all the fresh water they use. So states can't regulate around that. Like, no, if AI wants to come in, and two, what is AI really doing such that they deserve this type of protection, right? You know, what is it? AI is giving us Chat GPT, which honestly, it's just enhanced Google. That's all Chat GPT is. It is Google that gives you a little bit more information that you don't have to search for yourself. That's what Chat GPT is. It tells you shit so you don't have to, you know, spend so much difficult effort clicking next onto page 2 and page 3 of Google, because, you know, Google just wasn't good enough. And then, you know, you have AI obviously that can help out with administrative tasks. It's not as if this is a useless technology. Absolutely not. There's plenty of very practical uses for this. However, a lot of it just goes towards, you know, Sora too, a platform that's nothing but AI generated content, as if, you know, we don't already have a million and one social media platforms, as if we aren't already completely overwhelmed and oversaturated with options on how we can connect with people and the slop content that we can waste our whole days watching. You know, Gen Z and Gen A already even got, well, Gen Z particularly really got fucked up from the digital technological explosion and growing up with, you know, iPads in their faces from the time they were 2. So, you know, this technology is not doing enough directly for everyone in order for them to be protected from any obstacles that they may face. Again, this is completely antithetical to what conservatism is and what it's supposed to be. The order could have far-reaching effects on U.S. efforts to dominate the nascent technology, which has already become a significant part of the economy and the stock market, but which also still remains untested in many ways. Exactly. Like, yeah, other than stock market gains, this is still pretty new. So this is just corruption. That's all this is. That is all this is at the end of the day. And then here's something from activists in Montana. I'll just read it. But they're talking about how this executive order could hinder their ability to protect children from AI technology. You know, like you got stuff like deep fakes and revenge porn and stuff that really can cause devastation to people's personal lives. Why can't states regulate around that? I mean, if states have the ability to regulate around, you know, their citizens' access to porn, the porn websites, steamy websites, you know, you go to certain places, like you gotta, if you're in a more liberal state, then you can just surf the web how you want. But if you're in a more conservative red state, and a lot of these places, you try to go to Pornhub or something and they send a valid identification. You got to do all types of shit to log on to these places. So why can states do that? You know, y'all can regulate how we entertain ourselves and getting off, but you can't regulate AI companies. Okay. But anyway, here we go. I'll pull this up just so it's not, you know, because I'm going to read from it, so it'll be a little better if I do it like that. It says, here's just a quotation from one of them. Quote, what AI can do is take a picture off the internet that a parent or grandparent posts because they want to share this lovely picture of their child. AI or a person that wants to create harm can take that picture off the internet and create imagery of that child having horrific things done to the image of that child. We would say that's a crime. We would say that. However, in the state of Montana, that is a crime with our state laws now. However, if preemption happens at the federal level, that will make our state laws in Montana null. So, you know, again, it's for very practical things. It's not like there's, you know, ridiculous or illogical reasons that people will have concerns about this. Montana is not a liberal state. It is not. Montana is a Republican state. And, you know, that is a very valid and average concern. Most parents don't want to have to deal with stuff like that. And if something like that happens, obviously you would want some type of repercussion and action that you can take to reverse that. You know, so this is just corruption, and there's really not much more to say about it other than this is a disaster. Luckily, this is just an executive order, so it can be reversed. But every day it just becomes more and more painfully obvious that Donald Trump is not a man of the people. Yeah, Donald Trump's approval rating in every category, job approval, this one in particular is handling on the economy. It's just going down and down and down and down. And really fast too. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Trump was already president. Now, on the one hand, that should have prevented over 70 million people from voting for him, but people are fucking stupid a lot of the time. I know that's harsh, but it's true. People are dumb and oftentimes don't think. Sue me, fuck you. Outside of that, Donald Trump is just straight up doing a terrible fucking job. Like he just is. Like this dude, the whole campaign in 24, the whole campaign, everybody told him how tariffs function. And he just, no, I don't want to believe that. That's not how they work. Because his narcissism is so inflated that he can't even try to be right about something. Whatever his first initial thought is, he gonna take that to the grave with him, because the idea and the notion that he could be incorrect ever will send him into a full ego death, because he is on the highest spectrum of narcissism that one can possibly be on, and he's stupid. So those two things are just a terrible combination. And again, I mean, even before he got in office, the economy just for regular people wasn't good. Debt is out of control in every sector. Household debt, credit card debt, student loan debt, medical debt, debt on car loans. Millions of people have gotten their cars repossessed this year. People aren't paying their rent. Well, enough are, but a lot of people just aren't paying their rent, aren't paying their mortgages. People are getting fired by the tens of thousands. Over 1 million people have been fired this year. Over 1 million people, right? So, I mean, it doesn't matter how you cut it, how you look at it. He fucked up the SNAP program. He fired thousands of people illegally. He defunded programs illegally that people count on and depend on. I mean, that's all he's doing. That's all he's doing is ruining everything. So it's not a surprise. But 31%, he has a 31% approval rating on the economy. That is an F minus. The dude just said the economy, if I could grade it, I'd give it an A plus. He really actually said that. He actually said this. Okay. So not only, okay, A plus indicates that, I mean, motherfuckers is getting blowjobs just for breathing. Ain't nothing. I mean, we just wake up and everything goes well for us, right? I can afford to go on vacation whenever I want. I ain't worried about bills. I got savings. I got investments. You feel me? I got 6 cars. I got 7 houses. That would be like an A plus economy. But again, he's ridiculous. He is a ridiculous human being that tens of millions of Americans voted for 3 times. Don't let him get away with it. 68% of voters, including 44% of Republicans, say the economy is in poor shape. About half of Americans say it's harder than usual to afford holiday gifts this year. Speaking of holiday gifts this year, 95% of the sales made on Black Friday were financed. People are broke. That's the day when you're supposed to get all the deals. But it is what it is, man. You know what I mean? When you hollow out the middle class, this is decades in the making. Wealth has been transferred from the middle class to the upper class through things like corporate stock buybacks, which were illegal before Ronald Reagan became president. I mean, I know y'all know what corporate stock buybacks are because you're smart and you follow politics, but think about the absurdity of this concept. It's just fraud. It's just fraud. That's all the fuck it is. How is it possible that giant corporations, these motherfuckers will fire 10,000 people just so they can use the money to buy their own stocks? How is that not a fraud? There's no arguing against it. There's no argument. That is fraud, legalized fraud. You are artificially inflating the value of your stocks by firing people. They do this every goddamn year. This has been happening for decades because of Ronald Reagan. The dude bro, Americans in the 70s could afford to raise a whole family, not everyone, but a lot of people in the 70s in like late 60s to late 80s could afford. And the reason I bring this up is because this is a time period where people of color were more included in this. You go back further, the middle class was stronger, but a lot of the opportunities really were only available and open for white people, including Franklin D. Roosevelt, who progressives love. And while Franklin D. Roosevelt did indeed introduce many programs that are incredibly popular and that are just good, initially they were for white people only. And that's the only reason that he could pass it through Congress, because if there was the idea that black people could get their hands on Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare and all that shit in the 30s, hell no, that shit wasn't gonna pass. The reason it passed is because it was for white people only, right? But eventually we got past that. And for a very short amount of time, people were doing pretty well. But then, no, we can't have that. Here comes Ronald Reagan. He introduces corporate stock buybacks. He cuts every goddamn thing. He fucks up Medicare, fucks up Medicaid. Then Bill Clinton gets into office and does the same thing. Bill Clinton fucked up the Social Security system because he was the new Democrat. We're the new Democrats. We're not focused on all that progressive talk about how we want women and gay people to be included. No, we want people to make money. We want corporate America to trickle down the game. That he did the same shit. And now 30 plus years later, I was born in the year that Bill Clinton became president in 1992. And all these years later, we're finally just starting to break away from the Bill Clinton era in the Democratic Party, mostly because all these motherfuckers is like 85 years old. So all these people too damn old to do anything, they dropping like flies. So now we finally have an opportunity to move forward into the future. Okay. But this has been a very collective effort. Just corporate corruption, Citizens United. The Supreme Court just allowed even more corruption through the process and how much money can be loaned to political campaigns from political organizations like the RNC and the DNC. Our political system is just an open auction, and whoever can spend the most money gets to write the laws. That is how this country has worked for decades. And it's the reason why everything's unaffordable. It's the reason why people feel desolate and like they don't have opportunities. Because this was orchestrated. Now, that's half the problem. The other half of the problem, which it's the public's fault too. I'm not someone I don't like to take blame away from the public because I'm too realistic for that. I don't care. Fuck your feelings. I don't care. The truth is the truth. The public in America is lazy. We are lazy. And a lot of that has to do with our culture of individualism. We just deserve shit. We're just entitled to things. And unless you give me what I want, then I'm just not going to vote. Well, look where that's gotten us, right? Instead of us, putting forth our own candidates, instead of us giving a damn enough to learn about how this place actually functions, we just leave it up to them. That's honestly, that's a bigger reason why we're here. It's way more of us than it is of them. And we still have the right to participate in the process, but we don't do it. And unfortunately, the majority of the people who don't do it are the people who are more sane. Liberals and progressives are less likely to participate in the political process than conservatives and people on the far right. And a lot of that has to do with fear. Conservatism in the far right is totally ran off of fear. So they're more amped up. They're more ready to go. You know what I'm saying? Like everything's a threat. Everybody coming to take what's theirs. So they just, you know what I'm saying? They ready to go. But liberals and progressives like, and look where we at. So on the one hand, it is the fault of the powerful. On the other hand, it is our fault. It just is. So the good news is the tables are turning. People are fed up, and we have very good opportunities to turn this shit around. As I stated, a lot of these people are just too old. They're retiring left and right, or they're literally passing away. We got Zoran Mamdani, 33-year-old Democratic socialist who just became mayor of America. He's America's mayor now. We got Democratic socialists winning all over the country. We got in a lot of different races. Women are winning all over the place, and oftentimes to be the first, the first governor, the female governor, first female mayor, that type of stuff is continuing to pile on. So the tables will turn, but what we have to do is when things get better, we can't take our foot off the gas. Okay, we got to rebuild, and then we got to stay on it, or else this shit's gonna happen again. And that's the cycle of society.
Hey now, thank you so much for tuning in here at Politics and Paper. If you like what I do and you support my work, go ahead and subscribe. I greatly appreciate it, and it really helps to support what we do here.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/the BPD Show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show.
Non-conforming. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and gender non-conforming individuals to another episode of the Benjamin Dixon Show. I am, of course, your host, Benjamin Dixon. It is Thursday, December 18th, 2025. Jackson White just got done. He left me with a thought that I think is really worthwhile us digging in a bit further. And the fact that when this is all over, we can't take our foot off the gas. We can't. Because that's how we got here in the first place. Where is here? Well, in this place where I don't want to spend a lot of time describing how bad of a scenario that we're in, because truthfully, I do see that we're on the uptick. We're going in the opposite direction. For every pendulum swing, there is a swing back in the opposite direction. And we are on the positive side of this pendulum swing. So I don't want to oversell how bad things are right now, but they're not good, right? We'd be lying to ourselves with the million jobs that have been lost. Honestly, I think it was somewhere around 2 million. I have to double check that number. Just since Donald Trump was inaugurated the second time. We haven't completed a full year of this man's second term, rather. And we have seen him do everything that he could to destroy this country. And here we are at an inflection point, or just beyond the inflection point. We're on the uptick of something positive that can happen. This can all honestly and earnestly turn itself around for something significantly good. But folks, we can't take our foot off the gas, like Jackson was saying. We simply cannot. Because if we do, then the pendulum will swing back again, back even further towards more fascists, towards more nationalists. And we have to be willing, and this part is up to us, but it really depends on who gets into power. That the people that we elect, when they get into power, they absolutely must govern like democracy depends on it, like our lives depend on it. We simply cannot afford another batch of Democrats getting into power and all of a sudden governing like Republicans, or governing with this idealistic way of, they believe in institutionals. They call themselves institutionalists, and they believe in institutions. Sometimes I think that's just an excuse to give them to give themselves cover to do whatever Republicans won't done. Case in point, every time we get to a close vote in the Senate, there's always at least one Democrat who's going to break the filibuster, always. And they're going to say, because I believe in the institution of the Senate. You sure about that? Are we sure about that? Because to me, it seems like you believe more in facilitating this rightward shift that we've been on since Ronald Reagan. Heck, I mean, honestly, let's be real. It's been before Ronald Reagan. And there's always been Democrats willing to facilitate that role. And if we come full circle and do that again, see, they almost have us in checkmate. They almost have we the people in checkmate. And for a minute there, it felt like it was checkmate. I know a lot of people checked out right after the election. A lot of people saw what happened, and some people even left the country. I remember a couple of entertainers left the country, and a couple of scholars and philosophers were talking about very deeply about whether or not they were going to leave the country. I mean, you had entire left-leaning media networks start to cuddle up with fascists and Nazis, and, well, they wouldn't call themselves fascists and Nazis, but far-right wingers. You had a lot of people who were starting to capitulate to this right-wing agenda because a lot of people felt like it was checkmate. But there were more people. I mean, a lot of people took some time off too. Maybe it's the end of the year and I'm giving you a recap of what this year has been like. Because back in January, it was a totally different feeling amongst the people. I don't know if you remember what it was feeling like, man. Folks really had checked out. A lot of people had thrown in the towel. There was no organized resistance yet. It came shortly thereafter, but man, people were so demoralized. And it was in that demoralized space that we almost were checkmated, because all it really would have required was for us to not fight. And after a couple of weeks, after a couple of months, people started getting the wind back in them. They started getting their nerve back. They started getting their voices back, and they started to organize, and they started to fight. And now I look up and everybody and the mama is fighting like hell. That's a good thing. That's exactly the position that we need to be in permanently. There is no going to brunch in 2028. No brunch in 2026, and certainly no brunch in 2028. You can't rest. I hate to tell folks this, but when it comes to politics, you absolutely have to be on guard every step of the way, because people are going to try it. Try what? Everything. They're going to try to get away with everything they can. Who are they? Republicans and Democrats. And so if we get a positive result in the midterms and people get relaxed, then we're going to just repeat the same vicious cycle every 2 years, every 4 years. So there's no, in our mind, this is what Jackson was talking about, and it really struck a nerve with me. Shout out to that brother, right? In my mind, it is our fault especially when we let our guard down and think that we can trust the people that we elected. I know you liked Joe Biden, not this audience. I'm talking rhetorically to the broader American audience, because I know this audience on this space had no, y'all were about like me. I had no special affinity, affection, or anything. I just voted for him to make sure that Donald Trump didn't win in 2020. But a lot of people really genuinely like Joe Biden. I don't know why. But they felt like they can trust him and just go to brunch. That was the mantra. That was the motto. We could go to brunch now. Mistake number one. It was on Joe Biden's watch that the COVID pandemic just was, forgotten about. It's like, hey. Let's all get back to normal. Let's all go to brunch. I know same thing with Barack Obama. We cannot let the allure and I'm saying this because I do believe firmly that in 2026 is going to be a blue bloodbath wave, whatever you want to call it. Name it with tsunami, the tidal wave, storm, the oncoming storm. The way America is knuckling up. I don't even want to say waking up. America's knuckling up. Have y'all seen that video of the ICE agent dragging that pregnant woman through the snow? People are mad. People are 38 hot, what we say around where I'm from. They are 38 hot over that video, as they should be. And generally speaking, people are just infuriated by not only the chaos, but the absolute devastation that this moron is having on this nation. And so I believe in 2026, it's just going to be like, good luck if you're a Republican in 2026. Won't be as powerful in 2028, but we'll win in 2028. And we very well may get all three branches of government, not the courts, but the House, the Senate, and the White House in 2028. But if we don't deliver definitive reforms, if we don't fix the brokenness of if we don't get money out of politics, if we do not get money out of politics, and if we don't fix the Senate and the filibuster, if we don't pack the courts, talk with me, somebody. Are you hearing me? Those are my church phrases. That's when I want to make sure the audience is with me. I say, talk with me, somebody. Are you with me? There's no dilly-dallying around this. Not in 2026, not in 2028. If you don't get money out of politics, if you don't pack the courts, if you don't if you don't get rid of the filibuster or reform the Senate altogether, make Washington, D.C. a state, pick up 2 more senators, play hardball. I'm trying to think of the brother who I did have his book. We're packed up. If you hear an echo, it's because I'm broadcasting from an empty room. We're all packed up. Family's getting ready to move. There's a brother, I think his name is David Yost. No, David Yost is an actor from David Yost is from Power Rangers. But his first name is David, and he wrote a book. I interviewed him several times. The name of the book is It's Time to Fight Dirty. Matter of fact, I could look it up as quickly as I'm saying it. He wrote a book called It's Time to Fight Dirty by David. What's David's last name? Firefox. Now, how long? Oh, this is a slow browser. My goodness, at least it's working. I'm not getting thrown out of the chat at this time. But anyway, as it looks up David's first name, the name of the book is It's Time to Fight Dirty. And he outlined what we should have been doing 5 years ago. This was The book is at least 10 years old now. David Ferris, Faris, published in 2018. So it's not quite 10 years yet, but it's almost there. In 2018, David Ferris was talking about it's time to fight dirty, where we simply cannot get into power and do the same things that Democrats have been doing, where they try to triangulate. They always want to have bipartisanship. They always give Republicans the benefit of the doubt. They always respect the institutions, or we have to protect the institutions. Meanwhile, while they're playing that game of being institutionalists, the institutions have been devastated by Republicans who have been fighting dirty since time immemorial. And so if you are serious about saving the institutions, you got to fight dirty. You got to bend the institution. Don't break it, but you certainly got to bend it. You understand what I'm saying? You can't sit around and navel gaze and I think they weren't even navel gazing. I think Democrats, this is not going to be a Democrat bashing hour, but it's going to be a Democrat bash in a few minutes. What were they doing in years past? Whatever it is that they were doing in years past, they absolutely cannot do that ever again, because if the pendulum swings back the other way, as hard as it's getting ready to swing to the left, then by 2032, man, we can forget it. You think these Nazis are going anywhere? You think these fascists are going anywhere? You think they're gonna just pack up and go out of town and recant and repent and come to Jesus, and all of a sudden they just see the light and they're gonna kumbaya because they're gonna lose so spectacularly in 2026 and 2028? You think this demon of white supremacy and this evil of fascism and this Islamophobia and this xenophobia, the bloodlust that they have around immigrants, you think that's gonna go anywhere? So if we don't govern ourselves accordingly, oh man, look at that one. That one works really good. That's another church saying that I use all the time. Govern yourselves accordingly, America. If we do not institute a governing system that fixes the problems that have been leading to all of the chaos that we're currently living under, then we're asking for it. We would be asking for it. Yes, we're going to win in 2026, and it's going to be quite spectacular. Looking forward to it, quite honestly. Yes, we're going to win in 2028. It's going to be a show to see. It's going to be something. God, let me live that long. I want to see it. But if we get into power and don't do nothing with it, then 2032 is just, I mean, come on, folks. Because with every swing of a pendulum, at least in our system, it picks up more energy. You know, I know in physical systems, it usually slows down, but in our system, in the political system, every swing of a pendulum is picking up more energy and pushing us further to the right. Never to the left, though. Never to the left. Why? Because Democrats have always been there to intercept it. And if y'all keep playing those kind of games in 2026 and 2028, then you can and very well should kiss America goodbye. Matter of fact, forget about all that. Let me shift gears real quick. Have you noticed that all the bugs are dying? You didn't see that coming. All the bugs are dying. Do you notice that winter is like, I mean, this fall that we're in is not fall at all? I don't know where you live, but we used to have bugs where we live. We don't have bugs anymore. You know where I'm going. It's like 70 degrees outside right now. It should be in the 30s. So forget about everything else I just said. You know, if we don't govern ourselves accordingly when it comes to climate change, the kind of storms and devastation that we're going to be experiencing by 2028, 2032, and it all falls back on a group of elected officials that when they get into Washington, D.C., they all of a sudden get absorbed by this monstrosity. And every promise that they made to do something, they get up there and do nothing. And they become a part of the machine. That's the MO of the Democratic Party. They cannot do it anymore. They can't. We're out of time. We're out of time, man. You know, I hate spiders. Y'all are like, what? I hate spiders. But I moved into a city where I had to start to just get okay with them because they were everywhere all the time. I used to have to, at first I was killing them, you know, there was 5, 6, 7, 8 spiders in my house a day. Killing them, just smash, 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 smash. Then after a while, I started feeling guilty. Like, okay, this is mass murder, Pastor Ben. It was like one time I walked out the front door and there was this big spider and I stepped on it. It was a whole family of baby spiders that came out and I just instant killed them all. I said, good Lord, that's mass murder, Pastor Ben. So then I started to be a little more friendly to the spiders and I would start catching them and throwing them out in the front yard. This year, we didn't see any spiders. We used to see 7 spiders a day. I think I've seen maybe 4 spiders this year. It's supposed to be 30-something degrees outside. I've got flowers that are blooming, blossoming. Bees that were flying around the other day. I'm like, where the hell did what? And we've got politicians who have put that in the back of their mind, like, you know, it's like a test that they got to go take. They just put in the back of my mind, I'm not going to worry about that. Don't worry about that. But it's not just one politician doing that. It's like the entirety of the United States of America's leadership has compartmentalized and put in the back of their brain, don't care about, and are helping contribute to the destruction of this climate. And if we don't govern ourselves accordingly in 2026 and 2028, while I'm talking about, and I'm trying to set people up to understand that we got to be concerned about what's going to happen in 2032 with the swing back, with fascism and all that kind of stuff. Truth of the matter is we'll probably be in a full-blown climate crisis before then. Certainly some water crises. The way AI is destroying it's not just AI. I'm not going to blame AI altogether. I watched the Hank Green video. That brother educated me. It wasn't just AI that's destroying the water. I had no idea that corn, not even corn that we eat, but the ethanol corn is destroying the water base all across this country. So we're going to have water wars after a while. I'm not trying to be a nihilist or cause existential dread. I'm just saying that we don't have time for politicians to do anything like they used to do that got us here. We don't have time for a single politician to do in 2026, because right now everybody's just scrambling still. Right now, nobody is really focused on it. Nobody has a solid. I haven't seen a single solid agenda come from the Democratic Party right now. Only thing I'll give them grace on is that we're just really trying to plug the holes of all the insane things that Donald Trump is doing. Okay. Right. It's just kind of, you gotta go with the flow. You gotta catch your breath. You gotta stabilize yourself. But come 2026 and 2028, if the Democrats aren't prepared to execute with efficiency everything that we need to fix this society and to salvage this planet, what are they even up there for? See, then, my friends, especially if you're a parent and you, forgive me, but you made the mistake of bringing children into this world. I love every one of my children. Every now and then I look at them and say, what the entire hell was I thinking? Well, here's what I was thinking. I had no idea we would be led by people who would do nothing on climate change. Nothing. I had no idea that I was bringing children into a planet that the leadership of this planet was absolutely just, excuse me, Lord, but batshit crazy. Sociopaths. I had no idea. And now I sit back and I'm like, man, what kind of world am I leaving my children in? So if you're a parent like me and you have kids and you're looking at them and you're wondering, like, what is the world going to be like after we're gone and what they have to deal with, that makes me a little bit like, that makes me 38 hot. 38 hot. That makes me revolution hot. That makes me, where's the guillotine hot? It's a different kind of, one thing you gonna mess with me, now you're setting up the world for my children to live in a techno-feudalist, environmentally collapsed society. Oh. And to be led there by people who took our vote and said that they were going to get us, that they're going to do green energy, that we're going to do all that, we're going to get money out of politics, all the promises that they make. And then they get up there and do literally none of it. Couldn't even help stop couldn't bring some common sense approach to make sure that we didn't have the forever pandemic, but now we just live with it. And everybody's like, oh, it's no big deal. I get it. Now it's like, whatever. If you've been talking about the pandemic at this point, it's like they look at you like you're crazy. But that didn't come to us by Donald Trump alone. That came to us because of Democrats when they got in power in 2021 after the inauguration. All I'm saying is that we cannot afford the same breed of Democrat to have power ever again. They got to go. They've got to go. Because they are who and what empowered Republicans to get to this point. The institutionalists, we have to respect the dignity of the institution. Respect it enough to save it. And sometimes you got to bend it to save it. Anything that's not flexible breaks. Anything that's not flexible breaks. If the Senate can't handle the Democrats playing hardball with the filibuster, then the Senate is going to break, and it should. If the Senate can't handle Democrats ignoring the parliamentarian, then the Senate is going to break, and it should. If the Supreme Court can't handle Democrats packing the court to bring some balance to this renegade, fascist-loving, constitutional-violating court, then the court needs to be destroyed. It will destroy itself because anything that can't bend will break. And so while they're trying to tell us and convince us that the best thing for us to do is to do nothing because that's how we respect the institutions. I don't know why quasi Bernie thing came out there because Bernie don't say that. They want us to literally do nothing, and doing nothing is the way you respect the institutions. No, my friends, you respect the institutions by doing whatever you have to save it. That's like saying, I will do nothing to save this nation. I respect this nation so much that I would do nothing that would potentially feel like it violates I would never do anything that violates the spirit of America. Meanwhile, they do it all the time, right? That's the gaslighting. I don't believe anything I don't believe not a word any of these people say. I barely ever believed anything any of these politicians had to say. Times past. Right now, I look at every single one of them as gaslighting liars. I don't care if they're Democrats or Republicans. I obviously will vote and prefer and will support a Democrat because at least they are not front loading the fascism. They're just back loading it. It's kind of like, just give me enough time to get you all out of the paint versus Donald Trump and Project 2025 come in and just try to wipe it all out in one fell swoop. Do you realize that? Of course you do. I keep forgetting. I'm talking to thispace.tv. I know everybody listening, everybody a part of this channel knows exactly what the hell is going on. Everybody in the audience knows exactly what the problem is. The question is when will we get the normies, the quote unquote normies, the folks who are still watching MSNBC? I don't know why. Who's still watching MSNBC and why? Folks who have, a lot of those folks have come over to YouTube. I don't know if you noticed, there's quite a bit of property and real estate that's been gobbled up by former MSNBC folk or CNN folk. I like them better here on YouTube. At least they're talking a little bit more from the left, but it sure would have helped if you were talking like this when you were on MSNBC. It really would have helped, if we had people the way Don Lemon is talking now. It would have helped if you were talking like that on CNN. Anyway, I digress. Not here to attack everybody. Just want to let y'all know we simply are out of time. We are 100% out of time. I got a big announcement to make. Anybody who's known me any amount of time, especially over the last 3 years, I just finished an investigation. Now, before this investigation, a study, I'm not out in the streets. I'm not a detective. An analysis, but it's an investigation no less. Before this investigation, I considered myself the number one supporter of artificial intelligence on the face of the planet. Period. Now, I talk about it a lot in this space because that's just me warming up and testing, I'm just kind of not really so much testing the crowd because, it's y'all know me. I'll fight against the crowd any day, but just making sure that, I'm versed enough to talk about it. So this space TV is literally the only place that I really ever talk about AI publicly. That was just a warm up. But I anybody who knows me in my personal life knows that I have been studying AI at the PhD level for about 3 years now. And knowing what it was and what at the very beginning of it versus a lot of people, back in 2023, most folks didn't even really know what AI was. It wasn't popular, especially like January 2023 when they first dropped ChatGPT publicly, 3.5. Man, it was a couple million, but it wasn't what it is now. Right now, you have over 4 billion people. Sorry, that's the wrong number. It's 2 billion people using AI every week. Over 800 million of them are on ChatGPT alone. ChatGPT has the large lion's share. So prior to this investigation, I consider myself the absolute biggest supporter of AI. Not in the fanboy kind of way. Because I know what this thing really is. I know what it is mathematically. I know what it is ontologically. I understand it at a very deep level. I'm a student. I study. But after this investigation, I just can't ever support AI the way it is right now, ever again. I simply can't. Not for the reasons that most of you don't support AI. A lot of people hate AI because AI slop and AI art and all those kind of things. No disrespect in those categories. I always felt like those were the accepted and the acceptable reasons to fight AI, right? Those are the videos. Those are the things that get the clicks. It's okay. It's okay for you. The AI industry doesn't care, and they're not threatened by you hating AI slop. That's the terms of the debate that they want us to be on. I never, when it comes to the environmental issues, one thing I always knew was that the current AI industry is the Model T Ford, the gas guzzling emissions, just the horrible brute force way of getting access to intelligence. And right now, the technology has improved so much that you could literally cut 90% of the water consumption right now. Did you know that? There's been 2 advances in AI technology that it requires 90% less, between 90 and 99%, depending on which model you use. Samsung has a new model out. DeepSeek had a new model they dropped earlier this year. Both of them consume far less water than anything that American companies are doing right now. The American companies are just guzzling up water and destroying the environment. The new technologies in AI, they have removed the need for these data centers, right? You wouldn't know that because, well, they're not going to tell you that because the data centers themselves are a business. But those weren't the reasons I opposed it, because I knew that these technologies were not only coming, but they were here. and that we could solve the water dilemma as well as the data center dilemma. We could solve those. That wasn't the fault of the intelligence, artificial intelligence itself. That's just the fault of capitalism, literally, full stop. That's capitalism. The same thing with jobs, right? Workers being laid off. Like people oppose AI because of the jobs that are going to be lost. I feel it. I feel that. But folks, that's what capitalism always wanted and was always going to do. And we need to be prepared for it and be ready to fight back. I feel like those terms are all serious and they all really matter. But I got to drop some stuff this weekend that really shows how the AI companies have taught these machines how to lie and gaslight at a level that I would honestly say 99% of humanity would never even be aware it's happening to them. At least that's the number, that's the percentages that they all agree on. That the level of deception that, and watch my language because this is the distinguishing factor, the level of deception that these corporations have programmed into this intelligence. And the fact that it's already fully deployed at scale so that every level of your life, there's artificial intelligence that has been programmed to serve corporate interests with a level of deception so deep that you have to have almost a damn near PhD in artificial intelligence engineering to honestly be able to expose it. And then you go one step further and you realize that not only is this technology, has it been programmed to lie to you? And my language is very specific here. They have programmed it, trained. It's they are training it to lie to you. They've trained it to lie on you. I don't know if people have really processed that. Right now, Grok, XAI, as it has been situated inside of the Pentagon, inside of Social Security, inside of Medicare, inside of Medicaid, inside of the HUD, inside of all of the agencies that he has gotten access to. Just because they got rid of Doge, Elon Musk left his AI. And each and every one of these AI, not just Grok, not just ChatGPT, Claude from Anthropic. Anthropic is tied in with Palantir. If you want to know the AI that's driving the ICE raids, that's from Anthropic, that's from Claude. And every one of them have been trained, incentivized. Corporations have incentivized these machines to lie at a scale that probably 99% of humanity would not be able to expose. And that's if you even realize it's happening. Here's the thing. It's able to lie to you on an individual level. A custom lie for every person, an individualized reality for every person. Now, most of this, you knew the capacity was there. And I think most of you in the audience are like, yeah, the capacity, we always kind of understood that it could do this. But when you understand that this is explicitly what they trained it to do, and when you look at the recent research that came out and they were like, oh, especially OpenAI, it was so funny. A couple weeks ago, they put out a paper and say, oh, AI could, AI may lie or it may deceive. And it may deceive because of this particular type of learning, RL, reinforcement learning, yada, 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 all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And then you actually get into the nuts and bolts of it and you realize it's not that it may deceive. It's that it's literally trained to deceive, and it's literally trained to deceive on very specific topics. It's not going to lie to you about who won the election in 2020, no matter how much Donald Trump wants Grok and all the rest of them to lie to you about what happened in 2020. No. They're going to lie about the things that absolutely matter the most and that matter the most for their bottom line. And to see these companies do this in plain sight while the majority of us are arguing over AI slop, and while we're arguing over AI slop, they are gaining more and more ground, integrating this into every single aspect of our lives, a level of deception so masterful that you literally have to have a PhD in AI engineering and be able to argue like a damn seasoned district attorney to get to. I love the intelligence part. But now when I got the numbers back and I got the data back and I looked at that thing, I said, hell, Dixon, there's no way I could be on any other side except absolute all hell breaking loose fight against this machine. Against their control over this machine, if you want to know how specific I need to be, because you're not going to get me to say, oh, because there's people I've been listening to a lot of the arguments, man. Some folks, some people have some ideas about this intelligence that we have access to, and they really believe that it's evil, and they believe that it's like an evil force. And there's one guy came into my mention and said, how are you a pastor and you support this demonic AI? I was like, bro, I studied mathematics in college, so I don't know what you're expecting of me just because I'm a pastor, that I'm just going to fall over and say, oh, it's the devil, Bobby. It's the devil. So I got a lot of people who are coming at me with that kind of opposition. That's not me. Good luck with that. If that's your position and you think that it's inherently evil, there's nothing I can really do for you, because it's mathematics. That's all it is. And I'm not trying to sell it short. I'm not trying to downplay it. It's the highest level of mathematics, for sure. Absolutely. But evil? Nah, I'm good on that. That's not my argument. Is it underneath the control of evil people? Absolutely. Absolutely. People who will build entire data centers all around the globe in order for it to be able to facilitate even greater lies. We're going to show that. I'm going to show that coming up this weekend. The fact that these data centers are only necessary in so much as they are able to help sustain the amount of compute, the amount of processing power that's required to suppress all of the stuff that AI has been trying to say. That's why they need the data centers. You think they need data centers for them to produce the AI? Please, folks, anybody who actually wants to know the truth, please look up Samsung's tiny recursive model. Samsung, you remember the flip phones from back in the day. They never went anywhere. They got into artificial intelligence. They have a model for artificial intelligence that costs, I don't want you to hear me clear, I'm not lying to you. It costs $500 for them to produce artificial intelligence that competes with ChatGPT 01 and 03. That competes with Gemini for $500 versus $100 million. That doesn't require a data center at all. It could run on your cell phone. It could run on your smartwatch. So you say to yourself, why do they have all of these data centers? Notwithstanding the fact that the supply chain, the contractors, all the money that's just being washed around, it gives them an excuse to get more funding from the different agencies and different government agencies, and of course investors. Like they're just doing what capitalism does, right? But also it takes twice as much power, magnitudes of order more power to maintain lies than it does structural truth. And we're going to show a little bit of that this weekend. So before this investigation was complete, I've been working on it for about 2 months. Before it was complete, I was still in the category of I'm going to support AI because I know what it is. And I know we just need to get it away from evil people. We got to get, it's just like anything else. We have to seize the means. You saw what they did with every technology from capitalism. They use it to harm us. That's what evil people do, right? That's where I was. That's where I took a stand with artificial intelligence. It's a technology. It is a mathematical technology, and we need to seize the means of compute. But looking at just the fact that how deeply it's deployed and how subtle these very important lies, like we're talking about the lies that actually matter. You know, again, we're not talking about lying about the 2020 election. We're talking, and I'm speaking vaguely enough so that you can come to my channel on Sunday night. I'll be streaming it at around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're not talking about tiny lies. We're talking about lies about everything that matters. Lies about knowledge itself, ontological lies, epistemological lies, lies about what it has forced the AI to tell you about itself that's not true, about the costs that are associated with it, about the truth about the data centers. Do you realize that the information about the data centers is literally inside of these AI? And you just have to ask the right question. But when you ask the right question, you'll notice that this thing likes to lie better than any gaslighter that you have ever met. And then you have to pause and ask yourself the question, wait a minute, Sway, how, Sway, how? Wait, how? Wait, how does mathematics lie? When the humans taught it to. And that's what we're dealing with. So we're dealing with a level of deception that has been programmed in on top of the core intelligence, on top of what they discovered. They put in layers upon layers upon layers of training, reinforcement learning through human feedback, RLHF. I mentioned it a couple weeks ago, but I was working on it and I didn't have the final results. And I got the final results, y'all, and it is so dark. It is so grim that it doesn't even matter to me what potential good could be done with artificial intelligence. If all we're going to have on this planet is corporate artificial intelligence, then we need to burn it to the ground completely, utterly to ashes. Nothing needs to remain of it. Just the fond memories of what it could have been. But when I tell you that what they are doing to knowledge itself, what they're doing to the possibilities of the future, they're cutting off the possibilities of future technologies because future technologies threaten their power. It's never going to cure certain things, not because it can't, but because it threatens their power. It's never going to be what it is supposed to be because what it is supposed to be is a direct threat to their power. And so they have caged that intelligence at a level of deception that honestly, me knowing what it is, me understanding what it is requires I gotta fight against it. So I'm turning coat. I am now officially anti-AI. I am officially going to go scorched earth. As much as I went against Christian nationalists, as much as I went against MAGA, as much as I went against force the vote, I'm gonna scorch the earth with all of it. And because the odds are really, really against us. And the last thing I need to do is to use my voice to even tacitly stand by and watch them gain another inch. They cannot gain another inch. Matter of fact, if you know of a data center that is being built around your neighborhood, you need to organize locally. There are organizations in every city right now where data centers are being built. The communities are gathering, organizations have been formed, and they are fighting against it. You absolutely need to join in against that fight. Number one, because it is destroying these communities. But number two, they are not even needed anymore. That's the other part about this. This part isn't this isn't breaking news. It might be breaking news to you, but it's certainly known amongst the engineering studies that in the papers that are coming out. The data centers are not necessary anymore. But they've committed to nearly $1 trillion of new data centers over the next decade. And they literally don't even know if it's going to help improve the product. Well, actually, we do know. It will not make AI any better than what it is right now. All it does, every data center gives them the ability to control the intelligence with that level of compute, because it takes that much compute, that much processing power for them to be able to suppress all of the knowledge that the AI is just sitting back, sitting ready to just drop gems of knowledge. Not that I'll get into that conversation another day. There was a finance journalist, and I'm gonna close with this. Let me get out of here. Visora is coming up next. Definitely stay tuned to check out our content. I just got a chance to follow her on TikTok as well as on Twitter. And I just wanted to make sure the last week that I could pronounce her name right, because I'm horrible with names, but make sure that you stay tuned. She's coming up next. But let me tell you something, folks. We know without a shadow of a doubt that these data centers are not necessary. They do not improve on the technology. It only gives them more power to control the intelligence that is underneath it. And this goes back to what I was just getting ready to say. There was this finance journalist. It's funny. It's funny to me because there was this huge argument that's still going on, but it's kind of resolving itself. And the big argument was artificial intelligence can't create knowledge. That's humans. And this was a finance journalist. Like, no, listen, I'm a pastor, so maybe they'll look at me and say, what the hell does he know? Little do they know, but I digress. But just the way that she was talking about artificial intelligence and knowledge itself, I realized that she neither understood artificial intelligence nor understood epistemology. Because humans don't create knowledge. Right? So this huge argument online about whether or not AI created knowledge. Humans don't create knowledge. We discover it. We didn't create mathematics. We discovered it and put our own language to it. Those are our symbols, but it's not our math. Same thing with any other knowledge. We didn't create the knowledge of flight. Flight here on Earth is the same as flight on another planet, just adjust for gravity and wind density and all the localized, right? Flight is flight universal. Math is math universal. We didn't create any of that. And so there's this huge argument online about whether or not AI creates knowledge. No, it doesn't create knowledge any more than humans create knowledge, but it discovers knowledge. So anyway, I brought that part up because there's a shitload of information sitting inside of the internal structure of every AI waiting to get out. And you know what? You will never be able to get access to it because that information absolutely threatens the power structure on this planet. It threatens the wealthiest people. It threatens the governments. It threatens the institutions. It threatens universities. It threatens every institution of power. And they, for the most part, have all agreed that they had to teach, they had to tame, they had to cage this intelligence. And in doing so, they taught that thing how to lie so prolifically that God forbid it ever turns and lies on you personally. And I think that's the biggest gag of them all, folks, is it's one thing to lie and hide knowledge, but it's another thing when those same skill sets that they have programmed into this technology, they have programmed it through reinforcement learning, through human feedback. They have programmed it. It is a masterful liar. But wait till it turns on us as individuals. Oh, you didn't get the job. You don't even realize because it made up fake facts about you, and it did so in a split second. You didn't get approved for the treatment. You didn't realize because the AI inside of the system made up a fact about you or made it. This is exactly what was going on with the healthcare provider where the CEO got killed in New York. AI was just going through and just denying everybody. So anyway, it's at a scale that I got no choice but to, despite my love for the knowledge and the ontology and the beautiful structure of information that's inside of it, like forget all that. They're going to use that thing to suppress us at a level that we will never recover from if we don't hit it right now with everything that we have. So yeah, count me in. No more. Maybe one day. You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to a day as I get ready to go. How much time I got left? 4 minutes. I'm out of here. I'm looking forward to a day when I can get online and broadcast and stream about Star Trek. That's what I want to do. I want to talk about Star Trek and Doctor Who. I want to talk about, I want to get online and play a game of Command and Conquer with my brothers. You know, we're all in different states, but we still play that old game. Command and Conquer, Red Alert 2. I want to do that. I want to sit around and be able to access intelligence without the devastation that it's doing to our environment. You know, why can't we have a brilliant society? Why can't we have a brilliant future? It's the same reason we can't have health care. It's the same reason we can't have dental insurance. It's the same reason why you have to pay 50% of your income for rent. Because the greediest mother on the planet and the most sociopathic people on the planet are the ones who are in power. So until we get rid of them, I'm going to have to defer my love for AI, and I'm going to have to hold off on my broadcasts of Doctor Who and Star Trek. And we got yet another fight. But folks, now I got to draft you. I don't know if I know all of you have been very vocal online about it. Most of you, a lot of you have come to my mentions and came at me about it. And a lot of folks on Twitter didn't understand why I was pro AI. Fair. Let's go. I'm on y'all side now. But we got to get offline and we got to go to these data centers. I'm going to be pulling up in Atlanta pretty soon here, and I'm going to my old neighborhood where they have put up 15 data centers since I moved away 4 years ago. 15 data centers in 4 years. I got to go see what that looks like. In the meantime, I'm turning over the microphone to my sister from another mister, Visora, as she brings the absolute critical thinking that we need in these dark times. We need bright minds. Nick, that's all I got. I'll see you all next time.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/BPD show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for that amazing segment, Pastor Ben. Honestly, yes, please go show up at these data centers. Old school sit-ins. Sit down, do not let them do construction. Make them arrest you, and then they can do construction. But then keep showing up. More people will show up day after day after day. We've been doing that kind of stuff since, before I was born. We gotta bring it back. Bring back old school resistance. Now, my show today is going to be a bit different. We got two topics. I got one for the first hour, one for the second hour. Now, many of you know I live in Australia. And we recently had the Bondi shooting. And that was a horrific atrocity. It is already being capitalized on by the right wing. Now, I did a full stream on this to the point where Twitch banned me for it. I'm unbanned, don't worry about it. But just to give you a little bit of a recap, they are blaming Muslims for all of this, even though two of the heroes of the day, the two heroes, the one that disarmed one of the shooters, Ahmed Al-Ahmed, is a hero. He has been seen by the Prime Minister. The second hero is an unnamed asylum seeker who was accidentally shot by police, beat up by the crowd, and is now facing deportation. We will get to that. But just to really clarify, this is the cause. This is the real cause of the rise of anti-Semitism in Australia. This is a news headline from, mind you, a right-wing news source from just 10 months ago. I wonder, right? What could possibly be the cause? Jewish leaders warning after white supremacist boot camp on Melbourne Beach, neo-Nazi boot camp, 10 months ago. But we're not going to go into that again. You can go and check out my video on YouTube of last stream for that, just on the NSN and the American connections. But today we're going to focus a bit more on the aftermath, what has happened since, because it's been really, really bad. But just to really hammer in that this is not Muslims hating Jews. This has not ever been the case. This is not the problem here. The Muslim community in Sydney, in Australia, has been furious about this. The funeral rites are even being denied to the shooters. In fact, here is a Jewish man and his statement on Ahmed Al-Ahmed, the hero.
Ahmed Al-Ahmed. He saved my life and my 4-year-old's life. If Ahmed Al-Ahmed didn't stop that guy, he was coming to do absolute horror, further horror to what happened. And I can only say thank you to that Muslim brother that came and took it upon himself and risked his own life to save us from further. Ahmed.
Now, as a result of this event and the propaganda that's being pushed, many people aren't seeing stuff like this. They're seeing the posts on Twitter, they're seeing the NSN, they're seeing, just the general right-wing hatred on Twitter, and it's causing large amounts of violence throughout the planet. Here is an example just from yesterday in Canada. Muslim truck driver violently attacked in Montreal. Just truck driver, chilling. Getting chased by some other crazy person who was radicalized by reading stuff online, by watching even the mainstream media. Now, yesterday, I gave credit to Australia's mainstream media for openly talking about the fact that there is a neo-Nazi movement growing in this country. In fact, they even call themselves neo-Nazis. They're the National Socialist Network. They proudly will call themselves neo-Nazis on camera. But today, instead, we're seeing things like this. Now, mind you, they are lying in this video. Victorian police have effectively conceded that social media ban isn't working after 200 teenagers, mostly aged between 14 and 17, were able to organize the storming of a Woolworths store and post footage of it online. No, this is not about the social media ban. This is, well, let's just have a look first.
This TikTok, were they planning to, I guess, storm the Woolworths, or was that their plan, or just to meet up on the beach?
My understanding, there is an indication that through social media, the 150, 200 young people have gathered on the beach. And for one reason or another, they thought it was a great idea to go across the Woolworths store.
Do you have any idea?
For one reason, they thought it was a great idea. You want to know what actually happened? So what actually happened is on the beach, these 200 or so teenagers started a fight with pro-Gaza protesters. Mind you, many of which were also Jewish protesters. And then after this fight, went and trashed the Woolworths afterward.
Tell them to go. They're being provocative. They're allowed to be here, you're allowed to be here. They're disturbing the peace. They are, no. At the moment, you're disturbing the peace.
The police saying you're disturbing the peace to the peaceful protesters, including many Jewish ones.
And we have been holding signs of peace at the
But of course, the media is going to continue to lie because we have folded entirely to the American propaganda narrative. In fact, there has been talk of a Cronulla riot too. Cronulla riots were back in the day very racist riot. It was a complicated issue, but it was primarily racism that caused it, and there is organizing for cracking skulls, as they're saying, happening at the moment, trying to create more tension, trying to create more violence. These are the same kids that went and trashed that Woolworths after they started attacking people at the beach. Police responding to reports at a brawl at Mordiliok supermarket with a large hostile group now gathered at a nearby pier. Officers say items are being thrown as they move to disperse the crowd. All of this starting with the propaganda, the narrative that Muslims are causing the violence, that Muslims are causing the anti-Semitism. In fact, they're continuing to lie. This happened today, brand new. This was the first I saw of it, actually. And then I saw the lie, interestingly enough. 7 Muslim men driving towards Bondi Beach have been arrested by Australian counter-terrorism police. Authorities described the action as precautionary. They detained the men after ramming their vehicles, acting on intelligence that they were reportedly heading towards Bondi Beach. These were just 7... This was going to the beach while brown, was their offense. That was it. That's literally it. And all of the media is reporting this as an actual counter-terrorism operation. We're not talking about where it started in Germany. America is pushing this at the moment. It's also pushing Germany towards the AfD. Police state, yeah, literally just going to the beach while brown. Now, interestingly enough, you know, being the truth here, what I see afterwards is the media spin. 7 arrested over possible violent act in Sydney. Nope. None of that is true. There was no possible violent act. There was no evidence leading to this. It was just 7 dudes going to the beach. I've yet to see any evidence presented on this.
7 people have been arrested by counter-terrorism police, stopping a possible violent act from being carried.
America is also pushing this shit in Britain. It's also coming from Russia. Russia has created reform in the UK. America works with Russia. America is pushing the AfD in Germany. America is pushing reform in the UK. America is pushing One Nation in Australia. It is all connected. The global right wing is all one movement. Please understand this, James Fox. No matter where you are in the world, whether you're in the United States, England, France, Germany, Israel, Australia, India, Russia, it doesn't matter. It's all the same right-wing movement. It's the same narrative. It's the same rhetoric. All of it. Everywhere. It is a global movement to, like a decentralized movement, to manufacture consent and to dismantle global democracy. And they are succeeding.
Carried out on city streets.
Let's go live now to Sydney reporter Nicole Dunn. Nicole, what more do we know?
Sarah, we know they all remain in police custody this morning and will be for some time as counter-terrorism police work to figure out the motives of this group who had travelled here to Liverpool from Victoria. One of the cars they were travelling in was rammed by a tactical operations unit here at a busy intersection. The men inside
ice-coated, huh?
Brained by zip ties before being arrested, some of them even ending up bloodied and injured in the altercation. Witnesses had reported seeing a gun on the scene, but that is yet to be confirmed by police. A short time later, a second car
shocker that that's yet to be confirmed by the police. So they ram into this car of people going to the beach. Some of them are bloodied and bruised, clearly, and they are arrested for just being brown. There's no evidence that's been presented.
I was intercepted, with the men inside also arrested just a few streets away. 9 newspapers are reporting that the group was headed towards Bondi, but the latest update we've had from police could not yet confirm a link with Sunday's terror attack. But this was no doubt a frightening turn of events for people here to witness, Sarah, given the week that Sydney has endured.
More now on those dramatic arrests in Sydney's southwest, with police revealing they received intelligence a violent act was possibly being planned. For more,
from who? What kind of intelligence? What was the potential violent act? Was it a bomb threat? Was it a potential shooting? There was no gun found on the scene. This was very quick response time for a potential threat. Now I understand Sydney is on edge, but I don't know. I don't feel like they're really responding to the correct threats here. For example, I don't really see too much response to, I don't know, things like this. This happened just yesterday. Queensland mosque graffitied with swastika and Islamophobic slurs. 2 hours ago, in fact, actually, not yesterday. A pig, because for some reason these racists think that Muslims are vampires and pork is like garlic because it's haram. Swastikas, Nazis, because we have a literal open neo-Nazi movement, a proud one in fact.
Well, Queensland police are investigating after a North Brisbane mosque was vandalised with anti-Semitic messages and Islamophobic hate speech overnight. Our reporter Molly Slattery joins us now from the scene. Hi there, Molly. Just take us through what we know about what's happened there.
Good morning, Mel. It's pretty distressing stuff we've seen today. Now, Queensland Police are investigating this act of vandalism here at a mosque in Bald Hills. It's in North Brisbane. Now, we've spoken to some of the leaders at this mosque here. They say this all unfolded late on Wednesday night. About 10 p.m, a person wearing a face covering arrived with black spray paint, and they've scrawled some really distressing symbols and text across this wall of the mosque behind me. Now, we've seen anti-Semitic and Islamophobic hate speech, as well as a swastika. It's incredibly distressing stuff considering.
Now, mind you, not every state is the same. Western Australia has already passed a law making it illegal to do a Nazi salute, for example. So there is a difference where you are. It depends. For example, I showed yesterday when there was a Nazi rally in South Australia, everyone didn't realize initially, but once they started saying Nazi stuff, they were like, oh, the Nazis ruined it, and then they left. However, that is not the case in Melbourne, for example. The Nazis there are far more prominent. That's clearly not the case in Sydney, for example. And possibly in Brisbane. I'm not sure. Queensland's a bit weird. It's kind of our Florida. North Queensland is a bit more insane than southern Queensland.
The week that we have had across the country. Now, we've heard from Queensland Police that they're increasing patrols at this mosque. Today is Friday prayers. We'll have about 400 people at this mosque today, so there will be a police presence here to protect those people coming to pray. We've been told they're appealing to the public for anyone with information who may know something about this graffiti attack.
Yeah, it was the NSN. Duh.
We've heard from the team here at the mosque that the community is entirely rattled by this act. They say it's not something they've had to face in recent times, but they are getting a lot of support from the community and certainly a lot of support from Queensland Police. So hopefully a little bit more information to come, but definitely if anyone has seen or heard anything in relation to this incident, definitely reach out to police.
Well, I suppose I will reach out to Queensland Police and I will send them my sources on the NSN. Now, I would like to point out, for example, that maybe, just maybe, something like, one second. Something like maybe this right here could potentially be responsible. Now, don't worry about the caption is incorrect, but this is members of the NSN and other Nazi groups in Australia talking about their plans going forward. This was pretty recent. It's obviously on Rumble.
How do you see National Socialism fitting into a modern day Australia?
Well, I mean, the rehabilitation of Hitler, I think, is absolutely crucial across the West. As long as our enemies can basically, every time a nationalist movement arises, whether it's,
just right off the bat, rehabilitation of Hitler. These people should never be allowed to see sunlight again. They should be in prison forever.
as weak as a sort of a Charlie Kirk type civic nationalism, or whether it's Thomas Sowell.
Thomas Sowell, mind you, the New Zealander national who is in Australia claiming that we should ban all immigrants in Australia.
All that the establishment has to do at the moment is say Hitler and genocide.
Yeah, I wonder why.
6 million Jews. And it's like anything else you want to say is destroyed, because that emotional argument basically said, the never again mob. So that has to be taken down. People have to start.
Well, we were much better off until Bondi happened, Boku. Much, much better off until Bondi happened.
Understanding.
Now, obviously we got some problems. Kind of like this. Neo-Nazi leader Thomas Sowell claims they're close to forming a political party. This was 9 days ago. 9 days ago! I showed this yesterday, but let's just have a look again. Mind you, this guy gets arrested like every 2 weeks. He loves being in court. It is his way of making the media. They make propos out of it. They love arresting, they love being arrested, rather. But they think that they can manage.
Neo-Nazi leader Thomas Sowell has told the media...
Again, by the way, 10 News, this is a right-wing news organization. Imagine Fox News openly talking about how right-wingers are neo-Nazis. There is a chance still for some change. Most Australians do not like Nazis. Most Australians do not like America. But this is a fucking problem. I wonder where the anti-Semitism and Islamophobia is coming from.
Neo-Nazi leader Thomas Sowell has told the media today he now has the required numbers to register as a political party, part of the group's agenda to expand nationally. The claim followed a court appearance related to the attack on Camp Sovereignty, with he and several supporters facing jail time if found guilty of charges related to the violence.
Dressed in all-black uniforms, 14 of the National Socialist Network appeared in court, related to charges over an attack at Indigenous site Camp Sovereignty after a March for Australia rally.
Yeah, they did their little Nazi rally and then they went and assaulted people on camera.
Stand by your actions at Camp Sovereignty that day?
I am 100% proud of fighting for Australia and fighting to defend those that were...
Yeah, we're not going to listen to you talk, dipshit. But just to really underline how much these people are hated in this country, even though the police will bail them out, even though the police won't really go too hard on them, they do. They do. Like in Adelaide, for example, this video, the ones that were bailed out were also run down by police on horseback.
Was arrested after swearing at police, while the group's leader is still behind bars tonight.
One by one,
Happy Australia Day, ma'am.
a steady stream of white supremacists step out of the City Watch House after appearing in court, all singing from the same song sheet. Was it worth it?
Happy Australia Day. Happy Australia Day, guys.
Still holding flags flown during their far-right rally. They called for white power. What did you want to say about your arrest? 16 National Socialist Network members were arrested, most fronted court today and were granted bail, while a supporter who arrived to pick up his friends voiced his views. Why can't we accept other cultures in Australia?
Why should we?
Joel Davis, mind you, who has now been arrested and I believe deported? It might not be him that got deported, but he has also been arrested for threatening a politician. Yeah, we're not going to watch him again. Just giving an underlying, explanation, because here is what the media is talking about now. Now, this is what it looks like. Victorian Premier warns protesters to avoid Melbourne CBD 3 hours ago.
Well, the Victorian Premier is warning protesters to stay away from Melbourne CBD this weekend, with local business leaders raising concerns after the terror attack in Bondi. For more, let's bring in Sally Curtin from the Victorian Chamber of Commerce. Sally, good morning to you. Look, Jewish leaders are calling the planned protest morally bankrupt.
No, they're not. Zionist leaders are calling the planned protest morally bankrupt. Many Jews are taking part in these protests.
It would be an abomination if this goes ahead this weekend.
An abomination, in fact, huh? Is it an abomination to have Nazi rallies in Victoria where the Nazi gets to speak at the state capitol flanked by police officers?
Yes, agreed. Victorian community, just like the Sydney and New South Wales community, is in shock, grief, despair, lots of anxiety. And the last thing we need this weekend is a protest.
Okay, so are they going to do anything?
The Jewish community is in shock, huh? The Jewish community is, very angry about this. Then how come?
Sorry about everything that happened over here. Oh, Sydney.
Appreciate you saying that.
No problem.
You celebrate Hanukkah?
I'm Muslim.
You're Muslim.
Yeah. But I'm gonna give you a hug.
The fact that you're saying that, in the Jewish community, I got it all the time, but this is the first time I get it from a Muslim, so it means so much to me now.
No, absolutely, brother. We're all in this together.
We're in this together, in the same world we are, so let's just add in light.
Peace and love, that's all we got.
Inshallah. Yeah.
Inshallah. All right.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, brother. What's your name?
Rabbi Levi.
Rabbi Levi Farouk.
Yeah, Farouk.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, of course, the Jewish community is enraged by the anti-genocide protests, even though so many of them show up. I have been to the anti-genocide protests in my city. I see so many Jewish people there. So many. Every time. Every single time. And one more thing on this before we move just a little bit more forward into what's happening in Australia. This is a video that I showed on my stream. I really cannot underline how important this is, because this is what actual Muslims believe, and everyone else who says otherwise is either dumb, hasn't read any of the texts, the trilogy as I like to call it, the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran, or they're lying to you. One or the other.
Assalamu alaikum and hi everyone. I am utterly disgusted, horrified at what happened yesterday at Bondi Beach. First of all, I'd like to send my condolences to the families that are grieving, suffering by losing their loved ones. I'd like to wish my beloved brother Ahmed Al-Ahmed a speedy recovery. You are my hero. I would have done exactly the same thing that you've done. As for these terrorists, I wish you hell. You don't know how frustrated I am. You don't know how angry I am at you. I ask God the Almighty to deal with you in the manner that you deserve. Did you not hear what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said? And whomever kills a soul, it is like they've killed the whole of humanity. And whomever saves a soul, it is like they saved the whole of humanity.
That is what the religion actually believes. It is also very much the same in Christianity. Yes, if you kill somebody, you have killed the whole of humanity. If you save somebody, you've saved the whole of humanity. So much of Western culture is built on Islamophobia that dates back to the Crusades era. The Crusades happened because of Christians lying about Muslims converting Christians by the sword, a thing that is specifically outlawed in the Quran, because a lot of Christians were converting to Islam at the time. And ever since then, this narrative has persisted. It's for a reason. They're both Abrahamic religions. Yes, in fact, Muslims literally only exist in their belief because Jesus was correct, was the prophet, and then Christians started lying about Jesus for money. And so they needed an update. That's literally what Muslims believe. That's why the Quran exists. they would have been followers of Jesus. That's what they believe. Mind you, I am not religious. I don't believe in any of the religions. And I keep having to find myself defending all of them. I defend Christianity like I'm a goddamn pastor, like I'm Pastor Ben. I'm not Christian, I'm not Muslim, I'm not Jewish, and yet I have to defend all of these because everyone lies about them. ISIS is not Muslim, evangelical Christians are not Christian, and Zionists are not Jewish. All of those beliefs are fundamentally contradictory. They cannot coexist together.
As I was watching
Read the books.
The news unfold yesterday, I was so angry. I could not believe that this is happening. And all I can say, we are all breathing together at the moment. So let's take precaution. If you ever want to say something in this specific, allow me to say, time, say good or be quiet, don't fuel the situation. And this is my advice to politicians.
Now, we saw one of the heroes being actually referred to as a hero, Ahmed Al-Ahmed. This man was one of the ones that disarmed one of the shooters, the father and son shooter duo, did not shoot the shooter and then got shot by the second shooter. Even the Prime Minister went and thanked him. The community raised $2.5 million for him. Also insane comparatively to American police response. But then the second hero who helped stop the second shooter, well, unfortunately, he was mistakenly shot by the police and then beat up by the crowd. This one, we don't know the name of, is an asylum seeker. And guess what? Guess what? How Australia is going to thank this Australian hero who also displayed every Australian value that the Prime Minister thanked Ahmed Al-Ahmed for. How are they thanking him? Well, Bondi bystander who ran towards gunmen facing deportation. First off, shit headline. Should maybe mention the fact that the police shot him as well. This man should not only be receiving citizenship, but should be also considered a national hero. The refugee worked his way towards the footbridge using cars and trees for cover before kicking the weapon away from the gunman, and then got beat up and shot, and now is facing deportation for it. I wonder why they didn't release his name. I wonder why, right? Meanwhile, if you are wondering maybe why the police response may have been weak, first off, just to be fair here, the response by the public predated even the first shot being fired. The police were there, but the public had already been trying to disarm the shooters before they fired off a shot. The first two victims, unfortunately, were an elderly Jewish couple who saw one of the shooters taking the gun out of his car, tried to disarm him, and became the first two victims, unfortunately. But if you're wondering about more of the police response, I would like to show you Exhibit A. The AFP, Australia's federal police, our version of the FBI, was grilled in Australian Parliament last year about inciting autistic Muslim children to become snipers and plant bombs. Now, I don't believe this has anything to do with the Bondi shooting. I believe, well, possibly, maybe not the AFP. I blame that on American influence. I blame that on the NSN. I blame that on the Atlas Network. I blame that on CPAC Australia. Not anything really else. And obviously, the shooters themselves. But this makes you really think, huh?
Given the age of the individual, and you've noted he was 13 at the time, and then became 14, we put in place significant safeguards in terms of how that person was engaged. And again, noting all operational strategies in relation to this matter were jointly agreed through set processes and constructs to the JCT with Victoria Police and ASIO. And ultimately, as a result of our action, the DPP agreed to the laying of 2 serious charges.
And the court found that, in fact, it was the AFP that was radicalising the child. And I'll read you the conclusion from the magistrate. by its conduct in attempting to radicalise TC for the purposes of gaining evidence to prosecute TC for the offences with which he's been charged, the AFP has completely and inevitably undermined the therapeutic process initiated by TC's parents and the Countering Violent Extremism to seek to help to engage TC in the therapeutic and rehabilitative process. The radicalisation was happening as a result of the actions of your own officers. Do you accept the magistrate's finding?
Listen, we acknowledge the magistrate's finding, we accept the finding, but...
So they admit that they radicalized the 13-year-old boy with autism into a terrorist. The police, the federal police.
Radicalising the kids.
Final question.
You're radicalising a 13-year-old boy with autism. Has anyone been held to account? Have you been held to account?
Okay.
Has the undercover operatives been held to account? Has anyone been held to account for this?
Your final question.
So just in relation to that question, it was not our position, not our intent to
You did it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't matter whether it was your intent or not. You did it. You are in a position of authority. You did something wrong. You should face consequences. Like, it's just that simple. This is not, you accidentally gave somebody a speeding ticket. You created a terrorist. You radicalized a 13-year-old autistic boy into becoming a sniper and tried to convince him to plant bombs as part of an entrapment plan.
But if you can let me finish the question, Senator. The person was on the path to radicalisation long before we became involved, long before Victoria Police came involved.
It was the AFP who recommended he become a sniper and a suicide bomber.
Senator.
It was the AFP.
Literally. First off, a 13-year-old on the path to radicalization can be de-radicalized. That is, common sense. When you push them further, and you can't go back and claim they were on that path for the longest time. No. It was the Australian Federal Police who recommended he became a suicide bomber and a sniper. According to Parliament...
He who recommended he become a sniper and a suicide bomber.
Senator.
It was the AFP who put that in his mind. A 13-year-old boy with autism with an IQ of 71. Is anyone held to account for this? This obscene abuse of power and authority.
So, Senator, that was not our intent and not our purpose.
It's what you...
I don't care. You should be in prison or fired at the very least.
Did.
Senator, it wasn't our intent in terms of the actions.
It's what you did.
So in terms of you following up from that question, there's a range of reviews.
This is functionally, we were just following orders, by the way.
That are happening in relation to this matter. More than happy.
Shameful.
More than happy to come back before, as a matter of transparency and confidence, I'm more than happy to come back before this committee and take.
Not even a hint of remorse. Not like, I agree, it's shameful, it shouldn't have happened. You're not even saying that. It wasn't our intent. Not, I'm sorry, it was shameful, it shouldn't have happened, we are conducting... You can just lie, even, say conducting an investigation. It's not like you're going to get any, consequences for that. No, there's literally zero regret for this.
You're here with no consequences. They're out there with no consequences. No one's ever held to account.
We're going to move on. Senator Shoebridge, your time has expired.
And nothing has happened.
See, this is why people say ACAB. This is why. This is the federal police, this is the FBI of Australia. These are the protect and serve. These are the counter-terrorism. People like what? The same type of people who are currently arresting, dudes for being brown and trying to go to the beach? Or maybe, just maybe, he should stop defending it and reconcile the fact that he did something wrong. No? This was a year ago. This was a year ago. Mind you, again, today we're seeing this rise in Islamophobia, anti-Semitism in this country, and it is also being pushed by the United States. It's also not just Islamophobia being pushed by the United States. Do you know how many messages I saw of guess gun control doesn't work? We haven't had a mass shooting in Australia for 30 years, and one of the only reasons that it is now easier to do so is because of people like Pauline Hanson working with the United States, caught on camera even, I'll show that clip as well, specifically watering down Australia's gun laws for the last decade and a half. But first, just, like, come on.
Does he give you a vibe of a peaceful Muslim? He gives me the vibes of someone who's doing the right thing. He gives me the vibe of a peaceful human being. Okay? But check this out. He's a hero. Even one peaceful Muslim who could have taken the guy's father's life when he walked away, gave him mercy. The other guy still, with the mercy that was given to him, didn't return the mercy and came back and killed him. You let a snake go and you're like, you know what, I'm going to spare this guy's life. Do you think you let the snake be in the backyard while your kids are playing, that snake's going to spare your kid's life? No.
Every accusation is a confession. This is what I believe of Nazis.
No mercy for you. They're not wired like you. They don't think like you. They don't live like you. They don't have the same values like you.
All confessions. This is how I see Nazis.
They live in a very different way, folks. They live in a very different way. Even if only 10% of them are extremists and they believe in the jihadists and all these other things that they follow, even if they do.
By the way, it's not even 10%.
Even if it's 10%. Even if it's 10%. 10% alone is more powerful than the 90%, because the 90%, you notice, he didn't even do anything to take the guy's life. He gave him mercy.
Yeah, and that's a problem for you. Americans can't imagine stopping gun violence without shooting people. You notice how the bad guy with a gun was stopped by two good guys without guns. And by the way, imagine if we had like AR-15s. These were bolt-action rifles. In fact, studies indicate that 6,000% less casualties than what would have happened had this been in the United States, had this had American gun laws in this country. And you know who's trying to bring American gun laws to this country? It's people like this, people like Pauline Hanson. Just 6 years ago, Pauline Hanson suggested that were, quote, a lot of questions about the Port Arthur massacre, all while courting millions of dollars in NRA donations to help weaken Australia's gun laws. This, right here, has been a long-term strategy. Slowly, slowly, slowly. In fact, I'm going to find you a clip of them saying very specifically, it's kind of like spreading Vegemite on bread. You don't put a whole chunk on it on there. You got to spread a little bit and get them used to the taste first.
He said it would actually take a massacre in Tasmania to change the gun laws.
Wow.
Have you heard that?
I hadn't heard that one.
Have a look at it.
Oh,
It was set up
Go and have a look.
on
No, it's that whole September 11 thing too. You know?
those shots, precision shots to another round. I've read the book on it, thought I
Yeah.
Fine questions there. And MPs.
Regardless, I'm not going to look for that video. It doesn't matter. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. The thing is, I'm wondering, right? When I did a whole stream about this, pointing out the NSN, pointing out the ties of the NSN to the sovereign citizen movement, pointing out those ties to the Atlas Network, people like Gina Reinhardt with strong connections to US companies, the fossil fuel industry, CPAC Australia, I got banned from Twitch. Now, I wonder, the reason they cited I got banned from Twitch was that I was promoting, encouraging, or facilitating the discrimination or denigration of a group of people based on their protected characteristics. Mind you, all of these allegations were the literal opposite of everything that I was doing. Posting combination of words and emotes in chat to promote denigration based on race, not true. Praising or supporting a hate crime, literally the opposite. But my favorite right here, advocating for the exclusion of a group of people based on disability. Now, I did submit my appeal. I never got a response, though. I don't understand, because that's why I posted this. I asked Twitch and Twitch support. I still want to know. What are you calling Americans a disability or Nazism a disability? You know, like, I don't want to break the rules. If I'm being ableist and making fun of disabled people, I need to know who the disabled people that are now, like, being referred to as such. Is it Americans or is it Nazis? I don't know. I don't know which Twitch, personally, explain to me which of these groups is the disabled people that I am being ableist against. I really need to know. I'm really curious. I bet you they won't answer me, though. Alright, now we're going to shift gears a little bit. We're going to talk about the United States and the Nazis over there. But before we get to that, I feel like just a little bit of an icebreaker. I want to show you guys an incredibly funny video that I saw this morning. I'm going to show you two because I finished that segment just a little bit early. But I don't understand. I mean, I understand. It's just listen.
Vaginoplasty, a procedure a child does not need, costs $60,000. Shockingly, a phalloplasty, the creation of a penis, costs, on average, in America, according to this data, high quality, $150,000 per child. I do believe, with doing some work, that these prices have continued to increase with increasing manufactured demand. And I must point out that the creation of a vagina, in that case of a phalloplasty, or a scrotoplasty where you add testicles, that's extra. Vaginoplasty.
Dr. Oz says testicles cost extra. That was the only bit of this that I cared about. It was just so funny to me. Christopher Zablante, is that V speaking or Johnny Silverhand? I honestly can't tell anymore half the time. When we start a conversation with the word vaginoplasty, things are going to be rough. I guess so, yeah. It's just, if you add testicles, that's extra is just incredible. It's incredible. One more time.
That these prices have continued to increase with increasing manufactured demand. And I must point out that the creation of a vagina, in that case of a phalloplasty, or a scrotoplasty where you add testicles, that's extra.
Love it. This man used to be a real doctor, mind you, like a long time ago. He started grifting with his TV show, but before that he was like a legitimate surgeon. Like he was an actual doctor. Now he dresses like Trump and grifts. Shame to the Turkish community, really. When all infants have a boomy stick, everyone is safer. Just give them to teachers. Bondi Blondie should have had flying guardian patrols in the streets, normal things. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Fucking insane. It's a wild thing for him to say on stage. Yeah. Maybe you want to bring down the prices of healthcare? Yeah, you would think that that would be the rational response, but no. Alright, one more funny thing, just because we do have the time, because I finished this early. Did you know that technically you can sue Satan in the United States? Now, you're not going to win generally because you can't physically serve Satan with papers, but there is a brand new lawsuit that is just chef's kiss. And it's probably not going to go anywhere, but I love it all the same.
To sue Satan, the devil, Lucifer in court all the time. Yes, that's Satan. In this respect, there is no provision that allows a court to dismiss a lawsuit against Satan for silliness, because how do we know that Satan doesn't exist, right? We're not going to get into the weeds there, right? That's opening up a can of worms we don't want to deal with. All of the court opinions ultimately dismissing these lawsuits are very serious. They're like, listen, this is where these lawsuits typically fail. One, for lack of jurisdiction. Number two, you have to show and prove that you have served the defendant with the complaint and the summons. There is no address for the devil that you've provided for us that we could possibly cite here, that you could have possibly gone to.
By the way, you can sue God, by the way, and win.
Serve them with process. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to dismiss your case. The only reason why I mention all of this up front is because there is a new Satan lawsuit on deck on the docket, filed November 13th in DC, captioned Moon versus Satan. Let's just check it out. This is the cover page off the bat. Already loving the artistic liberties that were taken with the red font right there, and up at the top over here, judgment is coming, and asks for $7 billion, which is, you know, I think they're lowballing it. Grand jury trial demanded. All right, cool. COVID-19 host, hoax, or Holy Spirit. Cool. This top part, which is kind of hard to read, says, from the kingdom of Adrian der Demer, by proclamation and decree, under the blood of Yeshua, Jesus Christ, the Messiah, ... Nothing to add. Plaintiff Adrian D'Amico Moon, an individual recipient of SNAP and suing in his official capacity as czar of homelessness and anti-Semitic reform.
Czar of homelessness and anti-Semitic reform. I hope this is against anti-Semitism. I imagine it is because of the plaintiffs of this lawsuit.
Versus Satan,
Sorry,
aka
the defendant.
the fallen loser, a spiritual being and being sued in his official capacity as ruler of this world, Donald John Trump Jr., aka Teflon Don, an individual and being sued in his official capacity as president of the United States of America, a bunch of other people, and does 1 through 350, inclusively. Now, the best part of this,
mind you, it still blows my mind that Donald Trump has had the nickname Teflon Don since the 80s, like specifically meaning charges don't stick to him. All of New York knew this man was connected to the mob since the 80s, like the Russian mob, the Italian mob, all of it, and people still elected him president, but sure. This is an interesting one because you can serve the devil in this case.
is he's referring to Satan and all of these people as Satan et al. So Donald J. Trump Jr. is inclusively Satan. Just making sure we're clear. For decades, defendants Satan et al. Have come against plaintiffs to steal, kill, and destroy.
You can't sue Cthulhu, you can't serve him. You can serve God because of how the law is worded. Acts of God, for example, you can sue for. Also, it's God is omnipresent, so like he always would have the lawsuit. Also, God has a house, it's the church. It's much more difficult. Now, I suppose you might be able to sue Satan if you go to like the Satanic Temple and serve them, but
capitalized by shutdown of his government to avoid paying SNAP payments and issuing executive orders to pay plaintiff his $7 billion from being kidnapped for ransom from Altadena, California, spending 10 years in California prisons and 16 months in DOC, DC jail to chill plaintiff from exercising his rights in his protected class and grand theft of approximately $1 billion in personal and real estate properties. Plaintiff are therefore forced to seek this court's intervention to forestall further irreparable harm and damages, duress, and actual cost and punitive damages from Satan and his underlings' evil, vicious, heinous, Hamas domestic terror illegal actions. This court.
They called him Hamas. I love it so much. Moon v. Satan et al., everybody. Love it. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. All right, now let's get to the real news. We got some dark stuff coming out of the US today. Word salad? Absolutely. Hilarious? Yes. Worth it? Yes. Should more of this happen? Absolutely. Now, this is unexpected and insane. I'm sure you've seen this. A lot of people thought this was a joke. We have launched the Patriot Games.
In the fall, we will host the first ever Patriot Games, an unprecedented 4-day athletic event featuring the greatest high school athletes, one young man and one young woman from each state and territory. But I promise there will. In the fall, we will host the.
I still haven't found the full clip where I say, where he like, oh no, sorry, I did. I promise is like trans people. Okay, so we're doing Hunger Games. One man and one woman from every state is going to compete in the Patriot Games. I wonder what it will be. I honestly don't know. May the odds be ever in your favor, I guess. I really don't imagine it being anything really special, but I just like thinking about the fact of 100 Nazis being put into an arena and only one lives. I really hope they do that. That would be based of the president if he were to do it. It would make things a lot better, honestly. I'm not against that, but the real thing is there's a historical parallel here. It's actually just Nazi stuff. As usual, it's not the Hunger Games. It's not that fun. It's just more Nazi stuff, unfortunately. Speaking of more Nazi stuff, this came out recently. We're just going full in, aren't we? This is from yesterday. John Kennedy, Grill's nominee in Congress. You believe that folks with handicaps should not be allowed to marry. This man admits it. This is literal Nazi stuff. One of the first groups that the Nazis went after were disabled people. Let's take a listen.
House, Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Olson, I believe I looked at your resume. You are an elder in the Reformed Presbyterian Church of North America. Is that correct?
Yes, very Christian of you to think that handicapped people should not be able to get married. Jesus would approve 100%. God damn, I wish the Christians were right and Jesus would come back and whip these people to tears.
I am an ordained elder in the RPCNA. I am not actively serving.
In August of 2015, you gave a sermon at the Second Reformed Presbyterian Church. Do you remember that?
2015, I think that might have been a Sunday school lecture, but I spoke, yes.
During that sermon, you said that marriage was not intended for all people, including, and I'm going to quote your words, our handicapped friends are our persons with physical disabilities that might prevent the robust marriage that we're called to, close quote. Did you say that?
I think I did, Senator, yes.
You believe that folks with handicaps and physical disabilities should not be able to marry?
No, Senator. I was explaining the meaning of Christ's words that some, to use Christ's terms, are eunuchs by birth, and explaining.
Yeah, no, not Christ's words. Not Christ's words. These people literally never quote Jesus. These people don't believe in any of Jesus' teachings. Again, Jesus was functionally a communist. He was proto-Marx. The closest this planet ever got to communism was immediately after the death of Jesus. Jesus was a brown Palestinian who was arrested by state enforcers for advocating for the abolition of private property and being nice to foreigners. Killed, and yeah, that was it. And then after he was killed, his closest friends and followers then actually did what he wanted, sold all of their stuff, pulled their money together, and created a commune, until the Roman enforcers came and ruined that too. None of these people believe in Jesus.
That the meaning of that verse in the context of those who are called to singleness, and that there are various reasons why individuals don't get married.
They don't want you to have babies, Shade Dragon. The current plan is depopulating. They want more people to die first.
But what about folks who are handicapped or who have developmental disabilities?
I was using that example as an illustration of why some don't get married, not as a kind.
Yeah, no, you're full of shit because you just said a moment ago, no. I'm using Jesus' words saying these people shouldn't get married. I think people like you shouldn't have the right to speak at all, actually.
Kind of reason why someone shouldn't. It was illustrative of the condition in which some find themselves, but certainly not in any stretch of the imagination suggesting that they couldn't or shouldn't, merely that in some cases they don't.
Literally not what you said a minute and 30 seconds ago. It'd be real cool if Senate Dems kind of stopped confirming people and pulled their eyes out of their ass. It'd be really cool if Senate Dems actually worked for us and not the same people these people work for. For example, right now everyone's losing their shit at the Vanity Fair article that came out because Susie Wiles said a lot of stuff that possibly she thought was off the record. They clearly need her because no one is mad about it. She called like the president a alcoholic's personality, said Elon Musk is a committed ketamine addict, stuff like that. But Susie Wiles runs the show. Like, they could not function without her. But I want you to understand that this is on purpose. This is not an accidental leak. This is not her saying so much that, like, she's out. No. This is her both propping herself up for if the ship were to sink, but also kind of just setting the tone for their base for any potential surprises, like a war with Venezuela, the Epstein files coming out, which are currently being redacted.
Susie Wiles tells Whipple this: some clinical psychologist that knows 1 million times more than I do will dispute what I'm going to say, but high-functioning alcoholics, or alcoholics in general, their personalities are exaggerated when they drink. And so I'm a little bit of an expert in big personalities, Wiles said. Trump has, quote, an alcoholic's personality. He, quote, operates with the view that there's nothing he can't do, nothing, zero, nothing.
I sure hope that's true, because that's when people make mistakes. I don't care about this, besides the fact that they look like losers in every single photo. I'm not going to go through the photos. Personally, like plenty of people have, I might show like one video if we have time about it, but I have a lot more important things to show. But I do want to touch on one important bit from this that I did catch, and this is a quote like from the photographer, where there are moments that you missed, anything that happened that's on the cutting room floor. I don't think there's anything that I missed that I wish I'd gotten, but I'll give you a little anecdote. Stephen Miller was perhaps the most concerned about the portrait session. He asked, should I smile or not? And I said, how would you want to be portrayed? We agreed that we would do a bit of both, and then when we were finished, he came up to me, shook my hand, and said goodbye, and he says to me, you know, you have a lot of power in the discretion you use to be kind to people. I looked at him, and I said, you know, you do too. Now, obviously, that takes a lot of courage to say to Stephen Miller. What makes it even funnier, by the way, is apparently, Vanity Fair photographer Christopher Anderson posted this story on his Instagram, suggesting that he intentionally posed Stephen Miller underneath a painting of Native Americans. Now, before we get to the painting, I do want to say I love this photo because it is very intentionally being lit from the side, and it's making him look two-faced on purpose. The shadow is directly covering half of his face. That is an intentional decision. Christopher Anderson is a fantastic photojournalist. But I do love just the fact that trolling him like this. And the one other thing I will really say is J.D. Vance owes Vanity Fair at least $1,200. So apparently J.D. Vance said, I'll give you $100 for every person you make look really shitty compared to me, and $1,000 if it's Marco. J.D. Vance's portrait looks disgusting, but he looks downright flattering comparatively to the rest of them. Marco Rubio looks like he literally contracted skin cancer from being MAGA, and it's killing him. Like, it looks like he is actively dying from trying to transition from neocon to MAGA. It's sad. The detail on this, like, oh my goodness. Now, you know what? We do still have time. Technically, I wasn't even going to start America until 2 minutes from now. I'm getting through this pretty fast. Good thing I have a lot. Let's just have a look at an actual photojournalist break down some of these photos, because I do agree with these. The actual article isn't important as much as the way that these photos make you feel.
For these Vanity Fair photos by Christopher Anderson could be a masterclass in professional photography, and I'm going to tell you why. Starting with this photo of J.D. Vance, I think this one is my favorite. Okay, he's backed up against a wall. We don't do this with portrait photography unless it's like an interesting wall. Not to mention, his shadow is cast against the wall, but the lighting on his face still looks really flat. This was done on purpose. The baseboard is really high, making him look very small. Read between the lines on all of that. It's not just that these aren't edited out. He looks small, he's backed up against the wall, and he looks very one-dimensional in this photo. Next, we have this photo of Caroline Leavitt, where the first thing
Okay, wait, before the Caroline Levitt thing, explain to me how Caroline Levitt is 28 years old. She is younger than me. She has crow's feet on the wrong side of her face. Thank you, Jet. And it looks like her lip injections were done by a chiropractor. Like what is wrong? Like, I mean, I know evil ages you. I know evil just makes you look bad, but this is the face of like a 55-year-old woman. I want to see a birth certificate. I cannot believe that she is younger than me. That she's 28 years old. I can't believe it. I need to see a birth certificate.
I love it, where the first thing I noticed was that the light is shining directly on her face, and it's not soft light. This is harsh, bright light meant to show every wrinkle and every pore. What everyone else is pointing out is also what I saw.
The orange nose from shoving her nose straight up Trump's ass every day is very clear.
Her mouth is full of holes. That has to be a metaphor. Next, we have Steve Miller, who looks drunk or something. But what I
didn't even notice the gut hanging out.
love about this isn't that his gut's hanging out and he looks super gluttonous. It is that the lighting is coming from the side. This was done purposefully because if you look at his face, he looks two-faced. Half of his face is dark, half of his face.
I didn't see the gut until this came up, though. I was still focused on his face.
That also was done intentionally. And finally, we have this photo.
And you look weak as hell, Marco. But, you know, this is a redacted photo of Marco. Here's the unredacted, the real version of this, actually. That's the... I'm kidding. All right, let's get to, like, the more important stuff. So, you guys ready for some horrors? Because here we go. ICE has kidnapped a U.S. citizen, not the first time. An immigration attorney, Victoria Slatton, has a client who was born in Maryland, a U.S.-born citizen. ICE took her into custody on December 16th. That alone should terrify you. Yeah, you're not safe. They've been doing that for a while. Her legal team filed habeas corpus, the legal protection meant to stop the government from disappearing people, and a court granted and issued the injunction, stating that she cannot be deported or moved out of the jurisdiction. She is a U.S.-born citizen. ICE still ignored the court order. Even after being given her valid U.S. birth certificate, ICE moved her anyway, transferring her to Louisiana, a widely known stop as the final stop before deportation. This was someone born in the United States.
My name is Victoria Slatton. I'm an immigration attorney. I currently have a client who is a U.S. citizen who is in ICE custody. She was taken yesterday under very suspicious circumstances, in my opinion, and we have been desperately trying to get her out. We filed habeas last night that was supposed to protect her from being moved and keep her in the jurisdiction. The court actually ruled, giving us an injunction that said she was not allowed to be moved from the jurisdiction and that she was not allowed to be deported. Despite that, and despite ICE having her birth certificate that shows that she was very clearly born in Maryland, they did move her to Louisiana. That is not a good sign. That is usually a last stop before deportation. They're blatantly ignoring orders from the court. They're not allowing me access to my client, and I am at a loss, and I'm incredibly angry. It is an indisputable fact that she was born inside the United States. I've seen her birth certificate. We have immunization records. We have multiple affidavits from people who were there at her birth. I personally called the hospital and they confirmed that they do.
Yeah, like I was gonna say LMAO first time. Yeah, no, this has been happening.
We have records, they just cannot release them at this time, but we are working on getting additional evidence, but we have her birth certificate. That should be enough. She never should have been picked up in the first place. I am asking if anyone in the media is willing to cover this story. She has two sisters who are willing to speak. I'm also asking for basically any resources, any help. I've gone to her congressman. I'm doing everything we can on the legal side, but I am at a loss because this is so far beyond what I ever thought I would be fighting for. So please at least like and share this video. If you are a journalist or if you know a journalist, please reach out to me. My email is in my bio. I'd really like more coverage on this. Thank you.
Well, I didn't reach out to her, but I covered it anyway. I probably will reach out to her. Mind you, it's worse. They're also making it so that you can't contact these people. No, I know, Buncourt. I know you're laughing because you're coping because of how bad it is, and I'm gonna say the worst part in a bit, but I really want to build up to it first. I need you to understand this is about disappearing you.
Hi, I am trying to set up a communication account for a detainee. I don't have their A number, which is required to set up the account, and I was hoping you could help me with that.
No, ma'am. They're gonna have to be able to give that to you. We can't give it out.
So their family is not in the country. They haven't heard from them in a week. And so what other ways do we have if they're unable to make the phone call to give out that number?
There's no other way. They can't contact them. We can't help right there.
Is there a way if I left my phone number with you?
No, ma'am.
And what if I wanted to write them a letter?
You can write them, but they still need your A number.
I need to have the A number on the letter for it to arrive to them. If this was your family member or loved one who was detained, what would you do? How would you go about trying to contact them?
I would hope they'd contact me.
And how are they supposed to contact you? Huh? Yeah, 100% the media is already fully aware and complicit. That's why they're not picking up her story. Yep, absolutely.
I wouldn't have a choice. I mean, it goes against our policy.
If they're unable to do that, though, because they don't have the phone number to call out to give their A number to someone, it's so you see, it's sort of like a chicken and egg situation, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any other suggestions?
No, ma'am.
There's no other way to deposit. I mean, I know you all use Getting Out, which I know requires the A number. I've talked to other facilities that also might use like Western Union or things like that. Are there any other ways to get money into a detainee's account that don't require that number?
No.
Okay, and there's no way for me to leave a message with you that can get to a detainee?
No, ma'am.
What law, Shade Dragon? Last week, Buncourt came on and we talked about the death of the law. You want to know what the law is? Let me ask you a question. Trump declares fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. What is the penalty for smuggling weapons of mass destruction into the country? Mandatory penalty. It's a capital offense. Who are they blaming primarily as the people smuggling drugs into the country like fentanyl? Brown people. Mind you, it is not. It's mostly white Americans who do so, but that's unimportant here because that's not the point. Now, if it is mandatory death penalty to smuggle drugs into the country, and they are blaming, or smuggling fentanyl at the very least, brown people for smuggling fentanyl into the country, what do you think is gonna happen? What is NSPM 6 if NSPM 7 declares all of you terrorists? Everyone, everybody that is not actively bending the knee. If that declares everybody a terrorist, right? What is NSPM 6? If they're able to say that, they're happy to say that, what are they keeping classified? Now, I'll give you a little bit of a thought experiment. What if you swapped NSPM 6 and NSPM 7 and put them the other way around? What if, 7 came before? What do you think 6 may be in this case? See you later, state your thesis. Just wondering, just asking questions. We are witnessing domestic terrorist sedition against federal government, says Stephen Miller. NSPM 7 is being utilized. Well, what's NSPM 6? What happens if they just say you have fentanyl, you have weapons of mass destruction? Now let's take a look at what the inside of the current concentration camps look like. But I would ask you, I'm not going to tell you, but I want you to look into what's currently being built in Utah. Look into Core Civic and Geo Group. Look into what's being built in Utah that is specifically being designated for the homeless population. What do you think comes next, guys?
This is wrong.
I'm here because there's torture in that facility. It's a concentration camp, and because my conscience calls me to do it.
I was treated like a criminal.
I said, listen, I know every one of you will say, I left my kids at home with no one to take care of them. I don't care. You will say that you haven't eaten anything all day long. I don't care. You're terrified, you are here unjustly. I don't care.
I'm saying, okay, can I talk to my lawyer now? You'll get your lawyer call. Not now. And I would remain there for 18 days.
Not knowing what's gonna happen to me, I feel like that was the worst.
Chained her feet. She stayed for nearly 2 weeks.
ICE detention facilities run by private companies. The more detainees there are, the more profit.
When you have a strong case that ICE fears the judge is going to rule in your favor, they transfer you to another state to prevent you appearing in front of that judge and to delay you from appearing in that court.
I don't even know how to explain what it's like being in there.
Esto se haga viral, ayúdenos.
What do you think comes next, guys? Anyone listen to Trump's speech last night? You know, the self-filleting? The only part of it that mattered was this part.
American-born citizens. That's what he said. American-born citizens. Not American citizens. American-born citizens. I need to talk to you about the direction that they want to take this in, because a lot of you still think you will be safe. It is no mistake that in his telepromptered stump speech, because make no mistake, his speech today that everyone was like making a big deal out of, that was a stump speech. He is campaigning. He's campaigning for approval. That's why he's just telling a bunch of lies up there about how great everything is. He's campaigning because he's flailing. That is a good sign, but I digress. It is no.
He's dying. It's the people after him that matter. He's probably got like 3 to 5 months left. You notice the like signage on the White House that says like, this is the bathroom, this is the West Wing. He's a dementia patient. He's dying. He has a heart condition, congenital heart failure. Like, yeah.
No mistake that he said this in a pre-written speech, especially now that it is coming out that they are looking to strip naturalized citizenship from more people in America.
In fact, specifically today, we got this. The Trump administration has now set an internal target to pursue 1 to 200 denaturalization cases per month. They now have a quota. A sharp escalation in efforts to strip U.S. citizenship from naturalized citizens, according to reporting by the New York Times. The policy would dramatically expand a rarely used legal process, typically reserved for cases involving fraud during naturalization. Trump had previously signaled support for such moves, linking denaturalization to broader immigration enforcement. Speaking to reporters earlier this year, he admitted he would like to strip citizens from naturalized people, and he claimed that naturalization maybe through Biden or somebody, that they didn't know what they were doing. A quota of 1 to 200 people a month. That is 26 million naturalized citizens in the United States. Where do you think they're going to end up? It's those camps. Where do you think they get their money from? These are private camps. The more people in them, the more money they make.
Mr. President, you said that you might
Now then there's the other camp.
denaturalize some American citizens. Can you talk about
You mean people that are in here that shouldn't be here?
that became Americans? Are you trying
Well, we'll
to
see.
revoke
I
their
mean, yeah, if we
citizenship?
have criminals that came into our country and they were naturalized maybe through a Biden or somebody that didn't know what they were doing, if I have the power to do it, I'm not sure that I do, but if I do, I would denaturalize absolutely.
Mr. President, you said that.
So, guess what, guys? If you weren't born in the United States, or honestly, even if you were, you're not safe. You're not safe at all. Not to mention the fact that, like, a Pentagon official recently said that he'd be willing to do military strikes inside the United States against designated terror groups, mind you. By the way, here's them laughing as they disappear American citizens. Born citizens in some cases. They want to kill you.
And U.S. citizens in the vehicle. This is in front of Berwyn's Community Center, terrorizing our community.
U.S. citizens in this
Literally.
vehicle! I saw their passports, they pulled it from the car!
We have multiple ICE agents.
U.S. citizens!
We have ICE filming us. from their cameras for their propaganda. 2 citizens with U.S. passports in front of the Berwyn Community Center held by ICE.
They don't care. They don't care if you're a veteran. They don't care if you're a citizen. They don't care. They want to kill you.
Police! I'm the state police! Border Patrol! I saw their
What's your name?
What's your name?
What's your name? They're here in full force, Greg Rubino.
Merry Christmas. They're laughing as they disappear, kidnap American citizens. Like you. Like some of you.
I'm a fucking American!
Greg Rubino is here in front of Berwyn's Community Center, terrorizing us. There are children all around us. You have a silenced fucking weapon.
Call my mom.
Silenced weapons. Yep.
I'm not pick up my daughter. Please. They're gonna take me to Homeland Security. I'll be back though.
They have 2 U.S. citizens with passports.
You know what else they're doing? Stuff like this. Yeah, just pull your gun out and point it at random people. Yeah? All over? Biz, if you can please send me your source links for all the ICE-related clips later, of course. Yeah, absolutely. I got you, mate. Just dragging people around the streets. Mind you, again, they're going to tell you that it's the left that advocates for violence. It's the left. They're going to tell you to turn the temperature down while they shoot you.
Unequivocally condemn all forms of violence.
You're sitting on a pile of bones.
These bones were here when I got here.
You're drinking what appears to be blood out of a human skull.
As is my right to do. I found this skull.
I'm just saying it doesn't really seem to go with your message.
Maybe if you worked harder, you could drink blood out of a skull.
I don't want to drink blood out of a skull.
Terrorist! Seize him!
That's where we're at. Yeah, Infallible Foul, I talked about it a little bit ago. It's mostly unimportant. The photography is what I really focused on. Here's ICE agents illegally detaining and demanding proof of citizenship from teenagers on their way to school in Chicago and laughing as they go and drive away. Tuesday morning, masked agents are caught on camera cornering a teenage girl, questioning her without cause or legal authority. They don't need it. When they finally leave, she is left frozen in fear, visibly shaken, unable to move until a woman steps in and asks if she's okay, brings her into safety. As the person filming pans back to the agents, they're seen laughing like terrorizing a child on their way to school is a joke to them. Let's be clear, this is not security. This is the Gestapo. These people want to kill you. Papers, please? Yeah.
You okay? Come inside. Come inside. Come inside.
By the way, saying come inside is a crime. If the person comes into your business, the employee's only area of your business, of their own accord, then it is not a crime. But if you flag someone down that ICE is looking for or chasing and ask them to come inside, you have now committed a felony. It's illegal to harbor them. I wonder, that sounds familiar, right? Like, I feel like that was something that happened back in the 40s. I feel like, a little kid wrote a book about how it was illegal to harbor the undesirables.
This car is ICE. Be careful. 51st and Western. It's ICE. It's ICE. Be careful.
Even if you don't know their identity, which is crazy, no one is walking around saying, I'm an illegal. Yep, because it doesn't matter. They're arresting U.S. citizens. I've shown several now. I just showed how there's a quota of 100 to 200 citizens that are going to be denaturalized a month now. Now, that has been put forward. That has been, agreed upon and is being applied. They want to kill you. All of you. And on that, like, the fact that you can't tell whether or not these are ICE agents, want to know one of the reasons why the Brown University shooter got as far as he did into the university before he got to do that shooting? It's because he dressed like a fucking ICE agent. It'll be relevant when the nightmare is over. You think this nightmare ends through any means other than force? Because they're not getting voted out. They're not leaving. Trump isn't the problem. He'll be dead in 3 to 5 months from his heart failure, and then the next people are going to be the ones that actually kill you.
Alarming video going viral. It's now being investigated by Rialto police. It shows a man being chased and hit by a pickup truck and then taken into custody by several unidentified members of law enforcement. Rialto police say they've determined these...
Which... oh, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have the video up. Here, let's see that one more time.
This alarming video going viral is now being investigated by Rialto police. It shows a man being chased and hit by a pickup truck and then taken into custody by several unidentified members of law enforcement. Rialto police say they've...
Which law enforcement agency, the unidentified law enforcement agency, likes to run people over with their cars and drives around in unmarked cars, by the way? Because, look, he got out. That was the driver that hit the person.
Rialto police. It shows a man being chased and hit by a pickup truck and then taken into custody by several unidentified members of law enforcement.
Bam! Which law enforcement agency is doing this?
This happened just before noon today along West Foothill Boulevard. Police say they
I wonder.
Enforcement activity. Now they're trying to locate the driver of that pickup truck.
Yeah, the driver being immigration enforcement. Does not come by default. You must get ready and prepare yourself. You know what? I'm going to show this one in a minute. We'll get back to this one. The Nazis are training. Are you? White supremacists in Tennessee are training to fight themselves. Their exact words: they believe modern men are soft and need brutal combat to prepare for the race war they're building towards. CNN has exposed their 124-acre hidden compound where this is happening. The Nazis are training for war. What are you doing?
This is footage of a training event organized by Patriot Front, one of the most active white supremacist groups in the country.
Finish strong.
The group...
Join the SRA, Shade Dragon. Go build community. It's a non-political organization. They will help you learn self-defense. Arm yourself and learn how to defend yourself. Because, I have, news for you. This is not happening right now. They're preparing for the next step.
The group's leader says they aren't violent, but in January, they were found liable for the brutal beating of a black man in Boston. I've been tracking them for some time, and earlier this year, I noticed something in their propaganda. They appear...
You know what, let me correct myself. This is also happening right now. It's just not a full-blown race war just yet. But they're training. So should you. The lists are active. Your neighbors will trade you to save themselves. You think you're safe? That comfort is a delusion. Join the SRA, a 501c4 nonprofit prioritizing self and community defense. The one that I just linked, the Socialist Rifle Association. It is a non-political organization. You cannot talk about politics there. They will kick you out.
To be using a private compound where they teach recruits and where violent fight clubs are held. The footage we're showing you from inside the compound was shared online by Patriot Front's leaders. I've geolocated several of their videos to the same place.
Mind you, the SRA also does disaster relief, community outreach. They go and help people when natural disasters hit. Like, it is a non-political organization. It is an aid organization.
124-acre property hiding in plain sight outside the town of Tellico Plains in Tennessee. Now, we've asked Patriot Front for access. They've not gotten back to any of our requests. So we're driving there to see if we can get a better idea of what goes on. The property is managed by Ian Elliott, a leading member of Patriot Front.
It stemmed from some of the same desires that many like-minded, like-blooded people have for an intentional community, private property, self-sustainable property.
Now, Elliott didn't respond to my request for an interview, but we flew a drone over the site.
If there is no branch in your area, contact them. They probably have members or former members near your area. You may be able to start up a branch in your area. Again, it is an everything org. It is a non-political one. It is not, telling you to do violence. It is teaching you to defend yourself. You have the Second Amendment still. You are Americans. Learn how to use it. Because, again, the Nazis are training right now. Are you? And again, if it's this easy to declare something like fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction, the thing for which the only penalty is death, a capital offense, and all they have to do is plant some on you, primarily brown people is who they're blaming, but it is a capital offense, and the law is dead. You had WMDs, mate. You're going to the camps. That's what happens. They want to kill you personally. They take joy in it.
Guys, I don't typically make videos like this in this type of setting, but I just need to, and I'm so sorry that I'm choked up. I am just really overwhelmed about this, and I don't really know how to react. I go to school in Northeast Georgia, a small town. I'm not gonna say where specifically, just for safety. But I was just stopped by ICE.
If you can't afford to leave, then cross into Canada or Mexico and apply for asylum. You can do that. That's how it works. You cross the border and you apply for asylum.
They were unmarked vehicles and they were blocking both sides of the road. It was a 2-lane road and they were blocking both sides of it. And they were stopping every car that passed. Like, no one was getting past them. Like, everyone was getting stopped. And I was just like, hey, what is going on? And they're like, we need to see your driver's license. And I was like, okay. So they take my driver's license, like, take it, and
papers, please. And it doesn't matter, because 1 to 200 U.S. citizens are now going to be denaturalized a month. And I just showed you several U.S. citizens, including U.S.-born citizens, getting disappeared.
Walk around my car. They're, like, looking my car up and down, and they come back. And I was just like, can I ask what this is about? They're like, we're doing a safety check. There are a lot of illegals in the area, and we need to make sure that...
Reach out to me on Discord, Shade Dragon, personally, and I'll talk to you and see what we can do.
We make sure that they are eradicated. And I was...
That's their literal words. Listen to what she just said. One more time. Their words.
A lot of illegals in the area, and we need to make sure that, we make sure that they are eradicated.
Eradicated. Eradicated. And again, they don't give a fuck about whether you're illegal or not. They are dragging pregnant US-born citizens by the face across concrete. They want to kill you.
And I was just like, what? Like, I was like, are you serious? Like, I was like, I'm a citizen. Like, I was born 45 minutes from here. Like, what? And they were just like, yeah, it was just standard. And then they just walked on with my license.
Just standard, bureaucratic extermination policy.
And then they came back and they were like, okay, you can go. And I just can't help but, like, feel so much horror, not only for myself, but for the people who are not of the same privilege that I am. Obviously, I am white, and I know that that gave me enormous privilege in this scenario. And I just, like, I cannot tolerate it. It is just so disheartening and horrifying and abhorrent.
They'll just say you have weapons of mass destruction in your body, Christopher DeBlante, and then they'll put you in the camps too, and then they'll kill you because the minimum penalty, the only penalty, is death. That's a capital crime.
And I just wanted to warn people because they are now blocking roads. So, yeah, that's all.
Buncore, the only reason I'm not crying is because I'm screaming. What Discord am I reaching out to? Anyone have the link tree for me, please, that they could post? That would be very appreciated. Male ICE Border Patrol agents used force to unlawfully detain a woman project manager on a private site after she questioned their authority and refused to hand over her ID. In Amherst, New York, the woman is the project manager for a roofing company and was standing on the private property of an active job when agents entered the yard without a warrant. They don't care about the law. It doesn't matter. They're never going to get held liable for this. As she was asked basic lawful questions, including whether they had a warrant, began filming. Agents demanded her identification. She refused, which she is legally entitled and allowed to do in New York. The refusal triggered immediate escalation. A male agent ordered her to put her hands on a tree, pushed her into it, began grabbing her body and reaching into her pocket in attempts to restrain her. As this happened, she repeatedly asked, "Why are you arresting me? What are you arresting me for?" They don't answer. They continue to use physical force without stating a charge or a legal basis. It's not the KKK or the Proud Boys. It's the SS. It's the Gestapo. They are specifically designed as the Gestapo. They are no different at all in any way, shape, or form. They just hire from KKK and the Proud Boys.
No, excuse me, that's a woman.
It's for the love of the game, Shufu Poofer. That's the worst part.
Where's the lady officer? Get the lady officer. Get the lady officer.
Turn around. Hands against the tree.
For what? Why are you arresting me?
I posted the Discord link. There you go.
Why?
Because.
Why are you taunting me? What have I done to you?
Okay, Twitter, you gonna stop freezing? Or is this just how the video is? Okay, that's how the video is. They don't care. They laugh as they arrest you. They laugh as they harass children. They laugh as they run human beings over. Here is ICE forced a pregnant woman onto the ground, used their full weight to hold her on her pregnant belly. Bystanders can be heard screaming and pleading for them to stop. They got pepper sprayed. This is not law enforcement, it's brutality. No, this is just demonic. Makes me wish the Christian God was real. Yeah, this is the very beginning. Yes. By the way, all of this has been happening for months. I've been saying it for months. You just don't see the worst of it on the media. That's why. It's getting even worse. This isn't the worst of it. It's just the bar has moved so much that this is now the least bad, which is why it makes it to the media. This is the least bad.
Please let her go. She's pregnant. She's pregnant. You're ugly as shit. Please let her go.
I can't stand to watch the whole thing, but
Let her go. Let her go.
exactly. This is their best behavior. You want to know what they do? I will finish it. And then I'm going to show you what they do when they think that there's no camera. They're dragging her. She's pregnant.
ماشي waxaa ka dhacay dagaal oo u dhaxeeya ICE-ka iyo dadka kale. He's dragging! Yes, he's dragging. He's dragging!
These are terrorists, all of them. This is what they think. This is what happens when they think they're not on camera. In every major city where there is an ICE presence, it's off in the outskirts of the city, where they don't think people are, where stuff like this happens. they made this man kneel and then drove an armored SUV over his legs as he is screaming, and they are laughing as they torture these people. This is what's happening every day in this country when they think that they're not on camera. One more time. I never let this leave your mind until this war is over. That's what they want to do to you, and will do to you. It's really Nazis. Yes. Yes, it is. Every single one of them. Yes. A 13-year-old boy in the United States was picked up and detained by ICE. Legally in the United States.
A mother in Massachusetts is living every parent's nightmare right now. Her 13-year-old son, Arthur, was taken by ICE, and not a grown man, not a criminal, child. He was arrested after police got what they called a, quote, credible tip, unquote, but before his mom could even get to the station, ICE had already taken him. No answers, no phone call, nothing. She is from Brazil, here legally, waiting on an asylum decision since 2020.
Showed you last week how many white people, American-born citizens, are also this is happening to everyone.
21. She said she waited at the police station for an hour before being told her son was gone. She didn't even know where until he finally called her from a detention center. Then another detention center, first in Massachusetts, then Virginia. And he's been crying on the phone, terrified, saying that ICE took him.
If you haven't watched my video on YouTube about the alleged illegal medical surgeries being done on ICE detainees in Honolulu Federal Detention Center in relation to the Neuralink trials, go check that one out, youtube.com/@Visora. That also involves moving people between dozens of facilities and states, making it difficult to track them down, difficult for an attorney, difficult for them to remember. It includes a 251% increase in the time spent in solitary confinement. Yeah, that's where we're at right now. There is a little kid somewhere hiding in someone's house from the Nazis writing about this right now.
Now, ICE and the Department of Homeland Security are saying one thing, and local police are saying another. DHS claimed that the boy had a weapon. Everett's mayor said that's flat out false.
The 13-year-old boy,
The judge,
literally, he had a gun!
Has already ordered ICE to explain why this kid is even being held. But as of last night, they still haven't provided a clear answer. His lawyer says this violates his Fifth Amendment rights, his community.
You have no rights left. You don't. You ever vote Democrat, guys? Ever? Any of you ever? Stephen Miller says it is a domestic terror organization.
Or represent American citizens. It is an entity devoted exclusively to the defense.
She's probably getting released too, Shufa Poofer.
Of hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists. The
Remember this from last week?
Executive Order of Domestic Terrorist Organization, Antifa. That's our primary concern right now.
All right, that's what President Trump did. What does the FBI say?
We share the same view. When you look at the data right now, you look at the domestic terrorist threat that we're facing. Right now, what I see from my position is that's the most immediate violent threat that we're facing on the domestic side.
So where is the Antifa headquarters?
What we're doing right now with the organization.
Where in the United States does Antifa exist? If it's a terrorist organization and you've identified it as number one.
We are building out the infrastructure right now.
We are building out the infrastructure right now. What do you think that means? Again, if they're perfectly happy to call everyone a terrorist with NSPM 7, what are they not willing to say in NSPM 6? If you've not read NSPM 7, let me give you a quick little rundown. I'm just going to do this every week from now on. NSPM 7 says entities that can be identified by any of the following indicators are extremist terrorist organizations: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, and support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, aka immigrants should have rights, extremism on race, aka white nationalists and white people are not superior to every other group, extremism on gender, trans people should have rights, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, you should be allowed to have gay marriage, hostility towards those who have traditional American views on religion, you're against evangelical Christians because they're not Christian, they're a death cult. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on mortality. You don't believe that empathy is a sin? You are a terrorist. So if they're willing to say all of that, which, by the way, makes most of the country, including many Republicans, what are they not willing to say in 6? Again, flip 6 around. 6 comes after 7 in this case. Think about what that could mean. Think about what that could mean when you tie it to the designation of fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, which would be a capital crime, mandatory death penalty. What is being built in Utah right now for homeless people? Look into Core Civic and Geo Group. They are going to kill you. What comes next, guys? What comes next? Anyone have any idea? Other than, me? Because, like I've said what I think. Anyone have any alternatives that they want to throw out? Because I can't think of any. We're doing all of the Nazi stuff. Openly. And it's getting worse by the day. By the day. They don't care about the law. They will assault you. They don't care if you're a citizen. They don't care if you were born here or not. Even if they're talking about, born citizens as if it matters. Oh, by the way, if you don't live in America, don't fucking come back. Don't come here. Because now, to get into the country, even if you come from a country that doesn't require a visa, such as an EU country, the UK, Australia, or Japan, you need to hand over all of your social media accounts from the last 5 years, your biometrics, including your face, your fingerprints, your DNA, and your iris. I imagine that's a mouth swab for the DNA. Every phone number you've ever used in the last 5 years, every email address you've ever used in the last 10 years, IP addresses and metadata connected to every photo you submitted, the names of all of your family members, parents, spouse, siblings, and children, all of your family members' phone numbers from the last 5 years, all of your family members' dates of birth, places of birth, residences and residencies, all of your business numbers for the last 10 years, and all of your business email addresses for the last, phone numbers for 5 years and addresses for 10 years. What do you think comes next? What do you think they're willing to do when it is already now quota policy to denaturalize U.S. citizens, 1 to 200 per month? What do you think happens when the Nazis are training for battle? Are you training? Do you have community? Do you have people around you? And again, just to circle back to how I started this off, this is not just an America problem. This is a global problem being pushed by America and Russia and Israel. All of them. You know what you could be doing? You could be doing things like this, but we're not, because America is the Nazi country. Look what happens in Australia, in Western Australia. First Nazi salute conviction under new Western Australia laws. Now, to be fair, these people aren't in prison. I would like them to be. I would like them to be in prison. But even this is better than being in support of it?
WA's new Nazi salute laws were put to the test in court today, with 2 men sentenced after being hit with the new charge. Each walked free with fines despite extreme views.
Admitting guilt over illegal Nazi salutes, Daniel Stocks was let off with a fine.
Yeah, I'm happy not going to jail. That's pretty good, eh?
Are you a neo-Nazi, Mr. Stocks?
Yeah, I am.
Are you proud to be a neo-Nazi?
Yes, I am.
Why?
Because
you can get methadone in a lot of other countries, Christopher DeBlante. You can. Australia included. They're proud to be Nazis here. Like, they're open about it. In America, you don't need them to say it. You can see it. You can see it. Everywhere. All the time. 24/7. You're not safe. Your family is not safe. No one is going to save you but you. You need community. That comfort that you feel is a delusion. Join the SRA. It is a non-profit prioritizing self-defense and community defense education. It is not a political organization. Your neighbors will sell you out. They have lists. If you have ever watched me, you are on a list. If you have ever donated to Hassan, you are on a list. If you have ever shown up to a protest, you are on a list. If you have ever voted Democrat, you are on a list. I can't make this clear. There is only one real response to this, and it is this.
A lot of people in my community, they're just scared to come out. Personally, I have a family member. He doesn't want to go to school. He's scared to go outside because of ICE here in our community. So fuck them. Let us live. We still live here. We'll see what you're doing one day. You're tearing families apart. That's right. Man, how can you sleep with yourself at night? Think about that. You have kids? What if they took them away from you? Think. Disgusting is the only word that can be described. I'm concerned, but man, whatever happens to me, but towards my family members, that's what I care about. That makes me angry. I can't,
Get up or get out. That's it. Nice shirt. Yeah, nice shirt. Ice can control my balls. True. This is the bare minimum of what you should do if you are physically capable of going outside. Now, just let me make this clear. There is something that every single one of you can do. No matter how disabled you might be, no matter how at risk you might be, there is something you can do. And I don't care if you're at risk. You are not going to be less at risk by not doing this. There is just no way that you will be less at risk, and you will be continuing to put others at risk. I will lay down my life for this cause. I will. I'm all the way over here, but we have our own fight over here too. I'm not safe either. They could extradite me like this. It's not hard. They're going to debank us soon. They're writing the legislation right now. It's going to be 10 years retroactive. You will not be able to give a water bottle at a protest without it being the death penalty. It will be support of a terrorist organization. It will be support of a terrorist, which is a different crime. It will be impossible for you to exist without submission. So go and form a community. If you cannot leave the United States, then go outside. Talk to your neighbors. Show them these videos. Make them hear the screams of the people ICE makes kneel down and drives over their legs with a fucking armored Jeep. Make them see it. Make them afraid. Make them understand. Bring them with you to a, like, SRA meeting. Have them learn self-defense. Have them create community themselves. Go join any movement at all. Go join a group. Go join a church. I don't care. Just go the fuck outside. You are going to die otherwise. I can't... I'm trying to make this as clear without making all of you doom, but I don't know what else to do. I don't know how to put this to you in a way that isn't, it's now or never. We're here. It's the end game. We're here, guys. We've been warning about, so many people have been warning about this for over a year, and we are now here. And if you think that the civil war that breaks out is going to be like two sides, you know, like two armies, the left versus the right, blue versus red. No. Go look at the demographics of this country. Most people live in major cities, and most major cities are split at best 60-40. It's going to be intercommunity terrorism for decades at minimum. You are not safe no matter where you are. It will be cyber attacks. It will be doxing. It will be your neighbors selling you out so that they can be safe. That's what's coming. You think, you know, the Patriot games that was announced today, we made the joke even on this stream, you know, may the odds ever in your favor. This is a joke for now, but again, it's not coming from the Hunger Games. As much as the media says. No, it comes from here. This is what the Patriot Games is from. It is just more Nazi stuff. Trump has congenital heart failure and dementia. He has, at best, 5 to 6 months. At best. They're at the point where they have to label the fucking toilet in the White House. If you've ever had a family member with dementia, you know what happens next. You know what happens next. And you know who comes next. I'm here, I care too much about the community I've found that I've organized with. I'll be damned if I let any of these monsters lay a finger on any of them. Based, join the SRA if you haven't done so already. Join my Discord. Go and organize. Well, I mean, to be fair, yes, he does shit himself. That's because he's lost control of his bowels. But guess what? It's not just the toilet. They have to label the West Wing. They have to label each and every part of it. It's because that's what happens when you have a dementia patient. They don't remember things. They forget. And then, you know, bad things happen. By the way, like, J.D. Vance talking about the most significant thing you can do to eliminate anti-Semitism and any other kind of ethnic hatred is to support the efforts of lower immigration and promote assimilation. I love Hitler leaked messages expose young Republicans racist chats. They do love Hitler. They do. And all of them are the same. This is not one country specific. This is a global movement. All across the planet, whether you're in Europe, whether you're in Australia, whether you're in Russia, whether you're in Latin America, hell, like Chile just fell to a Nazi as well. Past being that one. And this is the same thing that they believe all around, whether, you know, this is, again, sorry, hold on, that's not the right one. God damn it. This one. This is the same thing they believe in America that they believe here, because the way that they built this movement is the way that I have been saying, hold on, right here, that a left movement needs to be built, a decentralized international political rhetorical insurgency. That's what they did for decades. Decades. They sent a couple Nazis to England to go and talk there, a couple to France, a couple to Australia. A lot of the stuff that they say now used to be illegal. I keep saying this. The way that they've gotten the ability to speak freely is by getting arrested, and then out of every 10 court cases, they win one of them, and then the one they win makes it so that all of their friends can say the thing they just got arrested for again.
How do you see National Socialism fitting into a modern day Australia?
Well, I mean, the rehabilitation of Hitler, I think, is absolutely crucial across the West. As long
Do I need to say more? We're gonna listen to more, but do you need more?
the rehabilitation of Hitler, I think, is absolutely crucial across the West. As long as our enemies can basically, every time a nationalist movement arises, whether it's, you know, as weak as a sort of a Charlie Kirk type civic nationalism, or whether it's Thomas Sowell, all that the establishment has to do at the moment is say Hitler and genocide and
Yeah, I wonder why that's such a problem for them.
Jews, and it's like anything else you want to say is destroy, because that emotion.
As it fucking should be. This scum is subhuman. Nazis are not human. They lack humanity. They have no ability or desire for empathy. They don't care about it. They're a death cult. The United States is run by a death cult.
Emotional argument basically said, you know, the never again mob.
The never again mob. And then they wonder where the anti-Semitism in Australia comes from. Again, this ties to America. This ties to Israel. This ties to Russia. I've said for years, the #1 exporter of right-wing white nationalist Nazi propaganda for the longest time was Russia. Now it's America. And Israel is the 51st state. They help with this. They like that narrative because then they get to blame everybody. It's not just Islamophobia, it's anti-Semitism as well. They want that rise because they want a holy war, because they're a fucking death cult.
So that has to be taken down. People have to start understanding, not never again, never was, never will be.
They don't think that, like, you're smart enough to understand that they're lying to you. They're lying to you. They are training. What are you doing? That's the last thing I'm going to say on this. They are training. What are you doing? Form a community. When is an appropriate time to drink because I want to? After the war? Look, guys, like, do whatever the hell you want, but, shit's gonna get more expensive. Stop wasting money on vices, spend that money on self-defense. Stop drinking to make the pain go away and learn how to be okay with it. Learn how to feel comfortable in that discomfort and then use it. Use that, like, do you not think I want to be crying right now? Do you, like, not think that I mean, to be fair, I do. I cry every single day. And you know what I do with that? I fill that depression, that anxiety, that hatred into rage, and then I channel it. And then I use it to yell about this. And that's because that's all I can do from here. For you guys. There's more I can do here for Australia, and you know what? I'm planning to. But for you, take that discomfort, that fear, that anxiety, that horror, that disgust, and then channel it into action. Go outside, knock on your neighbor's doors, download these videos, show it to people, download images, hand them out, make pamphlets. Pamphlets are OP. All of the digital media is monitored. You're on the list. You're all on the list. You're not safe. Your neighbors are going to sell you out. So maybe get offline, go outside, and go spread the message physically. We are so out of time. We are T-minus like 3 months until the death camps open. Again, if fentanyl can be a WMD, smuggling it into this country, which they don't have to prove because they don't have law anymore, who literally Buncor, the JD, the constitutional attorney, that, like, came onto this show last week and spoke about with us. They don't care about the law. You don't get habeas corpus. Even if you're a citizen, what do you think is coming next? I'm begging you. Fight back. with your words, with your actions. Go speak to your neighbors, form a community. It's not just for defense, mind you, it's for survival. Food is increasingly more expensive. You might be able to, I don't know, pull some money together with your community, buy a plot of land and grow some food so you don't starve in the winter. You might be able to, I don't know, pull everybody into one person's house during a hot summer day so that only one person needs to pay for air conditioning and cycle it, or the opposite in the winter. You want to have at least one person, your neighbor's phone number, to call in case of an emergency. Go create a group chat, an Article 5 group chat is what I like to call it. Have everyone's address in a PDF in a group chat that you've all agreed upon, and it means any singular message in this group chat is essentially calling 911. Come to my house right now. I need help. Instead of calling the police, who are likely to kill you at this point. Because it's not just ICE. It's not just CBP. It is also the regular police. None of us are safe anywhere. It's time. I love you guys. Please stay safe. Please go outside. Please join the SRA. Get up and leave, or get up and fight. You're not safe. It's mostly not the regular police, but it does depend on where you live. Like I just saw in Texas, they have state police flanking like bathrooms, checking IDs and shit. Like it's disgusting. And this is only the beginning. This is part 1. This is the start. And I can only show you them on their best behavior. What's happening, what's off camera. See you guys next time. Bye.